battling for Schnitzelbaum Racing. They both go deep into the corner. What a difference a day can make. The conditions have shifted significantly over the skies of Estoril today as we join you for day 2 of the first round of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. Bright sunshine yesterday has given way to damp conditions that sound an awful lot like they might persist throughout today at the Circuito do Estoril. Nonetheless, our drivers and teams will not be deterred, nor will the Alpha Live camera crew, as we get ready to bring you the action. Myself, Adam Weller, in the commentary box with Andy McEwen and Izzy Browning down on the grid and in the pits. As you can see, the Estoril circuit, a complex little track, a lot of tight and twisty sections, but also that long main straight, allowing the power cars to have an edge at a critical point in the circuit before the braking zone at turn 1. 4.2 kilometers, 13 turns, and over the circuit's now 53-year history, it's hosted both the motorcycle and Formula One Grand Prix of Portugal 13 times apiece. A circuit with lots of history, a circuit that a lot of these drivers may not get to do in their summer campaigns. It's not a mainstay of as many international categories as it used to be, but in the modern era it is still a rarefied classic treat, a true traditional racing circuit. Quite a modern one all the same. However, we are going to see the circuit in its slipperiest form, let's say, because we are going to have light rain throughout the day. We had a monsoon to start off 2024 in the 3 GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. I think we have a level of reprieve from that, but it is going to be a slippery and treacherous day of racing. As a result of what the weather radar is telling us, we're expecting 2 formation laps on all of our races for the rest of our event. So there will be enough time to get some heat into the tyres, into the brakes, and indeed for drivers to familiarise where those puddles may be lurking.
Yes, because I don't think they've had any wet running really all week. Certainly the last couple of days it's been glorious sunshine. I hadn't seen a cloud in the sky until I woke up this morning, so this may be the first wet running that they've had through what's been a fairly extensive week really of pre-event and pre-season testing for a lot of the teams. So yeah, this will be a challenge. We saw last year, didn't we, how tricky this place can be in the wet, particularly that big braking zone into the first corner. It's a challenge in the dry to pick your braking point down there at the end of a nearly kilometre long straight, a downhill, bumpy braking zone, throw in a bit of moisture as well. Very, very easy to snatch a brake and go straight on there. And then we also mentioned yesterday, lots of first and second gear corners, slippery traction zones going up and downhill. I would not be surprised, Adam, if we see a few drivers maybe flirting with the limits of adhesion this morning and making a few mistakes. But hey, the racing yesterday was exciting. Throw in some unpredictable weather, and that should only increase the amount of fun that we have.
I think it's going to be very compelling to see what driver backgrounds do for today's racing. The GEDLICH Racing organisation as a whole, quite a lot of the people behind the scenes are rather close to the Nürburgring with full intent, be it marketing manager Mart, be it Robin Selbach, who did the classic event at the start of the year, or sorry, at the end of last year, in a BMW E36. He did a young timer race at the Nürburgring, and Markus GEDLICH himself, who raced the N20 2024 several times. And the fact that the organisation is so embedded into the Nürburgring means that a lot of our teams hail from that area as well. And if you're someone like, say, Kenneth Heyer in the GTWinterSeries, who's logged probably an inordinate amount of laps around the Nürburgring, or someone like Peter Turting in the GT4s as well, who's on the second row of the grid for the first race of the day that we will see shortly. Those guys, I think, might have a little bit of an edge because they're well used to seeing lap on lap, or indeed at the Nürburgring, sector to sector, changes of adhesion. It is the GT4 Winter Series that we will be bringing you first today. You can see that on the bottom of your screen. That will be followed by the Prototype Winter Series with their second race. It'll be a half-hour sprint for GT4s once again, a 50-minute plus 1 lap race for the Prototype Winter Series. That starts at 10:15. At 11:35 in the morning, it will be the GT Winter Series with their final sprint of the weekend. There will then be a lunch break for an hour before the GT4 Winter Series has its hour-long pit stop race, and we wrap up with the GT Winter Series 55-minute pit stop race to end the weekend. And certainly slightly fewer spectators at the grandstand today than we had yesterday. It was quite busy yesterday with a lot of spectators on the pit building and indeed on the main grandstand. But if you are luckily enough to be local to the Estoril circuit, do remember that spectator access is free, and while I should strictly be convincing you to stay with us here on the stream all day, if it's a 10-minute drive, come to the circuit, free access, and a great day's racing, and a lot of access as well to the teams, to the drivers. You really get the opportunity to see these cars up close and personal in a way that you often don't in an international GT and sports car racing paddock.
No, absolutely. Very accessible, very friendly paddock as well. And honestly, Estoril, a nice place to spend a weekend as well. It really feels, it has that old school racetrack feel, doesn't it, Estoril, which I really, really like. Everything's quite easy to find. It's easy to navigate your way around, unlike some of the much more modern Formula One circuits out there. Silverstone immediately springing to mind. So yeah, it's a nice place to come. And of course, from the main grandstand and from some of the areas in and around this start-finish area, you can see quite a lot of the racetrack as well. So yeah, good place to come and spend a day watching some racing. Hopefully the weather isn't too miserable for us today, but as I said, with this sprinkling of rain we've had now, and perhaps heavier rain to come later, it certainly will, as you said yesterday, throw the cat amongst the pigeons, Adam, and yeah, should provide us with plenty of entertainment. I'm interested to see how the change of conditions overnight will perhaps mix up the running order as well. For many of the races, of course, we will have different drivers in the cars anyway, compared to what we had yesterday, but looking towards the GT4, for example, the likes of Mackenzie Creswell, winner yesterday, he's back in the Elite Motorsport McLaren for race number 2. Is he going to be as dominant in these conditions as he was yesterday? Because in the dry, you know, they'd had all of this dry testing. He's relatively new to this specific form of racing. How much wet running has he had? He won yesterday's race by 15 seconds over the Rapid Racing by Racelab McLaren of Charlie Hart. That car will be driven by Callum Davis in this race, so that's another little change in the dynamic maybe. We could have a very different running order by the end of this 30 minutes than we had yesterday, and that is the joy of this format, where you can either have one driver or two drivers sharing the car, throw in a change of conditions as well, and it all becomes rather unpredictable. Yeah, for Elite Motorsport, I think there's going to be a lot of question marks coming into this one. Of course, they had their reigning GT4 European Series silver champion Josh Ratkin in the car yesterday. Mackenzie Creswell coming over from GB3, that being a British-based junior single-seater series. He knows his way around a wet circuit, clearly. But in a new car, McLaren Artura GT4, that could be interesting. And of course, we were talking on the podium yesterday, kind of expecting weather not too dissimilar to this. In the GT Winter Series, we know that the Lamborghinis can be a bit tetchy in wet conditions. That said, one did win overall in the wet here last year with GT3 Poland. The McLaren, as we alluded to in the GT4s, has the highest rake of any car in terms of the minimum ride heights that the SRO BOP mandates.
and it did look like the car, whether it was just the way Josh Ratkin likes to run his brake bias, it did look like the rear of that car was a bit of a challenge in the braking zones. Very pointy front end, but also a little bit of battling to do at the wheel, and that doesn't strike me as optimal for these conditions.
No, I mean, that looked like driver preference, didn't it, really? I think that is probably the quickest way to set up the McLaren in the dry, but in these conditions, unfortunately, you have no choice but to dial some of that out. Now, that is to make the car more drivable. Of course, it might well make it a little bit slower as well. So, and it means you've got to wrap your head around a very different feel in the car. So, yeah, the McLarens, I think, will be quick still, but I've always seen in the wet, traditionally, it's the front engine cars that seem to have a bit more stability. Now, we did have the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm Mercedes of Enrico Ferderer on the third step of the podium yesterday. That car arguably should have been a step higher, at least on the podium. Did run into some technical issues. I don't think we ever quite got to the bottom of what those issues were. But J-Mo Hartling is starting that car from pole position from this race. It's a front-engine Mercedes, which should be good in the wet. J-Mo Hartling, I don't think is that slow in the wet either. He's not that slow in any conditions. So I think he's going to be a factor in this race. And yeah, the McLarens may not have it all their own way.
I was going to start this anecdote with famously, but I don't think famously is the word. Back in 2000 actually, in the British GT Championship, a production-based kind of homebrew Viper very nearly won the race because it was so much more soft as a chassis than the purpose-built cars around it. And we will see, I think, a bit of that in this as well. A purpose-built race car like the Ginetta, a carbon tub car like the McLaren, I think is going to struggle in comparison to some of the cars that are typically softer anyway, like the McLaren, like the BMW M4. Of course, it's going to be an interesting test for the BMW M4 GT4 Evo that will be in this race. Ravi Ramyed at the wheel once again, and that car new to the team. They're going through the motions of learning and troubleshooting a new car this weekend, running in an invitational class because the car isn't formally homologated till March, and it's going to be very interesting to see quite how Ravi stacks up in these wet conditions. Again, it does sound like I'm merely making fun of my home country, and that is often my want. But Ravi has done a lot of racing in the wet just by geographic proxy.
Yes, this is true, and I seem to recall him being pretty handy in the wet, actually, last year. So, yeah, he could be a force to be reckoned with. They were saying, I think, to Izzy possibly earlier on today that they have had a few issues with the BMW, electrical issues, which are the worst kind of issues you can have, really, aren't they? Because they're famously difficult to diagnose and even more of a challenge to fix. But if they can keep on top of that, that car could be a threat. Ravi starts 7th on the grid for this race. Had a bit of a moment at the start of yesterday's race, did Ravi. Had a bit of contact through the opening couple of corners, I think possibly with his with another former Ginetta racer, and indeed current Ginetta racer, Mark Ellman, in the Ginetta G56, but survived that with only a little bit of bodywork damage, but lost a bit of ground. So, yeah, Ravi will be hoping, A, that doesn't happen again, B, that they can keep on top of the mechanical issues from yesterday, and C, that he can master the conditions to get a reasonably good result. So he will be starting on the inside of row number 3. Is the inside the best place to be in the wet? Well, probably here it is, because that is off the racing line by the time you get down to turn number 1. I'm sure many of you will know that you take a very different racing line in the wet than you would in the dry. You stay off the rubbered up bit of the racetrack that normally would be used, because wet rubber is quite slippery. You stay off that line and you tend to have a bit more grip. So being on the inside into that braking zone in particular, Adam, I think is going to be the way to go.
And if you look at a typical dry lap of the circuit, exit turn 1, exit turn 2, exit of turn 6 and turn 13, those are the corners where they really extend the track limits. All four wheels certainly onto the painted stuff in dry conditions. The drivers are going to need to dial that out of themselves, because especially at turn 2, where it's already quite a challenge with the way the corner drops off, the camber at the turn, if you do that in the wet conditions, I'm afraid your future is that of a spinning top.
Indeed so, and actually Peter Lobeck picked up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits yesterday. He certainly won't want to do that today for many reasons, really. Quite late to the grid there was Mackenzie Cresswell, the Elite Motorsport McLaren. I don't know whether they were still tinkering with the setup of the car in the pit lane, or maybe just not wanting to have him sat on the grid losing tyre temperature for too long. He has arrived as the grid is beginning to be cleared by the looks of it, but hopefully we've just about got enough time to head down there ourselves and chat to a few of the drivers, courtesy of Izzy Browning.
Hello everyone, welcome down to the grid. As you can see, I probably don't need to tell you this, there's a wet track. Of course, because it's raining down here. The other thing I would say is, of course, with the GT cars, we're probably not going to get many driver interviews this morning, as the cars tend to fog up if they open the doors. So I doubt the drivers will be wanting to speak to me, but what we'll do instead is we'll take you down a little walk down the grid, but very, very wet. I think this is going to be a very wet day for me. You boys up in the commentary box have the nicer position, I think. But we do have the number 11 on pole position once again. JMO Hartling will be in that car today. They did have a couple of issues with the car yesterday, so hoping that those are fixed and we can see their true pace as Adam and Andy have been saying. Obviously, Enrico Federer was in that car yesterday. Enrico, you were in the car yesterday. You had a couple of issues. Are the issues sorted for today?
Yeah, so now we fixed everything yesterday. And yesterday we had a problem with the ignition coil. But now the car should be running and I think we have a good race. All
right, well, let's hope so. Obviously, JMO's in the car this morning. You'll be back in the car this afternoon for the endurance race. You guys are used to this kind of weather, being out on the Nürburgring and things like that. So JMO's got it, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's really good in the rain. We have a lot of... we drove a lot of in the rain at the Nürburgring, and I think JMO has the stuff to do in the first place.
All right, well, best of luck for you guys today, and we'll see you later. Okay, we're going to continue walking. We've got the number 77, of course, our winners yesterday in race 1. Mackenzie Cresswell will be in that car today. He is taking part in his first GT4 race, as the boys have said, stepping up from GB3. We're going to continue walking. The rain is getting heavier, I will tell you that for free. And then on the second row, we have got the number 69, our first Pro-Am car on the second row. But we're going to go to you guys because they're clearing us off the grid.
Our first race of the day, 2 formation laps, as we alluded to, for our drivers going into this half-hour sprint race. The cars are rolling, and we are underway tentatively, I dare suggest, on our formation laps. And at the front of the order, it is the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm car. We heard from Enrico Federer there. He tipped that his teammate JMO Hartling is good in the rain. And of course, JMO, last year's GTWinterSeries champion, alongside Kenneth Heyer, this time jumping into the GT4. He is going to be at the front of the field alongside Mackenzie Cresswell, who makes his first race appearance in a GT4 car in suboptimal conditions. Third position is Peter Terting, another one of those ringmeisters with wet weather experience. He's alongside Callum Davis in 4th position. Callum with a bit more GT4 experience than his teammate Charlie Hart, but Charlie gave him a lot to live up to yesterday. Maximilian Schreier in 5th position. He is alongside Baudouin Detu in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans entry, the Aston Martin. Ravi Ramyid running as an invitational class car. He is 7th overall in the Evo Spec M4 GT4. Nico Grundle, alongside him. Tim Horrell running in the overall top 5 yesterday, giving him, again, quite the target to match. Owen Hizzy, I've been told that he is a driving guard who's amazing in the rain, and that's a direct quote from the team boss, so you know it's true. Cedric Fuchs alongside him as well. That is the first of the Cayman Trophy spec Porsches. Luisa Kalla coming up from the world of BMW racing in Germany, her first appearance in a GT car this weekend. She is alongside Thilo Goss in the old spec 4.7 litre Aston Martin. Naturally aspirated, slightly more helpful power curve perhaps in these wet conditions. Rui Morita in the older F82 spec M4 that you see there at the back of the field. No Joachim Bolting, he's feeling rather under the weather today as I understand it, which means we are down a car in all of the GT races today, because of course yesterday he was doing double duty in the GT4 and the GT Winter Series, so Plus Line Racing team with a bit less spannering to do today, but all the same they have their hopes pinned on Joachim Bolting there in the distinctive SR71 Cayman, the bare black machine on the second row of the grid, and Terting someone definitely to look out for. A very interesting first few rows of the grid for my money. JMO Hartling has a lot of GT4 mileage in a Mercedes AMG. Of course, he did well here last year in the rain in the GT3 car. Mackenzie Cresswell, a race-winning driver in GB3, a driver I think a lot of people had high hopes for if he carried on up the single-seat path, or indeed as he now transitions to GT racing. Then you've got Peter Terting, a race winner in the World Touring Car Championship, a former factory Audi driver in DTM, and Callum Davis there as well, very competitive at the front too. I think this one is rather difficult to predict, but very intrigued to see which way it's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, there is a part of me that wants to put my money on JMO Hartling in the Mercedes for the reasons I mentioned before. I think that car is going to be well suited to the weather. You just mentioned that he is clearly well suited to the weather too. He may not thank me for saying that he is my pick, but there you go. He's also starting from the front of the grid, and there's a lot to be said for that in these conditions. Better visibility on the run into turn one. You can see even at these low speeds on the green flag lap that there is a little bit of spray being kicked up. Well, you can imagine when the cars are going more than twice this speed, barreling off into turn one, you want to be at the front of the group rather than buried in the middle of it. So I think he's well positioned, certainly. He's got all of the ingredients here to put together a winning recipe, but is he going to be able to keep his cool? Will things pan out his way? Anything could kick off in these first couple of corners. And the one negative of being at the front of the group in these conditions is that you are rather reliant on the cars behind you not missing their braking points. So his heart will be in his mouth, I think, for the first 30 seconds or so of the race, but if he survives that in one piece, I think he's in a good position.
So you might be wondering about some of the classes in this race. Pro and Pro-Am, fairly straightforward, of course. A bronze driver required in Pro-Am. Silvers, more than welcome in the Pro class. Cayman Trophy, what's that? Is that just where all the Porsches live? Well, no, not quite. The Cayman Trophy spec cars are slightly sub-GT4 performance, slightly smaller engine capacity, slightly different suspension setup, owing maybe a couple of percentiles more to the road car than the GT4 RS CS that you see in the main GT4 classes. And then the club class, you'll be thinking, the old Aston, I haven't seen one of those in a while. Well, that is the intention of the club class. It is for expired homologation GT4 machinery, and these cars, you know, they do need a home. And potentially, as we start the season with a couple of them on the grid, there might be some car owners having a look and going, I'm interested in that. And I can tell you, entries are still open for the remaining rounds of the season.
And we would welcome them onto the grid, wouldn't we? Because those are the cars, as you said, that have sort of fallen off the radar a little bit. Great to have the Aston in particular. It was actually shaping up to be quite a close battle in the club class yesterday as well, until one of them had a moment, I forget which one it was now, midway through the race. So fingers crossed we get another close encounter between them in race 2.
Yes, let's see. I think Thilo Goss might have just had a problem actually on the formation lap there as we were talking about them, because it looks like they've kind of separated away from the pack. Hopefully both take the start. I only saw the tail end of what might have been a slight slip-up in the wet conditions. They now join the field, and the Ford Mondeo exits, so some rather more powerful cars can take centre stage. It's Jamo Hartling on the left of your screen. On the right-hand side, it is Mackenzie Cresswell. It is a drag race, McLaren versus Mercedes, running down the first corner, but don't rule out the Porsche from third place as well. Peter Terting in the black machine right there with them, but it will be Jamo Hartling so long as he gets it stopped for the apex that leads into the first corner. Looked like Mackenzie Cresswell was taking the long way around there at turn 1. Looks like just about everybody's gotten through. Cresswell, I think he's performed an undercut there. He's got himself to the inside at turn 2. He's through into the lead of the race. Looks like Ravi Rami being very tentative towards the rear of the field. Not sure if that car is quite on song, but Cresswell and Jamo Hartling still almost side by side. Cresswell with the advantage. We were wondering how his relative lack of GT experience would play out. Well, very early on, it's not been a hindrance, but they're still side by side for first and second coming out of the corner. Cresswell has the lead by less than a car length, and there's battles all through the pack in this first lap of the race.
Fantastic stuff from Mackenzie Cresswell. Jamo Hartling hunting around on the inside line, but of course that's not where the grip is in these conditions. So Mackenzie Cresswell unflappable so far, positioning the McLaren exactly where it needs to be, managing to hang on to the lead for now. Side-by-side action further back as the SVG Owen Hizzy driven Ginetta makes some progress around the outside, but it is Cresswell who leads from Jamo Hartling in second position, and Mackenzie Cresswell full of confidence, Adam, as you said, despite his relative lack of experience, particularly in these conditions in these cars. You wouldn't know it, would you?
You wouldn't. Owen Hizzy is moving up through the field in the Pro-Am entered SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Oh, the number 31 in a spin. Maximilian Schreier is going to get stuck on the grass. He's going to have to wait for the field to go by, and then hopefully he can at least reverse out of the scenario, which he now does. But Schreier there out of a strong starting position. That moves everybody else up a position. Hizzy gets a free place. Baudouin de Two gets a free place as well. Oh, and Mackenzie Cresswell there experiencing the limits of traction. We thought it was going to be fairly light rain. I don't think it's light rain at all. Izzy's forecast was completely accurate down the grid. It's heavy rain out there. And here comes Jamo Hartling to the inside. He's not close enough for a move into the first corner. He's going to try and do what he had done to him a lap ago and get a good run towards turn 2, but he's not close enough. Meanwhile, Owen Hizzy there had a nose ahead for fourth place at the line, and as they exit turn 1, Hizzy is already up to P4. I was talking about that Ginetta perhaps not being one of the cars well suited to the rain. Never mind.
But you were told that Owen is rather handy in the wet,
He
is proving that point, isn't he? Started 9th on the grid, Owen Hizzy. 4th at the completion of lap 1. That is remarkable. And now he's in clean air. I'm going to be very interested to see the pace that Ginetta has. Can he close in on the leading group of 3? I wonder. There are the leading group of 3. Cresswell, Hartling and Terting the top 3. Hizzy up into 4th then, ahead of the Aston Martin of Detu in 5th position. Callum Davis only 6th. So Callum has sort of done almost the opposite of an Owen Hizzy. He started 4th. He's lost a couple of positions. Doesn't necessarily look quite as comfortable in the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren. Might just be betting himself in perhaps, but at the front of the field, the Elite Motorsport McLaren is going great guns.
Absolutely right. Yes, the conversation I had regarding Owen Hizzy this morning implied a level of divinity that might allow him to walk on water. So we'll see if that proves to be the case. Peter Terting there in a solid 3rd position now, keeping a watching brief. And of course, he's the Pro-Am leader. Hizzy is 2nd in Pro-Am. So not only will Hizzy be looking to close in and go for 3rd overall, he'll also be looking to try and claim this Pro-Am victory for he and Mark Ellman, as well as SVG Motorsport, in what is their first weekend of international GT racing. Big plans going forward for SVG, who've always been Ginetta specialists. And that front end looks like it's riding especially high, doesn't it?
I was just about to mention that. We didn't see a lot of the Ginetta yesterday. It had a bit of a lonely race, I seem to recall, but I don't remember it running that high above the ground. So yeah, I think, oh my word. That is a car that's well set up for the wet. This, I fear, might not be. This is the number 31 machine, which is Maximilian Schreier Porsche, which we've already seen in some strife and looking a little bit like it's lacking grip out there through the final sector, makes it safely onto the main straight, at the end of which there is a battle going on between Callum Davis and Cedric Fuchs, and Callum Davis slips wide, snatches the brakes, he runs almost completely off the racetrack. Will that cost him 6th position? I think it will. The Porsche is to the inside, has the preferred line into turn number 2, and Callum Davis, unfortunately, his race trajectory continues to go in the wrong direction.
Yeah, Cedric Fuchs putting in a great performance here. The reigning Tourenwagen Junior Cup driver in Germany, but for him this World of GT4 competition is brand new. Of course, he's in a Cayman Trophy spec car. He leads Cayman Trophy, so he's actually in a slightly sub-GT4 spec machine, but it is a car that does well in the rain. Last year, Enrico Ferderer was running one of these Cayman Trophy spec machines, and in the wet on a couple of occasions he was advancing towards the overall top 5, and that's exactly what Cedric Fuchs is doing now. I understand his mileage prior to this week in a GT car was exceedingly limited, and the youngster is putting in a great shift. Meanwhile, Callum Davis is seesawing at the wheel of that McLaren.
The rear of the McLaren just doesn't look planted at all, does it, on corner entry or exit? So possibly a bit too stiff on the rear suspension, maybe just an inherent characteristic of the McLaren, although it's not affecting Mackenzie Creswell. So yeah, Callum Davis, I think, will be reporting back to the team that some changes are needed after this second race of the weekend. He's wide of the apex again into the chicane. And the car, which was driven so effectively by Charlie Hart yesterday in the dry conditions, Callum Davis sadly not having quite the same experience in the wet today. He hasn't hit an apex this lap, I don't think, and I know that that is sort of the wet line, but I don't think that's been fully out of choice. He is under a lot of pressure now from Nico Grundle in the number 30 Porsche, which should get better traction off the final turn. The fishtailing McLaren, I think, will be vulnerable to attack again by the time they reach turn 1.
Mackenzie Creswell just came across the line for the fastest lap of the race at 2:08.658. No one else on the circuit is lapping under a 2:10. Creswell is rapid in these conditions, and again, that elite McLaren, as we saw yesterday with Josh Rattican, seems to be a cut above at the moment. Jamo Hartling and Peter Terting doing what they can to give chase, but Creswell just seems to have that secret sauce at the moment.
And compare the body language of this McLaren to the one that we followed for the majority of the previous lap, which was fishtailing around, looked like it was absolutely on the ragged edge. The elite car looks as perfectly balanced as it could be. It isn't moving around in the braking zones. He's not losing traction in the acceleration zones. Some of that could be driving style, but I really do suspect that they've got a different way on setup in the elite car. Maybe the Rafa Racing by Racelab machine, maybe they didn't expect it to be quite as wet as it's ended up being, but we'll see how things pan out later in the day. Meanwhile, I think a battle for second is starting to build here, isn't it? Jamo Hartling, not able to live with the pace of the race leader, is actually only 1.3 seconds ahead of third place man Peter Terting, who is the Pro-Am leader. Peter is now 6 seconds or so ahead of Owen Hizzy, so the Ginetta's progress seems to have sort of plateaued in 4th position, but Peter Terting, using lots of curb there through the chicane, is trying his best to apply some pressure to the man who started on pole position.
Yeah, absolutely right. Jamo Hartling in a much earlier stage of his career than Terting, and taking a much more liberal approach to attacking the turn 12 puddle there than Terting did at the apex of the S's. But now Terting just trying to get the power down there out of the final turn. Interesting to see those differing approaches from very different cars as well. Again, fastest lap of the race comes in from Creswell at 2:08.1. Hartling was closer on lap time this time, a 2:09 flat, but that is still a lot of time loss, and as you said, it looks like that battle for second place is brewing, and with that will come a desire to look in the mirrors more so than out of the windscreen. Unfortunately for Jamo, it's going to be hard to focus in. Looks like Owen Hizzy is running fairly lonely now in 4th place. He doesn't seem to quite have the pace to match Terting, who is his closest rival, of course, in the Pro-Am category. In Cayman Trophy, it is Cedric Fuchs leading the way. He is just 2/10 off the back, actually, of Benoit Detu. So the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car coming under pressure for 5th and 6th place at the moment. In fact, Cedric Fuchs has gotten past through the first sector split. So there has been a shift there. The other class to discuss, of course, being the club class, which is being comfortably led by Rui Morita from Monteros Competiciones at the moment.
Indeed so. Owen Hizzy then heads downhill into turn number 6, and the Ginetta, as we said, looked like it was going great guns in the early part of the race. It was. It still is going very quickly, much more competitive in the wet than it was in the dry, it would seem. Leaving behind a good battle going on behind. We've seen a few slips and slides in the opening couple of laps of the race. I think we can take a look back now at one of the moments from earlier on as drivers have been battling with conditions. And yes, another spin, this I'm afraid, for the number 700, the BWT Mucker Motorsport Thilo Gus driven Aston Martin. And, well, that car, you said maybe might be a little bit more drivable, or you alluded to that anyway, Adam. I think Thilo may beg to differ.
Yes, James 3.0, I gather, is the name of that car. I don't know what happened to 1.0. I think he still has 2.0. Regardless, the Artura across the line in a moment here with Mackenzie Cresswell. I'm expecting yet more purple given what he's done so far. 206.335. 208, mid 208s for both of the drivers behind him. Cresswell continues to dominate the timing screens in this race. We're not yet at half distance. He's already 6.4 seconds clear. It is rather a wet weather rerun of what we saw from his teammate yesterday. Meanwhile, on the recovery drivers, Maximilian Schreier, he is dragging past Benoit Detu as they head towards the first corner. The spray from Cedric Fuchs up ahead as well, making it a challenge to sight the braking zone. And Detu says, I'm not giving up that easily. Tries to dive to the inside. Of course, those cars are both in the pro class, and that was a move for 3rd in pro as well as 6th overall. Benoit may well be aware of that and saying, I want my points, because these guys are in it for the season, and they are, well, both cars are in it for the season, so I think they'll already be kind of citing their rivals, and Detu will be disappointed to see the Porsche just ease by.
Yeah, that was a good move. It seems sort of built on a better exit from the final corner. There's a green flag on the exit of turn 4, and that is why, because off again has gone Schreier in the number 31 Porsche. I saw the green light flashing, which normally means there's a yellow one preceding it. This was the reason why. So the second time that car's been off the road. This time, I don't think he lost quite as much time as he did on the opening lap, but that will have cost him at least 2 positions, I think.
Well, Porsches have always been a popular choice in rallycross. Nico Grundle there was just going wide onto the paint in the sister WNS Motorsport car. It's always difficult to get back from the paint without at least having quite a sideways moment. Of course, the Aston Martin in the dry conditions yesterday looked a little bit sideways and wayward under the tutelage of Maximilian Hewitt, and have seen a bit of that from Benoit Detu in traction zones as well. But for now, he's back in his 6th position, owing to that error for Schreier. Terting, meanwhile, was 1.2 seconds off last time by. I think he's lost some time to Jamo Hartling over the course of the previous lap. Indeed, he's dropped about a second that time in the battle for P2. So that battle looks like it's calming down, and conversely, Cedric Fuchs oh no, sorry. That was the Aston Martin of Thilo Gus catching me out a little bit. Owen Hizzy still fairly lonely in 4th position, but just getting through some traffic there.
Yes, so a little bit of company briefly there for Owen Hizzy. So Hizzy with a little bit of clear track once more. Is he being caught, though, by Cedric Fuchs? Yes, by about 0.8 of a second on the previous lap. So Cedric, now that he's broken through the defences of Detu's Aston Martin, is starting to close in. So this is all congesting a bit now, isn't it, in the sort of middle of the top 10. Is he being caught by Fuchs? Detu and the recovering Schreier, of course, won't be a million miles back either. In fact, Grundle got past Schreier too. all sort of coming together, so that could be an interesting scrap. We are not quite halfway through this race, so as things are maybe calming down at the front of the pack, the middle of the top 10, that is getting rather close.
Yeah, Podium too actually just coming up on some lap traffic. If we stay on this corner and look to the cars behind us, there is potentially going to be a battle coming up here. Podium too spins it, and that is a position gained for Nico Grundle there. Grundle had just gotten himself around Thilo Goss. I was going to say that he was under pressure from one of the W&S Motorsport cars, but now he's back under pressure from the recovering Maximilian Schreier, and he's still got the sister Aston Martin to try and contend with. Well, my ad hoc directing worked out well there. Podium too with a flourish into the camera shot, but unfortunately he's dropped down to 7th overall.
You know how I said I thought the front engine cars would be more stable in these conditions? I feel I've been proven wrong there. We've had 2 Aston Martins pointing the wrong way now over the course of the last 5 minutes or so, but Podium too now resumes his battle, I suppose, that he was having earlier on with Maximilian Schreier, who, frustratingly for him, wasn't actually able to take full advantage of that and move ahead of the Aston. Through the final couple of corners they will go. Who is going to have the legs in a straight line then, I wonder? There is Thilo Goss, and not far behind, Callum Davis, only 9th, and a lonely 9th place at that. So things not going really to plan for the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren. Here comes the drag race. The Porsche, I would say, maybe with a slight advantage. It does have the benefit of a slipstream, of course. To the outside will go Schreier. He's on the brakes, but that's the slippery side of the road. He snatched the front brake. Look, locked up, almost went straight on. Just about keeps it on the road and now tries to set himself up for the switchback, which he does. He's got the inside line now for turn number 2, and I think Maximilian Schreier will force his way through. He certainly didn't leave Podium too a lot of space there. Two didn't like that, fights back to the inside, and we have a second positional change in as many corners with the Aston Martin back in front, at least for the time being.
But as they approach Curve of VIP, here comes the 31 once again. Schreier fighting the car every inch of the way. He wants that inside line at Curve of VIP, but surely the traction will be in Detu's favour unless he gets squeezed out by the Porsche, which is exactly what Schreier tried to do. This is fabulous stuff. Is Schreier going to try it again as he heads towards the Parabolica interior turn 6? He looks to the outside this time. It looked like he was the quicker of the 2 drivers earlier on when they were together on the circuit before Schreier had his second mistake of the race. So I don't think he needs to be too hasty here, but he desperately wants to get by.
I'm impressed with day 2 there, because that was the corner that he lost it at a lap ago, and he was very confident on the brakes. He was on the inside line and just sent it into the corner, managing to fend off Maximilian Schreier for the time being. But that was a sensational half a lap of side-by-side racing in really challenging conditions as well. Schreier very late on the brakes into the Gancho chicane and came within a few inches of making contact with the back of the Aston Martin. He clambers the curb on the exit and still, frustratingly, cannot find a way through, despite having tried something at, I think, every corner on this lap. It may well still be the Aston Martin ahead by the timing line.
But as we know, the Porsche is quick, especially in the second half of the kilometre-long main straight. So let's see if he maybe finds a way at the first corner. While this is going on, Terting is closing back in for second place as well. So battles going on all around the circuit. But let's keep an eye on this one, because it really is combat to end all combat at the moment. Schreier with a nose ahead. He was ahead at the timing loop. Has he got it stopped for the corner? I'd say no. And no is unfortunately the answer, but he is going to get a good run out of the corner all the same. It's almost a replica of what they were doing a lap ago. Is Detu going to pull off the same move, or has Schreier learnt? Will he cover the inside? He does try to cover the inside a little, but not enough. There's an Aston-sized hole that Detu intends to fill, and he gets back through. Let's see if the replication continues. No, this time to the inside goes Schreier, and he does get himself into 7th place. Definitely not a definitive move, but having that high ground now as he comes out of Curve of VIP, given it looks like the car has the pace edge, that might be the decisive blow.
That was almost an action replay from a lap earlier until turn 3, where Schreier timed the switchback much better. He tried that a lap earlier and nearly got a face full of Aston Martin, which again is almost backwards, heading down into the Parabolica interior at turn 6. That time, thankfully, Detu managed to hang on to it, but that car, I think is starting to struggle in the braking zones. Maybe it's time to wind a bit of brake bias to the front. Of course, when you're in the heat of battle, it can be difficult to remember to do things like that, but as the balance shifts over the course of a race, the conditions may be changing slightly out there too, although I fear not for the better. You need to make those sort of adjustments sometimes to keep the car balanced as you would like. So now things calming down, he can maybe turn his attention to that. We turn our attention, though, to the fight for second place, which has been bubbling away and brewing for about 20 minutes or so. Now Peter Terting is almost within striking range. The Porsche fishtailing around a little into turn number 1. On the exit of turn 1, it's the Mercedes, which looks a little bit of a handful, but nose to tail they will run into turn 3.
Yeah, nose to tail indeed. The gap was 1.4 seconds, a matter of just a couple of laps ago. So Terting is closing in. There's some lap traffic up ahead in the form of the club class leading Monteros Competicios F82 M4. JMO there going, oh, don't give me the inside line. That's where none of the traction lives in these conditions, as Terting continues to harangue him. The gap also coming down, albeit with a much larger margin at the moment, between Hizzy and Cedric Fuchs, the Cayman Trophy leading driver, putting a mighty display on in his debut race for SR Motorsport in a GT car. He's about 4 seconds off right now. We'll update you if they get closer, but for now Terting just trying to find advantage. The middle sector looks like it suits the Mercedes a little more, based on what I've seen of the sector splits over the last few laps. But JMO, I think, is going to be driving through the mirrors until the flag.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because you would think the more technical middle sector would suit the, in theory, slightly more agile Porsche, but in the wet, the fact that it is a little bit lighter on its feet maybe isn't necessarily a good thing. The Mercedes is a bit more planted, certainly at the front of the car, with all of that weight hanging over the front axle, and that seems to be benefiting it. But then through the final part of the lap, Peter Terting's car seems to change direction better, doesn't it? You saw Gemma Hartley trying to turn into the last corner, and the car just wouldn't go to the apex, runs right to the edge of the road, trying to find the grip, does propel the Mercedes well off the turn, but the Porsche we know is strong in a straight line. This is as close as Peter Terting has been. He's in the slipstream, getting a face full of spray, can't see a thing about where he's going, but the car is going quickly. He peels to the outside line, stays well away from the traditional racing line until the very last second, and perhaps now tries to set himself up for a switchback. No, goes right round the outside, and he should have a good exit from the corner as a result of that. JMO Hartling did not cover that one off, and Peter Terting has almost got the move made. Still side by side, they run through turn 2, but Peter Terting has the traction, has the momentum, and now has second place.
Yeah, the Pro-Am leading car now up to second overall for good measure. Terting, a former champion in GT4 cars going back to 2016 in the European Series. He's got a lot of experience in cars of this specification, and he has learnt the circuit, learnt the conditions over the last 25 almost minutes, 23 minutes roughly of the race completed thus far. And now that he's gotten ahead of Hartling, even through this sector that looked like it was suiting the Mercedes previously, he is now getting away using the very outer extremities of Parabolica Interior. It looked a bit scary, but it also looked relatively intentional. I just want to highlight 204.741 last time by 714 for Mackenzie Cresswell last time by, and he was over a second, practically a second and a half faster than either the second or third place car in the middle sector alone, which tells you a lot about just how well hooked up that elite motorsport McLaren is at the moment. I grant you, perhaps for some of the sponsors on the car, the fact it's so hooked up isn't doing them many favours. We're not seeing that much of the McLaren, but it is absolutely dominating the race already. 15 seconds clear. That is over the race-winning margin from yesterday.
Yes, good point, well made that, yeah, so a good margin, and still with 6.5 minutes to go, and he shows no intention of slowing down. That was a slower lap, a 2:05.3, but that is still nearly 2 seconds quicker than anything JMO Hartling's managed in this race. So Mackenzie Creswell absolutely flying, 16.8 seconds now, the margin back to the new second place man Peter Terting. But what a brilliant start to the season this has been for Elite Motorsport. It seems that come rain or shine, this car is the one to beat. It doesn't matter which driver is in the car either. They are going to be a force to be reckoned with if they keep this up.
Yeah, I mean, last year they were succeeding in GB3, GB4, Ginetta single makes, and winning the GT4 European Series for good measure. Of course, they're moving into GT3 racing this year, so continuing to move up in the world of motor racing on the international stage at Elite Motorsport. And certainly Mackenzie Cresswell doing a Tom Leben effectively. Leben came in from the single-seater ladder at the start of 2024 in the GT4WinterSeries and immediately proved that he knew what he was doing with the car. And well, now it looks like Mackenzie Cresswell echoing that history.
Absolutely so. I remember a time when Elite Motorsport only raced in Ginettas, and now all of a sudden they're everywhere, aren't they? They really are the team of the moment, and great to see as well, really, because it seems that everything they apply themselves to, they do so in a way that seems to ensure rather immediate success. So, yeah, really impressive stuff, and Mackenzie Cresswell has been pedalling the car rather well in this race too, it has to be said, to give him the credit he deserves. Right, Maximilian Schreier has arguably been the most exciting driver to watch in this race, whether it be because he's been making some daring overtakes or flirting with disaster on a couple of occasions, but he's certainly given us plenty of content to look back on at the end of the race. He is now sizing up Nico Grindel in the number 30 Porsche, the car, of course, that runs in Pro-Am, but this is a fight, maybe not for class position, but for a little bit of honour amongst Porsche drivers, and Maximilian will want to try and reclaim this 6th place overall if he can.
Yeah, you've got to beat your teammate, obviously. 2 W&S Porsches. I'm not so sure that he's flirting with disaster so much as on the 3rd date with it at the moment. But here he goes, going for the inside at the Gancho chicane. And it is side by side between the W&S Motorsport Porsches. We saw a very similar move here 12 months ago for a W&S Motorsport Porsche in different hands, in better conditions. And it is Schreier who gets through into 6th overall. Now, will Schreier get to power away? It looks like he's been quicker than Grundle. He's just had a slightly more adventurous path on his race so far. Also want to note, as all the Monteros Competicios car might get in the way there. Now, did he have to lift out of the throttle? I want to see where the other Porsche is by comparison. No, he's about 6/10 clear at the line, so they're okay. But Schreier there with a little bit of a scary moment, indicator going on the BMW. I did just want to highlight Cedric Fuchs, that 4-second gap I talked about between himself and Owen Hizzy. Yeah, that's 1.6 now. There's 3 minutes left of the race. I think we might get just 2 more laps, including this one. It's touch and go on that front. We might get 3 more. Regardless, before the end of the race, Hizzy might have some company.
Well, and interestingly, Nico Grindel coming back at Maximilian Schreier there slightly. So 6th place may not be fully settled yet. Here is the battle Adam was alluding to, though. And Owen Hizzy, 4th position overall. Still running 2nd in Pro-Am. And Cedric Fuchs, of course, is not running in Pro-Am. That is a Cayman Trophy spec car. So in a way, Owen could afford to give this place away, but that's been rather the theme of the weekend, hasn't it? Drivers not really that interested in their class positions, seemingly. Perhaps at the end of the season they may well be, when the points really start to matter, but right now it's all about finishing as far up the overall running order as you can, and Owen Hizzy would love to cap off what's been a massively impressive race here by hanging on to 4th place outright. The leader, Mackenzie Cresswell, by the way, has just crossed the line with time for 2 more laps, so the penultimate lap of the race begins. Not great news that for Owen Hizzy, because with every lap this gap is coming down. It came down by 4/10 last time around. On this lap so far, Cedric was 4/10 quicker in quicker in the first sector. Slightly slower in sector 2. We'll see what it's like at the end of the lap, but Owen Hizzy will be praying for that checkered flag.
He will be, yes. Now, just to circle back quickly to the W&S battle that has extended out in Schreier's favour now. It looks like he has got the pace. About a half dozen car lengths between them a few corners ago. So I think this might be the battle of the moment as it stands, as Cedric Fuchs looks to capitalise on what's been a very fast few laps, closing in on Owen Hizzy. While that's going on, of course, up ahead of them, the Artura of Mackenzie Cresswell on his penultimate lap of the race is really just stamping his authority on the wet conditions and the GT4 WinterSeries grid, much as Josh Rattigan did yesterday. Peter Turting, our Pro-Am leader, second overall as it stands, and he has built a 4-second gap over JMO Hartling of SR Motorsport in third position. But this is the battle for fourth overall, and the Cayman Trophy cars, they are very neat little packages, very popular, of course, in the NLS and the N24. And yeah, we're seeing at the moment quite how capable the cars are in wet conditions, especially when you plug in a young talent like Cedric Fuchs. The Tourenwagen Junior Cup is quite a competitive series, and he held himself to a great account in that series last year.
Indeed so. Holding himself to a great account in this series, though, is Mackenzie Creswell, who begins his final lap of the race now. He's backed right off. His last lap was a 2:07.0, that time a 2:06.1, which is still quite quick, don't get me wrong, but quite a bit slower than he was going earlier on. It's like he reached that 15-second lead and thought, right, I'm doing better than Josh did yesterday. I can cool it off a little bit now, but he begins his final lap with a very healthy margin over Peter Turting, who is still pushing on. He just did an outright fastest first sector and a lap time that was only a 10.5 slower than Mackenzie Creswell, although Mackenzie certainly looks as though he's taking things a little bit easier now. Noticeably less spray on the way into turn 2 there as well, so I don't think the rain has got any worse over the last 10 minutes or so. Mackenzie Creswell, though, has managed these conditions perfectly, clearly happy with how the car is set up in the wet, and well on his way, it would seem, touch wood, to a race victory.
Yeah, 16.7 seconds to the good as the clock has hit 0 on this race. Final lap then for Mackenzie Creswell. Meanwhile, Owen Hizzy also on the final lap. As Andy alluded to a few moments ago, I think thankfully he's going to see the checkered flag at the end of the lap, but the question is he going to have a clear road ahead of him, or is the Porsche going to have gotten through? Is he fighting the car there at Lamy turn 3, and Cedric Fuchs with his best opportunity yet as this lap continues. Fuchs might find a way here. Izzy's really lighting up the rears as he gets out of Curva VIP there towards turn 6 they go. Of course, the race leader isn't far away from the line. If only we could have 5 shots on at once, because there's a lot going on here. But Owen Hizzy is for now seemingly just holding station. We'll catch back up with them in a moment, but here comes Mackenzie Creswell around the parabolic Ayrton Senna for the final time, and it has been a touch of Senna 85, I would say, in this race from Mackenzie Creswell. Vintage performance from a very young vintage driver. Elite Motorsport make it 2 from 2 this weekend at the Circuito Estoril. 2 wins, 1 for each driver. That bodes well for the Enduro. Peter Turting will cross the line in second place. He will win Pro-Am ahead of JMO Hartling, 3rd overall and 2nd in Pro. And it looks like Owen Hizzy may have just done enough. As long as he gets the traction out of turn 13, he'll be okay. If he doesn't get the traction, we're in for a drag race. Cedric Fuchs looking to get the power down, but he has a little bit less of it than the Ginetta with the big Chevy sourced V8, and 4th place and 2nd in Pro-Am goes to Owen Hizzy. Cedric Fuchs, of course, regardless, will win the Cayman Trophy class and 5th overall. And I dare say a measure of respect from his new SR Motorsport team as well. Max Schreier is just a few corners from home in 6th overall. His dramatic race in the Pro class will yield a podium in the category. And, well, 3rd date with disaster or not, he's had quite a good race once you look at the big picture. Nico Grundl in 7th, Baudouin Detu in 8th place. Overall, a good result for the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, albeit with a fairly challenging setup by the looks of it. I think they might have some tweaking to do. Same applies to the car we'll see across the line next. Callum Davis has been rather anonymous in this race, in the 2nd of the McLaren Arturas from Race Lab. Rafa Racing. The car looking very unsteady when we saw it, but he gets to the flag, Callum Davis, in spite of what looked like quite a hairy car that he was dealing with. Ravi Ramid rounds out the overall top 10 in the new generation BMW M4 GT4. Luisa Kala crosses the line in 11th place to finish second in Cayman Trophy. Rui Morita in 12th position in that older F82 BMW M4, and the thundering first generation Aston Martin Vantage of Thilo Goss rounds out the finishing order in what was a dramatic race in the GT4 Winter Series. That one was rather banner stuff. Mackenzie Cresswell, I think, already almost back in the pits. I think he might be back in the pits already. Such was his advantage. He almost lapped someone on his in-lap. But really amazing stuff from the elite team so far. It would take a bold man, and there's plenty of bold gamblers here, given Europe's largest casino is down the road, but it would take a bold man to bet against Elite in race 3 based on the performances we've seen so far. And Mackenzie Cresswell, GT4 race 1, finishing position P1. Delight from Elite as they celebrate together a great result. The team will be delighted with that. I believe they're confirmed for Estoril and Portimao at the moment, with an eye to doing more if the season is going well. Well, as it stands, I think we'll see them in Valencia because they will be, of course, leading the championship as it stands, but also just putting in a mighty shift. And Peter Terting, I think, intimating that he had a fun time as well out there on the circuit. You can see him in the factory Hyundai colours that he has represented in the Nürburgring 24 hours previously, and well used to the wet conditions. Has driven most GT or touring cars over the years. But I imagine that was one of those challenges that reminds you that you've never seen it all in motor racing. For the very experienced Peter Terting, of course, he is a big part of Plus Line Racing Team, one of the co-founders of the team, along with Thomas Muskens. So that Pro-Am win will mean a lot to him. It's his team as well as his achievement. JMO Hartling third overall, a good result for them. Of course, they were third yesterday as well. In the overall and indeed in the pro class. This time they're second in pro, so they'll score some more valuable points for the season. JMO Hartling and Enrico Federer. Federer, who celebrated his 18th birthday just a few days ago. Let's go down to the pits then, where Izzy Browning hopefully has some shelter.
No, I don't have very much shelter actually down here, but that doesn't matter. With our race winner, Mackenzie, living up to the team's name, that was an elite performance. I mean, once again, we didn't really see all that much of you because you were kind of driving your own race out there. And if you and Josh have got a competition of who can cross the line with the biggest gap, then it's 1-0 to you at the moment, but great drive to start the day.
Yeah, it was a good race. Carl was on it all the way through, so huge thanks to Elite Motorsport. They've done a great job. It's my first time ever racing a car with a roof, so I didn't really know what to expect going into it, but yeah, I've had a great group of support around me for the last few days to get me up to speed quickly, and yeah, it's huge credit to them for that.
Well, at least you've got a roof so your head's dry then, unlike the single-seaters. You had pace, well, Josh had pace yesterday in the dry. You've obviously got pace in the wet. We think it's going to remain wet for the rest of the day. So you're a bit of a force to be reckoned with at the moment, the elite team, aren't you?
Yeah, let's keep it that way, hopefully. As I said, the car was amazing, both in wet and dry conditions. So yeah, we've been up there all week, all in testing in any condition. So really happy to get the result, happy to kick off 2025 in the right way, and yeah, hope to keep it going later on.
And the endurance race later, of course, you I doubt you will have done a pit stop change, a driver change. So how are you feeling about that, and is that a challenge that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, it is. It's something as you said, I've never done before. There's lots to learn. It's my first time driving this car, so yeah, I've been practicing the driver change with Josh, but yeah, it's not too complicated. I think there's other things that I need to think about more. Just being consistent, doing my own thing on a one track. So yeah, we'll see how that goes when the half-hour mark comes. But yeah, I think it'll be all right.
All right. Well, congratulations. We'll send you out to the podium. Well done. And yeah, we'll see if anyone can beat them later on in the endurance race.
Going to be a tall order, I reckon, Izzy, based on that performance, or both performances that we've seen from Elite Motorsport, but anything can and often does happen in the GT4 Winter Series. Let's take a look back at a rather damp race number 2. Half an hour of racing began with pole sitter Jamo Hartling running down to the first corner with the lead. But it was Mackenzie Cresswell who would challenge early on. They were side by side through the early corners in a fabulous racing sequence that the Elite Motorsport McLaren would ultimately come out on top of. Meanwhile, further back, Maximilian Schreier had his first of a couple of dramas during the race. Managed to get himself out of this predicament and another couple on his way to a solid result, all things considered. Managed to get the car back underway at the very back of the field. From this point of the race, on just the first lap, he had some work to do. Meanwhile, Owen Hizzy was doing a lot of work early doors. He went from 9th on the grid to just outside the podium places within the first few minutes of the race. Thilo Gus struggling a little bit in the older Aston Martin in these very treacherous conditions. The club class, therefore, would go quite nicely to Monteros Competicios. Meanwhile, Maximilian Schreier was having a fabulous battle with Baudouin Detu of Racing Spirit of Le Mans. These guys would exchange numerous times across the race, and mistakes would plague both at various points. Detu losing the rear end, going through Parabolica Interior, and who would rejoin behind him but Maximilian Schreier. Battle resumes then after Schreier found himself in the gravel a couple of laps prior to Detu's spin, and it would be a couple of laps of very exciting side-by-side action between Schreier and Detu. This was for 6th position, in fact 7th position at this stage of the race, almost coming to blows out of the Lamy bend, turn 3, too deep into the corner. Went the number 31 on the following lap, but he'd learnt some lessons from a lap prior. He had the outside line going into Lamy, but this time he made the cut back to the inside at the perfect moment and surged through into 7th place, and he wasn't done yet. Meanwhile, Mackenzie Cresswell was all on his own out at the front of the order, building a 15-second gap and then retaining and gradually growing it as Peter Terting found his way past Jamo Hartling for 2nd position overall, the Pro-Am winning Porsche, as it would prove to be, having a great race with the ex-DTM and World Touring Car star at the helm of the controls. Hizzy would finish 4th position despite a late challenge from Cedric Fuchs. Meanwhile, Mackenzie Cresswell just negotiating the circuit to perfection. WNS Motorsports with some maybe some slightly raised heartbeats as Maximilian Schreier tried to find his way past Nico Grundel, which is something he succeeded at doing coming out of the Gancho chicane. This was for 6th position, where the number 31 car would ultimately finish. Both cars would finish 3rd in their respective classes, Pro and Pro-Am. Had to make their way through some lap traffic in these treacherous conditions. Thilo Gus having another moment that I don't think we saw live, but in these difficult conditions, I think very few drivers got out of it scot-free, but one of the drivers who did was our winner, Mackenzie Cresswell, who came home on the top step ahead of Terting and Jamo Hartling. A very well-deserved victory then for Elite Motorsport, 17 seconds clear. Mackenzie Cresswell at the conclusion of the race in the Elite McLaren Artura GT4. In 2nd position, it was the Plus Line Racing team. Porsche Cayman, the Pro-Am winning car of Peter Terting. Jamo Hartling, 2nd in Pro, 3rd overall in the SR Motorsport Mercedes. Owen Hizzy in the SVG Ginetta, 2nd in Pro-Am, 4th in the race. 5th place to Cedric Fuchs in the Cayman Trophy car, who was flying. Maximilian Schreier rounding out the Pro podium ahead of Nico Grundel. Baudouin Detu with certainly a busy race in 8th place. Callum Davis in P9. Ravi Ramid for Century Motorsport, an invitational class car, finishing 10th overall. SR Motorsport by Schnitzel-Alms. Luis Sakala in 11th place and 2nd in the Cayman Trophy. Rui Morita in the 32, winning the club class ahead of Thilo Gus of Muka Motorsport. A very compelling GT4 Winter Series race then. As you can see, the prototypes now make their way out onto the circuit. They are up next with their second 50-minute plus 1 lap race of the day, which looks like it could be very interesting. All of the silver and gold drivers are set to take the start in that race, but the podiums are coming up momentarily in the GT4 Winter Series. In fact, they're coming up now. So let's go to Andy McEwen.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, we are just about ready to go here on a slightly soggy podium above the Estoril pit lane. Lots of podiums to get through for our second GT4 race of the weekend. We will begin with Club 2 and our second placed driver, Thilo Goss, who is hiding around the back of the podium. Onto the podium he will go. The team ready to receive his jacket that he's put on. That's a good idea, a jacket with a hood. Definitely called for in these conditions. He will be joined on the podium by the Club 2 class winner, Rui Mirata. Marita even, excuse me. Onto the podium goes Rui to the top step, our race winner in Club 2. The trophy's here to be presented by the GEDLICH Racing staff members. We couldn't find anyone else willing to come and brave the conditions, so the GEDLICH Racing staff are on hand, photographs taken, and a round of applause from the crowd down below who are huddled together for warmth. It is rather chilly out here in the rain at Estoril. A few more photos to be taken and then we'll move on to our next class on the podium. Congratulations once more to the Club 2 podium finishers, Thilo Goss and Rui Mirita. And we move on now to the Cayman Trophy, and it's an SR Motorsport with Schnitzelalm 1-2 once again. In second position, Luisa Carla. Congratulations, Luisa, onto the second step of the podium to be joined by teammate Cedric Fuchs. Congratulations, Cedric. A very strong early start to the day for the SR Motorsport team. Once again, trophies going to the Porsche pair. And handshakes from the GEDLICH staff. Been a strong weekend so far for the rebranded SR Motorsport with Schnitzelalm Racing team, and they'll be hoping for more silverware a little bit later on today. We've got prototypes lining up on the grid, and I can tell you the rain is intensifying, so I think the drivers are quite keen to get back inside. We will, though, usher back outside now our top 3 finishers from the Pro-Am category. In third place in Pro-Am, Nico Grundle. Congratulations, Nico. Third step of the podium for him. Second position for SVG Motorsport after a fantastic start to the race, Owen Hizzy. Well done, Owen. Second place within the Pro-Am category. And our class winner after a brilliant second place finish overall, Peter Turting, who is very, very happy with that. His celebration when he got out of the car was probably the most excitable of all of our podium finishers. A second place finish overall after a storming drive and a late race battle with Jamo Hartling, from which the Porsche Cayman driver emerged on top. Drivers will gather together for photos on the top step of the podium. And congratulations once again to Nico Grundle, Owen Hizzy, and our Pro-Am class winner, Peter Turting. Congratulations then to our Pro-Am top 3. We've got 3 more drivers to welcome onto the podium, and they are our top 3 finishers in the Pro category. And we start with the WNS Motorsport driver, Maximilian Schreier. Third place finish for Max. In second position for SR Motorsport, Jamo Hartling. Well done, Jamo. But the dominant race victory overall and within the Pro class went the way once again of Elite Motorsport, this time in the hands of Mackenzie Creswell, who gets a great reception from the Elite Motorsport team down below and clambers on to the top step of the podium. A brilliant start to the season for Elite Motorsport. Can they do the hat-trick in the longer race later on this afternoon? We will have to wait and see. But so far, things are going perfectly to plan for the Elite squad, come rain or shine. So, as the drivers gather together for their final photographs, the rain intensifying, I'm going to head inside, which is not a luxury, I'm afraid, that can be afforded to Izzy Browning, who I can see sheltering on the grid. We'll join her shortly for Prototype Winter Series.
I can tell you that it is even more wet than the first race. I've been using my notes to shelter myself, and I can tell you that the drivers are definitely not going to want to speak to us because they get the luxury of being inside a car. I do not. I think this is going to be a very quick grid walk, but we will just run you through very quickly. So we have got pole position, Danny Soufi. Once again, of course, he won yesterday. Can he do it again? I think he might be challenged a bit more, if not by the other drivers, by the conditions today. And then, of course, we have got Lawrence Herr as well on the front row, who is opening the door for me. So maybe I will get to chat to a driver. Lawrence, thank you very much for opening the door. Great to see you. Tricky conditions, but you're one of our most experienced drivers, so you should be fine out there.
Yeah, as you said, the rain is increasing right now quite a lot. There's a lot of water on track, but let's see. We have a good race director, so he will take good choices.
All right, well, we wish you best of luck. Thank you so much for speaking to us. We'll come out of the car just so he doesn't get too damp in there. Lots of electricals in there that I wouldn't want to get any water on them. We will continue back to the next row of the grid. We have got the number 12 car of Matthias Bjerre Jakobsen. He actually won a shootout for that seat. So this will be his second race in an LMP3 car. And a second race, this is somewhat a baptism of fire with these conditions. But we will hope to see some great racing. I'm sure they will give us some great racing. And then the number 87, David Drew, will be starting in that car. And the race director has very kindly just let me know that they will start behind the safety car. So thank you very much for keeping me updated. And we will get ourselves off the grid now whilst they start behind the safety car. As I've just said, enjoy this race.
So then, as we heard from Izzy down on the grid a few moments ago, we're expecting this race to start under safety car, the prototype Winter Series in conditions that, as I remarked to Andy McEwen a few moments ago, gives me a little bit of deja vu because I was here for day one last year. Danny Soufi is on pole position for this race in the Conrad Motorsport Ligier JSP 320. Lawrence Herr, who very kindly volunteered to speak to Izzy on the grid, lines up second in the field alongside John Brownson, of course, sharing that car. Matthias Bjerre Jakobsen, the Danish young talent, he starts from third position alongside David Drew in fourth place for CLX Motorsport. Pierre Caffer in the 64 car. He'll be looking to make up places rather than just unlapping himself today, and he'll be hoping to avoid spins along the way. Philip Lindberg in the high-class racing Ligier rounds out the order in sixth position. We understand the race will begin under safety car. There was previously going to be 2 formation laps in this race anyway, but I believe the clock should start ticking down as soon as these cars begin to roll. Danny Soufi, I think, will be looking out of his windscreen and thinking, yeah, no, I remember this scenario. If you weren't with us last year, it was a collision between himself and Sandra Holtzum on the way down to the first corner. Just got caught out aquaplaning in his first race of the season. Of course, yesterday, race 1 in drastically different conditions, bright and perfect sunshine, and it was pretty much a perfect performance for Danny Soufi. Now, these are getting to the kind of conditions where our race director Werner Eichinger might decide discretion is the better part of valor. I think we're a matter of a few percentiles away from him maybe saying no. One bonus, with no disrespect to anyone else on the grid, is the fact that everyone out there on the circuit is a relatively experienced silver or gold driver for this first phase of the race. So that does somewhat help Werner with decision-making potentially, but we are going to have to wait and see and bide our time here as to whether we get to go green flag racing. All that said, if we do, with the caliber of drivers that we have in these cars, yes, there are only 6. Anyone who's played Gran Turismo knows that's enough for a fun race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday's race was really good fun, actually, and a lot of the fun came from this particular group of drivers, really. The drivers that jumped in, at least in the 2 driver cars anyway, after the pit stops, because there was a bit of a disparity in pace between a few of them. The pit stops themselves sort of mixed the field up a little bit, and yeah, they did a very interesting second half of the race. Now, with this change of conditions, who knows what's going to happen? We saw already in the GT4 race earlier on that setup is key. Cars that were quick yesterday aren't necessarily going to be quick today. So yeah, not entirely sure what's going to happen here. They will give it a few laps here, I'm sure, just to figure out the conditions. Of course, of all of the classes, it's the prototype series that are going to be the most concerned about the standing water. These are the cars most prone to aquaplaning, as Danny Sufi is painfully aware, and they will want to make absolutely sure that the racetrack is raceable. In fairness though, Adam, I'm not seeing too much in the way of standing water. There are puddles, but they don't look completely unmanageable to me, although that's easy for us to say, I suppose, sat from the comfort of a warm, dry commentary box.
Yeah, we're not there yet, but we're getting closer. But for now, it looks like it might be just about okay for drivers of this caliber, and indeed for cars of this level. Of course, that downforce that an LMP3 car typically utilises, well, that's not going to be so much as a factor. It's going to be all about mechanical grip in these conditions. Clock is ticking on this 50 minutes plus 1 lap race now, so we will wait with bated breath to see what is going on here regarding the beginning of the green flag portion of our race. Diogo Ferral, part of the Race Ready organisation who supports GEDLICH here in the Winter Series paddock, saying that it would be a 2x2 start, which is bold, but a few laps under the safety car before the race director feels safe to allow the race to begin. So I think it is a matter of just making sure everyone is acutely aware of the conditions, making sure the conditions don't fall off a cliff, as it were, and seeing what we can do from here. Fabulous thundering sound from the cars as they come past our position. Danny Sufi just focusing in, locking in, trying to, I guess, go through the scenarios. You can't allow yourself to drift away too much, of course, in this kind of car, in these kind of conditions, even when you're being led by a Kia Ceed Estate. But he will be thinking to himself, right, Lawrence Herr behind me. That's interesting. Those two have come to, well, not blows, but they've had a couple of battles in the Prototype Win Series previous. Then you've got the X factor of Matthias Bier-Jakobsen, the 18-year-old who is here by dint of winning his team Racing Experiences shootout program towards the end of 2024. Then you've got David Drew, who has raced LMP3 cars since the inception of the category back in 2015. Pierre Caffer, whose resume needs very little introduction, a 2019 Nürburgring 24-hour overall winner, class winner a decade prior to that at the Le Mans 24 Hours, to give you just the broadest strokes of a tenure in motor racing that's gone over 25 years. And then Philip Lindbergh will be looking to improve upon his result, 4th place in the race yesterday. It's a very intriguing grid, and if you're Danny Sufi at the front, you'll be very aware that any, and in fact multiple, of the drivers behind you are qualified to challenge you, and they will.
Well, he was not the fastest man on track, was he, through the majority of that second half of the race yesterday? So he will be very aware of that. His best lap time yesterday, a 1:34.0, was half a second slower than the fastest lap that Lawrence Herr was able to produce, a 33.5. It was 9/10 slower than anything that David Drew did in the CLX Motorsport number 87 car. He was also slower than the Racing Experience number 12 machine. In fact, it's a rather strange statistic this, but the race winner set the 5th slowest fastest lap of the race. There were only 6 cars in the race, so only one driver or one car in the end was slower than him, that being Philip Lindbergh in the high-class racing car, and yet he built up such a lead, Danny Soufi, in the first part of the race that didn't ultimately matter. He, of course, doesn't have that luxury now. He's starting the race alongside all of those drivers who were really a thorn in his side yesterday.
People seem to be angling for a 2x2 start that isn't happening here, so hopefully everyone gets the message that we're not doing it yet. Now, to counter that point regarding lap times from yesterday, of course, Danny Soufi, when he came into European prototype racing in 2022 in the Prototype Cup Germany, it was a huge leap from anything he'd done previously. But what had he done previously? Well, he'd done some Mazda Miata racing, MX-5 racing to you and me. He had done some amateur level endurance races in the United States. But what else had he done? He'd been drifting high-powered Corvettes to quite a good standard in Texas and surrounding states, and I can tell you from personal experience, I've seen him use that car control bag on several occasions previous in LMP3 cars too. If anyone is going to be able to push the limits, lean into the edge of control, it will be Danny Soufi, and he might have to do that in just a few moments because the safety car is in this lap, according to a bulletin on our timing screen. So 3 laps apparently is enough for our drivers, and I was somewhat concerned that we weren't going to get action out of these cars in the Prototype Winter Series, but in but a few moments, the bottle will be uncorked.
It may have stopped raining, Adam. I can't see a lot of precipitation out of the window, so perhaps conditions not getting any worse right now, at least at our part of the track, and they'll clear more water the faster they're going. So there is some logic to this, I suppose. It will be a bit of a tentative run through the first few corners, I'm sure, but yeah, Danny Soufi at the front of the pack knows what he has to try and do, and that is to get through the first corner in the lead. Of course, Gemma Hartling had that job in the GT4 race earlier on, wasn't quite able to do it, so starting on pole in the wet doesn't guarantee you good track position once things shake out through the first few corners, and Lawrence Herr will know because he had the raw pace advantage yesterday over Danny Soufi. He'll want to try and get into that clean air and maximise it in the first part of the race, so that in the second half of the race they perhaps have an opportunity to grab a win. It's going to be an intriguing 41 minutes or so of racing, this.
Very intriguing. As I said on the podium yesterday, as I said at the top of this segment of the day today, all silver and gold drivers here at the front, all drivers with resumes that point to being able to handle these types of conditions, and some X factors in there as well. Danny Soufi, our reigning Prototype Winter Series champion for Conrad Motorsport, is going to have to deal with Lawrence Herr from DKR Engineering, who gets loose there trying to get the power down out of the final corner. We are underway with green flag conditions in the Prototype Winter Series. 41 minutes of the race remain. Pit window is 20 to 30 minutes into the race, so if you're not liking these conditions, you can get out in 10 minutes. Here comes David Drew to the inside of Matthias Björn Jakobsen. Jakobsen, of course, very new to this car. I don't think he's done much, if any, driving in the car in the rain, so perhaps not a surprise that David Drew, a multi-time LMP3 champion across a couple of different series, gets by fairly early doors.
Yeah, David Drew was the fastest man on the track yesterday as well, so if he can translate that into the wet conditions, you can expect him to bridge that gap to the leading 2 fairly rapidly. Uphill they will head then through the left-hander at Curva VIP towards the kink at turn number 5, which in these conditions becomes a bit more of a challenge than it was yesterday. Also a challenge is visibility if you are anyone other than Danny Soufi. A wall of spray greets Lawrence Herr as he drops down into the parabolic interior. The top 2 then with a bit of a jump here initially. David Drew, of course, up into 3rd place, just trying to bed himself in, see if he is on their sort of pace once things settle down. But Soufi, so far, certainly not getting away.
By no means, yeah. DKR Engineering's Lawrence Herr will be watching on, looking for mistakes just like that. Of course, you typically want to give the traditional Apex a wide berth, but that little kink going into Gancho isn't really one of the places where you need to avoid. That was just a hiccup there for Danny Sufi, and realistically, in these carbon fiber prototypes, everyone, including Sufi and Lawrence Herr, is going to have those crossed up moments. It is all about surviving them. You can't really avoid them.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them struggling to get the car into turn 12 there before the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Across the line they go then. What is the gap? It is, as they cross the line, 1.7 seconds. So it grew by a second, but half of that second was in the final sector, where I think Lawrence Herr's moments were slightly more costly than Danny Sufi's. Behind them, David drew a 59.7, so not on their pace as of yet. These two then with a bit of a margin. Drew third, Jakobsen in fourth, Pierre Caffer still fifth position, but right behind Jakobsen. So that is going to be the battle, I think, to focus on, isn't it? Fourth position at the moment. The number 12 machine with Pierre Caffer right behind. Pierre was going great guns in his stint yesterday, and a man with more experience, I think it's safe to say, than anyone else on the grid. We would expect to acclimatise to the conditions pretty quickly.
Yeah, here is this battle for fourth place then through shot. Jakobsen and Caffer fighting it out for P4. Again, as you alluded to, very differing levels of experience between these two. Pierre Caffer first getting involved with racing at the tail end of the 1990s. Well, in fact, it's not even the tail end, the middle part, if you wouldn't mind me saying. Really exciting driver over the years, but actually just backing off there from Matthias Bjerre-Jakobsen. Jakobsen maybe being a little bit more brave. Caffer struggling a little bit. Now, I was talking to Danny Sufi yesterday, and he's, alluded to the fact that much like in GT3 racing, a lot of the drivers either straight up don't use the traction control or use it to a very minimal degree. In GT3 you typically do lean on it a bit more because it is a more sophisticated system. In these cars, he says, it really slows you down more than anything. I suspect even these seasoned pros may have dialed it up a couple of wicks in these conditions.
Yeah, you could afford to give away a tenth or so to traction control jumping in, can't you, if it's going to save you from spinning, which I think is probably going to be the case. Danny Sufi, a fastest lap of the race. Interesting, I was watching the sectors whilst you were talking there, and of course hanging on your every word at the same time, Adam, of course, but I was watching the sector times. Purple first sector for Sufi, purple second sector for Lawrence Herr. They were pretty much level, actually, at that point, as far as time gained and lost, but then sector 3 continues to be where Sufi is really strong. Took a chunk of time out of Lawrence Herr through those final few corners, so the really technical bit at the end of the lap, Danny Sufi's car is running well. Briefly, was Jakobsen in the Racing Experience car. Pierre Caffer doing his best to stay with him, but of course on the previous lap, as we were saying, Caffer dropping actually 2.3 seconds. Sufi, though, drops down into the Parabolica interior, and that is an ever-widening margin now, isn't it? Back to second place.
It is, yeah, 2.1 at the line, but that will no doubt have gone up already as the DKR Engineering car falls back slightly. Lawrence Herr matching the team's best result with a second place within the Prototype Win Series, of course, yesterday. They're yet to win in this series. I think he and John Brownson would love to do that, but Brownson, of course, the bronze driver in the equation of that lineup, he may have something to say about these conditions, but of course he will also have a shorter pit stop. The pit stop handicap system that kind of allows for some rather interesting scenarios to play out during these races. For Danny Sufi, he's going to be stuck in the pit lane for over 2.5 minutes, 158 seconds, whereas the car in second place is going to be in the pits for just 129 seconds from pit in to pit out. So Brownson would have a margin, potentially, at the front if all things shake out in his favour. It would be hard to try and maintain it, mind you, but he does potentially come in with an advantage to his stint of the race. Also a 96-second pit stop would come if you had a bronze driver. Sadly, we don't have an all-bronze lineup this time, but in these conditions, that would be a huge leg up. But as it stands, yes, first and second places with some 30 seconds differential as to how long they need to be in pit road.
And you would imagine, wouldn't you, that DKR Engineering will leave their pit stop as late as possible, give Lawrence Herr as long a stint as possible to try and keep then Brownson with a big lead. The longer they keep Lawrence Herr in the car, the bigger the lead will be for Brownson after the stops, and the less time Danny Sufi will have to try and close in on him. So this will be an interesting sort of cat and mouse game, won't it? Lawrence Herr, having established, I think at this point he might not be able to go up and pass Danny Sufi. His job is just to stay as close as he possibly can, give John Brownson the best opportunity to have a big lead, and perhaps a short stint in which to try and defend it, and then it's down to Danny Sufi really to do the chasing. So this is the calm before the storm, you feel, in this race.
Yes, I tend to agree with you on that front. Of course, Sufi, now seeing that he is able to just slightly gap Lawrence, he'll be very disappointed that he lost the first 9 minutes of the race distance, because he would put himself, well, a net slightly closer to the rear of John Brownson had he had the full first phase of the race prior to the pit stops. But that is not the way it's shaken out. The gap between the two of them has actually shrunk a little bit there. 2.7 seconds, a 1:53.1 last time by for Lawrence Herr. He sets the fastest lap of the race, just finding his feet. But as he starts to break from a walk into a less tentative run, maybe he can close in.
It continues, though, to be the third and final sector that Danny Sufi has the advantage in. When they went into the final sector, Lawrence Herr was about 4/10 quicker than Danny so far on that lap, and then that halved through the final part of the lap. So something that Danny Sufi is doing, or that his car is allowing him to do maybe in the final sector, is just not matchable if you are Lawrence Herr, but he's doing a reasonably good job of staying there. We now have a fastest first sector for Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. Not doing badly for his first wet race in the car, and yeah, fourth position. He's 8.2 seconds behind David Drew, but half a second faster than David on that previous lap.
Yeah, that's interesting. Jacobsen learning quickly then, which of course you would rather expect him to do. A shootout winner typically is going to be the kind of driver that learns quickly, which is one of the beauties of running a setup like that to gain a race seat. Lawrence Herr heading through the Gancho chicane once again. How was that second sector? It was half a second quicker than Danny Sufi, so that gap is shrinking. Meanwhile, Pierre Caffer has company there. It's Jacobsen, which means Jacobsen must have made an error, because there were 7 seconds between them at the start of the lap. Jacobsen now then under pressure from Pierre Caffer for fourth position. The M Racing car, Ivan Muller and Jan Erlacher's team, driven by Pierre Caffer, chasing down the Racing Experience car in fourth place. Racing Experience, formerly run by the Hauser family, informally by their dog Simba, who is a great race engineer in his own right. He has 4-paw drive. I'm sure Jacobsen wished he did too.
Indeed so. He dropped about 8 seconds in the middle sector, so that's an off-track, isn't he? He's been exploring a gravel trap. So in fact, we might have an answer momentarily. Let's get them through turn 1 first and see whether Pierre Caffer is close enough to attack. Now, I don't really think he is. So yeah, it will be still Jacobsen hanging on for now, but let's see if we can piece together where 8 seconds evaporated for Matthias on the previous lap. That's where. That's the gravel trap, I think, at the Parabolica interior, which was probably the corner that caught the most drivers out in the GT4 race earlier on today. He bounced his way through the gravel. Thankfully, in the wet, the gravel compacts, so the car doesn't get stuck, and he just about got back on the road in front of Pierre Caffer.
Yeah, by the finest of margins. They're side by side out of Curva VIP, and Caffer having a good scrap here with Jacobsen now. Jacobsen, who maybe is a couple of percent more tentative now that the conditions have bitten him for the first time in the race. But Lawrence Herr, who I was about to say just set the fastest lap of the race, has found himself in the gravel trap. and that is an unfortunate conclusion to potentially his stint in the race. I believe that might be down at Orella. In fact, no, it's just going into Gancho. So turn 8, unfortunately. And as we alluded to earlier on, that's not one of the more extreme corners on the circuit, but maybe got caught out on the paint. But the safety car is out regardless. So the safety car comes out. Now, the safety car comes out during the pit window, which is interesting. There is a provision in the regulations to run full course yellow during the window to make sure things don't get jumbled up too much, but we are under safety car, and it of course makes perfect sense for us to be under safety car in conditions such as these. So no qualms with a car stranded there in these conditions with going safety car, but that does open up some possibilities. Pit window closed. It comes up on the screen as I start saying this. Pierre Caffer and M Racing are in, and if they make their driver change now, what happens?
Well, they were in the pit lane, Adam, before that message appeared, which will be their argument.
You saw it too.
I'm sure. So I think they will probably, well, they are going ahead with a driver change, and they're going to argue the case later, I think, aren't they? But they were, I'm pretty certain, in the pit lane before that message appeared. So they possibly have played this pretty well. The real beneficiary here, though, is Danny Sufi, isn't it? Because that 30 seconds or so extra that he's going to have to spend in the pit lane will be negated slightly. Back out goes
Caffer. They didn't change.
Right, okay. Yeah, because that was quick, wasn't it? It was too
very
quick. So that has cost them slightly, although not really, because he was fourth anyway. He will be fifth now, but yeah, that car will be back into the pit lane. But yeah, Danny Sufi, I think, will be pretty satisfied with this, really. Okay, he will have to wait until after the pit stop. The safety car has returned to the pit lane to make his stop, but everyone's going to be an awful lot closer together than they would have otherwise been. Right, let's see if we can figure out what happened here to Lawrence Herr. He had just set an outright fastest first sector off the back of an outright fastest lap. Is it the curb? Possibly the painted white line, but he was right to the edge of the road. The rear of the car broke traction, and from there, I'm afraid, Lawrence was a passenger.
Yeah, there was little hope from that point on, unfortunately, but that has brought out our first safety car of the weekend in the Winter Series opener at Estoril. In these kind of conditions, we knew the Kia would see some use, and some use it has. Now, why am I making a big deal about the branding of our safety car? Well, it's because we had some rather spectacular safety cars last year. Many of you will have seen the prototype Winter Series in the context of a widely circulated clip of a Fiat Panda leading the field last year at Motorland Aragon, and the Mondeos and Kias of Estoril are up there in my estimation as well, especially the dad spec 2001 Mondeo.
Yes.
That they tend to lead the formation laps with. Danny Sufi then, as you said, now in a point of stasis, and we'll have to just sit here and wait to see what comes next. I think the conditions haven't gotten any worse, so I would think that there's no reason not to go green again. And of course, once it does go green, I reckon we're going to be doing the pit lane scramble.
Yes. Now, when will the pit lane reopen? Will it be upon the restart? In other words, can they anticipate and pit with the safety car, or do they have to do another lap? The sensible approach would be to have them do another lap, I would say, but we'll see what race control decides on that one. But yeah, they won't be hanging around in getting into the pit lane, will they? This is good news. Lawrence Herr's car already out of the gravel trap. There's no damage to it, so he can probably drive it back to the pit lane under his own steam to further speed the process up, which is exactly what he'll do. He'll dump a nice load of gravel right on the racing line into the Gancho chicane. I'm sure his fellow racers will thank him for that. And to the pit lane he heads.
And I think there were sparks in addition to gravel there. It looked like it was riding low on the left-hand side of the car, unfortunately. So perhaps a little bit of dislodged carbon fibre causing issues for him there. So then, Sufi will see a bulletin, or hear a bulletin now, and it's one he might not like. Safety car in this lap. Now, I believe the window remains at 10 minutes, and of course this swings in favour of the teams who have a bronze driver coming up next with shorter pit stops. One of them would have been Lawrence Herr, except of course he is now a lap down, having got the car going again, and in fact he has powered by. He didn't go into the pit lane, so he has continued on his merry way, albeit he is down a lap. But for the likes of CLX Motorsport, for racing experience and M Racing, all of whom have bronzes to switch to and are still on the lead lap, they could pose significant concern for Danny Soufi should they elect to make their pit stop at the end of the 10-minute window, which you'd think they will.
Yeah, that's true, actually, and they're a bit closer to him now than they were, so I think I may have got that wrong earlier when I said this was good news for Danny Soufi. I think the exact opposite may be true. David Drew is keen to get on with this, isn't he? Pulling some Max Verstappen tactics here as we build up towards the restart, pulling alongside Danny Soufi to try and distract or intimidate the race leader, maybe. But Danny Soufi, who's led almost every lap so far this weekend, won't be easily shaken. He accelerates off the last corner. David Drew, though, has had a much better run off the final turn, and I think may here be sizing up for a move down towards the first corner. He pulls into the slipstream. Danny Soufi immediately has to pull to the inside to cover, and David Drew sees his opportunity, goes to the outside, late on the brakes. The car squirming around through the standing water, doesn't quite have the space to make the move stick, but already giving Danny Soufi plenty to think about.
Yeah, Danny's going to have to be driving through the mirrors and indeed the little screen up on top of his position. 10-minute window is confirmed, so no adjustment there, which means, in theory, a bronze driver would only need to do about 14 minutes of this race. As we see David Drew to the inside there of Danny Soufi. He'll struggle for traction there. Soufi gets the car out of the turn, but David Drew, I think, you know, he had the first phase of the race to settle into the car in these conditions. Again, he's been racing LMP3s for 10 years and winning championships along the way, of course, as has Soufi here in the Prototype Winter Series, but this is going to be a very compelling scrap, and it's one that will probably continue on for the next few laps. I do wonder, though, if Conrad may elect to bring Soufi in now so he doesn't have to do all of this defending.
Yeah, possibly, although whilst he's defending, he is at least sort of stunting the progress that David Drew could be making in clean air, and that's what he wants to avoid. He does not want that 87 car to have a big lead, particularly after the pit stops are done. Again, it will be a 129-second pit stop for the CLX Motorsport car that's in second place. Quentin Joseph to take over for the second part of the race, so that is a 29-second shorter pit stop than for the race leader. So at the moment, at least, all things being equal, they would come out of the pit lane about that distance apart. And in fact, they're both pitting at the same time. No, they're not. So Soufi in, and David Drew, I think just pulling off the racing line there, for whatever reason, does not choose to pit. So leader in, but David Drew continues and is now in clean air. I expect him to extend now for the reasons you mentioned, but also because he's got no traffic for as long as he possibly can.
Absolutely. Pierre Caffer then up to second place. He's ahead of Matthias Beer-Jakobsen now. So Caffer on the move as Conrad Motorsport launches into action, adjusting tyre pressures and doing a few adjustments on the car prior to sending it back out there. They've got the best part of 2 minutes and 40 seconds to do so, of course. So time firmly on their side as Caffer still being pursued here by Beer-Jakobsen. Now, is that a yellow flashing there at Curve VIP? Now, there's only one car ahead of them, and it was the leader. CLX Motorsports' David Drew has gone gravel trapping, and Pierre Caffer, from running a lap down and last yesterday, inherits the lead of the race.
And he's already made a pit stop as well, Pierre Caffer. Obviously has to pit again, but he lost time there, in theory, in track position by pitting when he shouldn't have done, and still finds himself in the lead of the race with another pit stop to be made, of course. So Pierre Caffer then ahead of a bit of a revelation in this race for me, I would say, in Matthias Beer-Jakobsen, who has really, really impressed, and he is now hounding the most experienced driver on the grid. I wouldn't recommend taking that line into turn 8, though, Matthias. That's right up over the curb on the left-hand side of road, but a really impressive drive this from the driver of car number 12, and Pierre Caffer, he'll be happy to be in the lead, but Jakobsen in second, I think he can be pretty satisfied too.
Yeah, this is a great performance from Jakobsen. Pierre Caffer leading the way, though, ahead of the Racing Experience Duquesne. David Drew will be rather frustrated with himself there. And Quinton Joseph, or Quentin Joseph, as his mum would call him, and I kind of want to as well, it sounds cooler. He will be waiting, of course, in the CLX pit, ready to take over, and he has done very little racing in general. He has done a couple of meetings in LMP3s. He did some mid-jet races, only cameo appearances, though, really, in mid-jet racing prior to that. So the racing experience is fairly limited for Joseph. He's going to be... I imagine experiencing something rather new to him in terms of these conditions and this track.
There is John, no, not John Rousel, sorry, that's David Drew, recovering from his gravelly excursion just under a lap ago, heading in towards the scene of the crime. Don't know what he did to get there previously, but manages to avoid a repeat of that fate again. So we've now got a situation where the top three drivers are actually covered by less than 5 seconds, which is all pretty close. Of course, it will change slightly once the pit stops start to happen, but pretty competitive at the front of the field. Danny Sufi, of course, is still stuck in the pit lane, so Danny Sufi going nowhere anytime soon with a long pit stop, the longest pit stop really now of certainly the front-running cars. Jakobsen there turns through the right-hander at Orelha at turn 7 towards turn 8, which caught out earlier on. Lawrence Hurt, having now handed over that car as well. Lawrence Hurt, there he is, that car, in fact, car number 3. John Brownson at the wheel, heading down towards turn number 1. So, interesting part of the race this, pretty close at the front, pit stops to come. And how far back, I guess, will Danny Sufi be? That is the big question.
So about halfway through the pit window, which will end at 10:46 a.m. local time. We're just approaching 10:42 as we speak. So I think these drivers could do 2 more rotations of the Circuito Estoril before being forced to hand over, or indeed simply make their mandatory stop. Although I believe, well, only one of our solo drivers, this man, Danny Sufi, has already made his mandatory stop by the looks of it. Sufi continuing on his way, and of course in these conditions I think being a solo driver even more advantageous than it sometimes is. Having a first-hand experience of exactly what the track is doing is always useful, but in these kind of conditions it becomes invaluable.
Yeah, indeed so. I think that is a definite advantage for Sufi. Drops down into the first corner then, back up to speed already. And in fact, his 3rd sector on that was his personal best. He's certainly pushing, isn't he? The car was getting very squirrely there on acceleration off the first corner. And Danny just needs to try and keep cool here. We know that he should now be the fastest man on track, really, once the pit stops are all done. Just needs to utilise that performance to try and close in. But of course, he's not only going to have to catch Adam, but he will have some overtaking to do more than likely if he wants to win this race once all is said and done with the stops. And that won't be the easiest of things to do in these conditions.
It's fast and furious Texas drift from the sometimes Austin-based driver as he continues on in what should be the net race lead, but we'll have to see. Well, it won't be actually, of course, with the pit handicaps. I forget myself. He is going to have a lot of work to do in the second phase of this race because, of course, Kaffer, Jakobsen, David Drew, they're all handing over to bronze drivers. And their pit stop times are 129 seconds apiece and 127 actually for the Racing Experience car because it's silver bronze rather than gold bronze. And it is Bia Jakobsen, I think, there that was just coming in. I think Racing Experience saying, not sure you're quite going to get 1 lap in. They would have just about, and in fact Pierre Kaffer doing the same thing as well. David Drew and CLX opting to push that envelope as far as they can. So long as the lap is clean, they will be in before the clock hits 46, so they will be okay. Leah Mauer and the team spring into action to uninstall Matthias Bier Jakobsen and install Wolfgang Peyer. Of course, Leah Mauer was competing with us in the prototype Winter Series last year. She's at the left side of the car at the moment, belting in Wolfgang Peyer, who, for him, this won't be too much of an adventure, because, again, he's done Dakar. What's a damp racing circuit to a man like that? But nonetheless, he will have to be very careful, I imagine, on those early laps.
Indeed, he will. So, Danny Sufi has gone past those cars in the pit lane, but of course that's only to unlap himself, so it'll be a little while before this all shakes out properly. He has at least got some clean air though, no one in his way really. He's also just set the fastest lap of the race, a 150.8. The conditions are, I would say, noticeably better now. Far less standing water. I don't think it's rained for a little while, not heavily at least. So conditions starting to come to the drivers, and we should therefore start to see some improvements in lap time, certainly from Sufi in this second half of the race, and that's exactly what he will need if he's going to go on to claim the double race victory here at Estoril. Also good news really for some of the sort of bronze category drivers maybe that are getting in for the second half of the race, a slightly more favourable racetrack that will greet them.
Now here's the moment of truth as these three cars with very similar pit deltas all leave their boxes. It looks like Wolfgang Peyer might have the slip on everybody else. The doors are still open on the Pierre Caffer car, which rather implies they've got a ways to go yet. Now that, for both cars, no, not for both cars, because the other one's high-class racing, but certainly for that Ligier, that's a long stop. There's only 2 seconds between the racing experience pit stop and the pit stop handicap for M Racing. So that seems inordinate. I don't know who's right and who's wrong. Meanwhile, David Drew is getting himself into the, or rather getting himself out of the Cool Racing / CLX Motorsport car. Quentin Joseph at the wheel now, and we'll see how he shakes out. Of course, he's a lap ahead of any of these others as he gets himself ready to go, pushing right to the end of the window there. Just 13 minutes left to go then as Danny Sufi continues to explore the limits of traction, but what we need to see now is how this is all going to shake out. For my money, it is going to be Wolfgang Peyer in the lead for now.
Yeah, this seems about right, because Peyer is heading towards turn 7 as Sufi heads into turn 6. It's, about, if anything else, a smaller gap than I anticipated between the two of them. They're on the same lap, aren't they? So yeah, I don't think the Racing Experience team have gone too soon there. Although what the delay was for the other car, I'm not really sure. Anyway, Danny Sufi will almost, at certain parts of the track, be able to see the car that he is chasing. The number 12 machine just heading through the Gancho chicane, I can see on the live tracker. Out of the pit lane then heads the number 64 machine. So Michael Doppermeyer at the wheel after, yeah, a strangely lengthy stop, almost a full lap longer in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a question mark and a half, that is. Nonetheless, it is Wolfgang Peyer who leads, but he won't be leading by much. I suspect that Danny Sufi is homing in on him at a rate of knots at the moment. In fact, there they are at the far end of screen, but coming out ahead of both of them into what will be the lead is Quentin Joseph. So CLX Motorsport inherit the race lead, and here goes the move for second place. Danny Sufi gets past Wolfgang Peyer, and he needs to now go hunting for Quentin Joseph. And the question mark really from here is, how's Quentin doing in this first lap in these conditions that he has hitherto not experienced?
I don't know whether Wolfgang Peyer went off at the kink at turn 8 on that lap. I was watching him on the live tracker, and the car seemed to stop for quite a few seconds at turn 8, and it did lose about 10 or 12 seconds in the middle sector, so that would perhaps make some sense. He is tippy-toeing his way around there, isn't he, Wolfgang Peyer, as he tries to feel out the conditions. Danny Sufi, though, now has his target almost in his sights. Fair gap, that is, though. With only 11 minutes plus 1 lap to go, is Danny Sufi going to be able to get there? We'll let Quentin Joseph get through to the end of this lap, and then we'll start to be able to monitor his sector and lap times. But, well, there he is, and I don't think he's going quite as quickly as Danny Sufi.
Absolutely not. Quentin Joseph, our race leader then. Did we have a car off there in the foreground of that shot as well? Maybe we did. We could have just been some service vehicles at that particular camera angle, actually. Quentin Joseph is leading, but I suspect we may even see an exact replica of what we saw a lap ago, because look at the rate of knots Danny Sufi is closing as they go through the final few corners of the lap. It may once again be a move into turn 1 for Danny Sufi. The handicap has given him some work to do, but it's work that he's taking on with a smile and a wave as he goes past Quentin Joseph to take the lead back once again. The defending champ with the #1 is back in P1 once more. And for Quentin Joseph, the mission is now to extend the advantage over Wolfgang Peyer. And there's also the question mark of where Philip Lindberg is going to end up. Of course, he and Sufi, the only two silver-rated drivers on the circuit right now. Lindberg was struggling a bit yesterday. Didn't look like he was fully in the groove in this race in the first phase earlier on, but you would think Lindberg will do some closing. In fact, he was 5 seconds faster than Wolfgang Peyer through the middle sector of the lap they're currently on.
Trouble is, he's half a lap behind him. He's just crossed the line now, has Philip Lindberg, 26.5 seconds adrift of Wolfgang Peyer. He was, though, 12 seconds faster on that lap, so that is doable. You've got to sort of recalibrate your brain now, haven't you? A 26-second gap is actually very closable over the course of 9 minutes in this particular situation. So Danny Sufi then with the advantage, Quentin Joseph second, Wolfgang Peyer in third. There is Philip Lindberg in fourth position, and yeah, he probably does have time to catch Wolfgang Peyer. What pace has Quentin Joseph got, I wonder? We'll have to wait until he finishes this lap. But in the first sector, he was 9/10 slower than Lindberg. Lindberg will need more than that to have any chance of breaking into the top two. But a podium should still be on the cards.
Very much looks like that is in the cards for this one for high-class racing. Danish team, Danish driver at the helm, the former TCR Denmark racer who's moving into P3's proper race cars, as he called them yesterday, for the first time this weekend. Did struggle a little bit. I think the car in general was having a couple of issues and hiccups yesterday, but they are on the move in this race. And Peyer, I think I can just hear his car exiting Gancho as this one came into shot, actually. So that 26 seconds, I think, is going to be in the very low teens by the time they cross the line once again. Wolfgang Peyer being very careful, being very reserved. Wolfgang has had some success, came runner-up in the trophy class of Prototype Cup Germany in 2023 with racing experience. But, of course, part of his racing experience is knowing not to take undue risk.
Indeed so. Well, the gap came down by 9 seconds there or thereabouts that lap, so 17.7. There is Danny Sufi, meanwhile, lapping John Brownson in the #3 car that in the early part of the race was the big threat, it seemed, to Conrad Motorsport, but things haven't quite panned out the way that DKR Engineering would have liked. So John Brownson then slips another lap down. Of course, that's the car that Lawrence Herr spun into the gravel trap at this next corner, the kink at turn 8 before the Gancho chicane. Danny Sufi, who's been giving that apex curb there a wide berth all race long, and I've questioned that earlier in the race, but he hasn't put a foot wrong, really, has he, so far? So I think he probably knows what he's doing. 6 3/4 minutes plus a lap to go, and ever-extending margin now back to Quentin Joseph in second position. It is all coming up roses for Danny Sufi once again. I didn't anticipate, actually, race 2 was going to be such a walk in the park for him yesterday, but the conditions and other events have certainly played into his favour, and he has been the wet weather maestro.
Yeah, Sufi is very good in the rain, and we have seen his performances in the Prototype Winter Series previously, of course, yield that championship in 2024. Conrad didn't win the team's title in 2024 because there were some teams in stronger numbers than them. But they will be looking to add that accolade to the 2025 trophy cabinet if they possibly can. Danny Sufi currently well on the way to setting them up nicely for the season to come. Of course, we are racing again next weekend with the Prototype Winter Series at Portimao, the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. And we then take a break. We're not at Valencia with the prototypes because the Asian Le Mans Series is reaching its conclusion during February. And of course, there is an amount of crossover there between the personnel, both driver and garage. But then, of course, they rejoin the Winter Series package for Aragon and Barcelona in the closing phase of the season. There is Mikael Doppelmayr, who looked like he was being very steady. Meanwhile, Wolfgang Payet has had a spin.
Yes, I think we just caught him recovering from that spin, didn't we, coming out of turn number 2. And that means that Philip Lindberg, who was 7.9 seconds behind him at the start of the lap, is now about 7.9 car lengths behind him as they exit the fourth corner at Curve of VIP. Maybe less than that, actually, because the gap is coming down visibly corner by corner. Of course, Payet, having had a spin, may have dirt on his tyres, may have lost some confidence as well. Philip Lindberg, I think, will see a reasonably easy opportunity here to slip to the inside into the Parabolica interior, and does now claim third place for himself. So it was made a little bit easier for Philip than it looked like it was going to be, with Wolfgang Payet making some sort of an error, but there's no major damage, I don't think, to the number 12 car, and he should be relatively safe in fourth place. Oh, he says.
Well done, first of the season.
Sorry, Wolfgang.
Now, is that car beached on the curb? I don't think it should be, but he is.
Has he stalled it?
Yeah, that is the other question. There is not. Is there traffic coming up? No, he's got a good half lap or so before the cars come by, so he's just trying to get it underway.
I think he'd spun to the inside of the track.
Yes.
It was hard to see from this angle, so he was trying to find reverse. Not the easiest thing to do normally in a racing gearbox, particularly when it's quite warm at the end of the race. So I think he was just finding reverse and executing a bit of a three-point turn. But his second moment of the lap, not an ideal way to finish the race for Wolfgang, unfortunately.
Certainly not, but a fourth place finish all the same. Of course, valuable points. We know these guys are in for the full season, so just getting to the flag in conditions like these will be a good achievement. He's well clear of Mikael Doppelmayr in fifth, so he should be relatively safe. So long as he takes the, let's call it data that he just picked up and applies it to get to the flag.
Indeed. So, Danny Soufi gathering data as well. He has clearly found a quick way around the Estoril circuit in these conditions. In fact, he could be on course to break his own fastest lap record here. He did a 150.391 on the previous lap. That was the fastest lap of the race, but he's beaten his sector times in both the first and second parts of this 20th lap of the race. Crosses the line. Well, it's not a third purple sector, but it is the first 1 minute 49 lap time of the race. So 149.932, the fastest lap of the race. And that, to put that into some sort of perspective, is about 2.2 seconds quicker than anybody else has managed in this race so far. Danny Soufi on another level.
Absolutely, and you meant, oh, that is the Mikael Doppelmayr Ligier that has been found facing the wrong way at turn 12, and that rear axle, it's in the trap, and that is not going any further forward no matter how hard you plant the throttle, and that is an unfortunate end to his stint at the wheel, and I suspect it's going to be an unfortunate conclusion to this second Prototype Win Series race of the weekend as well. Doppelmayr facing the wrong way then, and Soufi will be the next car to come up on that, actually. And I suspect before too long we're going to see yellows of a more than local variety. You mentioned Danny picking up data. Of course, he is doing that literally this weekend. He is his own data engineer this weekend. Another Danny, Daniel from the Conrad team, unfortunately not here with us this weekend. He's going through some family bereavement along with the rest of his family this year, and we hope to see him again in a couple of weeks' time later in the season, and well wishes to him as we get a look back at what caused the scene we see before us for Mikael Doppelmayr.
Yes, it's the penultimate corner then, isn't it? Turn 12. We've seen a few cars snapping sideways there, and well, that's exactly what happened to Mikael Doppelmayr, really. It didn't look like he was going particularly quickly, maybe on a slightly tighter line than normal, but the rear broke traction and around he went gently into the gravel trap. No damage done, except to perhaps his pride.
Yeah, the rear end snapped. He heard a crackle from the gravel, and then he heard a pop from the exhaust when it didn't move forward. 36 seconds of the race left to go, plus 1 lap. So this is the penultimate lap of the race, and we are being warned of imminent full course yellow. So these cars are going to slow to a crawl, which they now appear to be doing. Yeah, don't accelerate, Danny. Good job. Hard to tell whether that was just apex speed or FCY speed in these conditions. And yes, the clock will hit 0. And I think from here, this race might be exclusively contested at this reduced pace. We'll have to see how quickly that car gets removed. But nonetheless, for Danny Soufi, it's yet another obstacle that he's navigating well. It hasn't been the most simple of 50-minute encounters, I think, for Danny in this race, but he's managed to get through everything with a degree of grace.
Yeah, he's had everything thrown at him, though, as you say. Safety car start, and then that initial safety car period, then a real challenge from Lawrence Herr after the at the safety car restart. And yeah, didn't make life easy for himself there. Then obviously had some ground to gain after the pit stops, and yet here he is with a 1 minute and 20-second lead. So, although that's slightly exaggerated, I guess, because of the full course yellow pace that Content Joseph had to run at through the final sector. But Danny Soufi, yeah, he'll be pretty satisfied, I think, with the job that he's done here. Not just today, but yesterday. Really good points haul from these opening 2 rounds of the season. And yeah, that #1 car, assuming the correct position, he will feel, I'm sure, at the beginning of the 2025 Prototype Winter Series. He may get a little bit of green flag running at the end of what will be the final lap that he's about to begin, because I don't think it'll take too long to move that car from the gravel trap. May have already been done. Oh, no, not yet, actually. And there are no marshals in attendance either. So I retract that previous statement. This might be about as quickly as we see Danny Soufi going until the checkered flag.
You see, this is why we work well together, because you're a lot more optimistic than I am in life, generally speaking. We need that contrast. Now, so Danny Soufi will begin the final lap. And, of course, as a racing driver, you know, it's always the old adage in a 24-hour race that you start to hear things you didn't hear previously, and the mind starts to play tricks. Occasionally, if you're in a Toyota LMP1 car, the mind isn't playing tricks. It's really happening. But for Danny Soufi, he'll be going, why don't just give me the checkered flag now if we're just going to stay under full course yellow? I don't want something to go wrong at 80 kilometers an hour of all things. But it does look like he's going to have to do 1 lap at a rather sedentary pace before making his way to a checkered flag. Final lap has been declared formally on the timing screens. So Danny Soufi will theoretically come home as the winner here. CLX Motorsports' Quentin Joseph is second, ahead of Philip Lindbergh, who is, of course, past Wolfgang Peyer. John Brownson is now up to 5th place, courtesy of Mikael Doppelmayer's off. But they've all just got to navigate the circuit now at this reduced pace. They don't want to see you in the podium, mate. That's what's going on here.
I can't say I blame them to it. I get that a lot, if I'm honest. No, this has been an unfortunate end to the race, but there you go. They will, they'll regroup, I'm sure, ahead of Portimao next time around, where I was told by someone this morning we're promised more rain as well, unfortunately.
I heard that, yes, rather pessimistic forecast as well. I think it might have been weatherman Kenneth Hire who told me that. Although he did say, I will reverse roles here, because he said to me rather optimistically, he looked at the weather app and showed me, he said, it's a lot better than it was. So fingers crossed. You know, Marcus Giedlich, he has connections. Maybe he's sorted some, whatever the opposite of cloud seeding is. So we get a good weekend at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. And of course, that is a wily circuit at the best of times. If we do have slippery conditions with some of those crests and complex curves, it will be a very exciting day. Again, for us in the commentary box, in the dry and relatively unadrenaline centric part of the paddock. But Danny Soufi just a few corners from home here as we continue to trundle under full course yellow, but he won't mind how he takes the checkered flag. He won't mind how he gets the maximum points. This first weekend is just a matter of corners away from being a consummate success, and I was going to joke that he might get the tail out at Gancho, and he actually did it. I thought, don't be so silly, Adam, don't make these suggestions, but he actually did it. And Danny Soufi now making his way through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna for the final time, and it will be number one P1 on 2 occasions for Danny Soufi. He really enjoys this series. The laid-back atmosphere, I think, gels well with the driver who, well, he's no longer primarily based in Austin because of the amount of work he does with Conrad Motorsport. But that is where he has hailed from in the more recent years of his life. And the American driver, with I'm sure his family watching on bright and early at home, receives a second checkered flag. Possibly the slowest checkered flag he's ever performed in his life. But he crosses the line nonetheless to win the second race of the weekend and the season in the Prototype Winter Series. Quentin Joseph will take second place, but just crossing the line at the back of shot there, I believe, was Wolfgang Peyer. Yes, the racing experience car safely across the line in 4th place. Quentin Joseph for CLX Motorsport on course to claim second position here for he and David Drew as they continue on in their Prototype Win Series season, which I believe is also set to be a full-on campaign, and that will be exciting to see how Quentin Joseph continues to develop as a driver. Self-admittedly still very new to racing. I think less than 10 meetings in his career thus far. So he is on a learning curve, and he's got a good teacher in the form of the deceptively experienced 27-year-old David Drew. The Swiss-Belgian combination, of course, that CLX Motorsport team run by Nicolas Lapierre and Alexandre Coigny. So Lapierre, of course, only recently fully hanging up the helmet. Very successful racing driver who himself, I'm sure, is a learning tree to any bronze drivers that take some of their first steps in LMP3 in their cars. Coming across the line now to take second place is Quentin Joseph, so he is locked in second place. For Philip Lindbergh, he'll be disappointed because he was not far behind the CLX car at the time of the full course yellow being deployed. Only 3 seconds between them at the line at a trundling pace, mere car lengths apart at the end. Lindbergh would have had that runners-up spot had the race gone green to the checkered flag. But a first podium for him of the season will still, I'm sure, be of some comfort and positive progress going forward into Portimao next week. Wolfgang Peyer and John Brownson have both crossed the line. Everyone, Mikael Doppelmayr notwithstanding, has crossed the line, and Danny Soufi is celebrating a second victory. He, of course, is now headed towards the podium, where he will park underneath, meet the Conrad Motorsport team. We'll then hear from him along with Izzy Browning as the celebrations kick off in the Conrad Motorsport camp, but they will very quickly be back on song because the GEDLICH Racing organisation has the circuit at Portimao from Tuesday through Sunday, and I believe Conrad will be running cars pretty much all week long with us, so they will be very busy individuals for the next several days, and I believe they should be entering the Portimao 6 Hour in 2 weeks' time too. So Danny Soufi and co at Conrad Motorsport with a lot of work on the imminent horizon for them as the #1 car pulls up to its rightful position as the winner of the race. There will be a little bit of a wait for everyone to get there, but I'm sure Danny Soufi will be eager to celebrate with the team. Clambers out of the Ligier JSP 320. The team switched to Ligier at the start of 2024. Well, in reality, at the tail end of 2023, having previously run Ginettas, and there have been plentiful successes with that partnership with the French constructor since the switch, as Franz Conrad is the first to step up and congratulate his young protege. The rest of the team passing on their congratulations to Soufi. Meanwhile, Mikkel Doppelmayer's car now awaiting recovery now that the cars have all gone by and headed into Parc Fermé. They can begin the process of freeing the M Racing Ligier, which hopefully we'll see back out a bit later in the year. I don't think they're anticipated to be with us next week in Portimao, but the M Racing team, certainly a squad that is well decorated, and great to see Pierre Caffer leading the race in that car earlier on. An unfortunate way to end, but a sign of the kind of pace that the car and indeed Pierre are capable of. And of course, Michael Doppelmayr has won races and championships in his own right, along with Pierre. But this has been a very tricky weekend, and even slippery for the marshals, as we very nearly almost saw there from the chap in black. I don't know if he knows he's on camera, but wouldn't that have been a YouTubey moment, or perhaps, well, maybe not a TikTok moment, given recent news. The 64 car will return to the paddock under its own power by the looks of it, as the Austrian performs a 3-point turn down at turn 12. And while that's going on, I'm sure Danny Soufi is going to have a chat with us, and I'm just hearing that he is, in fact. So let's go down there to Izzy Browning, who predicted earlier in the weekend that she'd be talking to Danny a lot this year. And I think she's right.
I did indeed predict that, and I said to Danny last night actually that he's maybe going to get a bit sick of talking to me, but that's usually a good thing if you're talking to me, because it means you won the race. Danny, a perfect weekend really for you. I mean, you had a lot thrown at you in that race. Adam was joking that it's like the slowest checkered flag that he's ever seen. But yeah, fantastic weekend for you, really.
Thank you. Yeah, I had the same thought. No, it was a good race. I really enjoyed it. Rain is always my favorite condition. When I was 8 years old, my dad would pull me out of school to go practice anytime it rained in Texas, because it happened so little. So I think that's paid off. And also just all the hard work from the Conrad boys. They did an amazing job this weekend, and thankful for them.
Yeah, definitely. The conditions out there tricky, but reminding you perhaps a little bit of your drifting days, using all your car control to keep it on the black stuff, weren't you?
For sure. Honestly, I can't recommend doing drifting as a sport, because it teaches you so much. It's gotten me out of a lot of trouble, but it just gives you a certain confidence on track.
And a little bit of redemption for last year?
I had a feeling you were going to bring that up. Yeah, no, it's definitely the way we'd like to end a rain race.
Absolutely. Okay, so end of the weekend for you guys. As I said, perfect weekend for you. Portimao in a few days' time. How are you feeling about that one? Are you going to be able to repeat this?
I'm for sure going to try. I really enjoyed Portimao. It's going to be a mixed conditions weekend, so I think it'll be difficult for everyone. But I'm looking forward to getting out there.
All right, well, congratulations. Go celebrate. Perfect weekend. And we'll let you get up to the podium, and we will go back to you guys in the commentary box for the highlights of that race.
Thank you very much, Izzy. The journalistic integrity of Izzy Browning, she had to reference last year, because it is a very, very pertinent point that this could not have been a more different weekend, at least a very different wet race than it was in 2024 for Danny Soufi. Let's take a look back at a successful wet race for Soufi and the rest of the grid in the Prototype WinterSeries. So then, as the race got underway under safety car, we had a few laps of learning before, after 3 laps under the safety car, the race control said, let's do this. And David Drew immediately responded by moving into 3rd place at the expense of Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. The CLX Motorsport car would make some heady progress towards the front of the order, while Bjerre-Jacobsen did a very good job, in some cases outpacing the man behind him, that being Pierre Caffer. Pierre Jacobsen, in his first appearance racing in an LMP3 car, putting in a mighty performance. The number 1 of Danny Soufi, with some slides along the way, as we saw, but slightly better conditions than we had in 2024. A little less fear of aquaplaning this time around for Soufi. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen running off the circuit at one point, and that put him back into the clutches of Pierre Caffer as he rejoined, spraying gravel all over the place. Caffer would try and make a move, but unfortunately further forward in 2nd place, Lawrence Hurt let go of the rear of that DKR engineering car, possibly just touching the white line and pirouetting him away into, unfortunately, an early bath. They would very shortly thereafter switch over to John Brownson and would continue the race a lap down. I didn't think there were sparks coming out of the car there, but it was gravel after all. My eyes deceived me earlier on. Nonetheless, after a brief safety car period to recover that DKR engineering car, the race would go green. From there, the pit window would open a little later than scheduled, and that meant that Danny Soufi would have to do some overtaking over the remaining 15 minutes or so that were left once once the pit window had come to its end. This was the pit stop for Pierre Caffer, which seemed to take quite a long time. Caffer was in the pits for the best part of a lap longer before handing over to his co-driver Mikael Doppelmayr. Racing experience in installing Wolfgang Peyer in place of Matthias Bjerre-Jakobsen, and Peyer would briefly be at the front of the order. However, Danny Soufi was charging from behind him, flashing the headlights and very quickly shrinking the gap before moving into second and then moving into the lead. Quentin Joseph was briefly our race leader post pit stop cycle, post handicaps in the pit lane, and once Soufi got into the lead, he wouldn't look back. Wolfgang Peyer having a moment in the number 12 Racing Experience car that he would collect up and continue on his way, but just a few moments after that was the final action of the race for Mikael Doppelmayr, sliding at turn 12, rear axle embedding itself into the gravel trap, and from there there's not often much chance of recovery. Full course yellow came out, neutralised the field until the checkered flag flew. Nonetheless, a slight sideways moment there from Danny Soufi on the final lap, just to go out with a flourish. And under full course yellow conditions, he would take the checkered flag and yet another full haul of points, with a very successful beginning to his 2025 Prototype Winter Series title defence. So then Soufi wins the day. Quite a significant margin at the end there, of course, inflated by the full course yellow. Quentin Joseph in second place for CLX Motorsport. Philip Lindberg of High Class Racing nets a podium in third position. He may well have had second had the full course yellow not come out. He was very close to Quentin Joseph at the end. Wolfgang Peyer in fourth position. John Brownson gets the DKR engineering car home in fifth place, and Mikael Doppelmayr will be classified in P6, despite not quite reaching the flag in the end. So the Prototype Winter Series has completed its second and final race for the weekend, and I understand we are ready to head to the podium for our Prototype Winter Series presentations.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, ready to go. A crowd in the pit lane, a good crowd of fans in the grandstands as well. So let's give everyone a big cheer as they come out. We will start with our third place driver then from the second Prototype Winter Series race of the weekend. For High Class Racing, Philip Lindberg. Congratulations, Philip, onto the third step of the podium. We've got two drivers now to get onto the second step, the CLX Motorsport pairing of David Drew and Quentin Joseph. A brilliant drive from the pair of them in very tricky conditions, but it was ultimately another fairly dominant victory for Conrad Motorsport and Danny Soufi. Danny very calmly makes his way to the top step of the podium. It's a trip he is very familiar with. Several wins last season in the Prototype Winter Series, and again, looking on strong form at the beginning of 2025. The GEDLICH Racing team are here to hand out the trophies and photographs taken by the crowd down below. Very fancy trophies this year as well, I've got to say, for all of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series championships. And we also have on the podium today 4 bottles of champagne provided by our champagne provider, Quinta-Arcas, and those champagne bottles are being uncorked as we speak. That is my cue to hide around the back of the podium and perhaps hand over in a moment or two to the pit walk, because we will have the GT Winter Series drivers heading onto the track momentarily. I think Quentin Joseph was a little bit slow on getting the cork out of the bottle, but the celebrations well and truly kicking off here on the podium. GT Winter Series racing to come next, and if it's half as exciting as yesterday's race, we're in for a treat.
Race 1 of the GT Winter Series on Saturday was the consummate thriller. We went into a glorious sunny evening at the Circuito Estoril and were treated to some spectacular multi-class racing action in the GT Winter Series. The time of day is different, as are the conditions, and indeed the general circumstances of the day. What hasn't changed is our format for this race. It will be 30 minutes of sprint racing. They go pit stop / endurance racing a little bit later on. But for now, it is a sprint. We do have a different car on pole position this time around. It is SR Motorsport's Maurice Viskirchen who lines up on pole for this one. So SR Motorsport will be holding their hopes out for that one. Moritz, a very handy driver. However, he has a missile next to him. GT3 Poland's Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo that we saw was both very good on the brakes and very fast in a straight line. Yesterday, Severin Mazur, the overall race winner from Saturday, is on the front row of the grid. And if he gets a good launch, he might well be leading by turn 1. You've also got to consider row 2 of the grid, where there's another one of those Lamborghinis. Unique Racing's Jerzy Spinkovic is there, and he is joined by SPS Automotive's Dexter Muller. Now, one story we can pick up from yesterday is that of Jerzy Spinkovic, who had an electrical issue. I think that electrical issue might have been causing the car to not allow him to change gears, because it did also look like he was stuck on the limiter for a long time. But electrical issues was the official diagnosis, I'm informed. But SR Motorsport also had an issue. I'm not too sure what was going on with the GT3 SR Motorsport car, but of course that came in right towards the end of the race as well. It was a race of attrition in some camps at the very least, but for us, civilian viewing, it was absolutely fabulous. And I'm pleased to say we will have an extra car this time around, because the 333 Autosport racing car of Alessio Ruffini, a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo that had an issue in qualifying, had an accident in qualifying down at Parabolica Interior, didn't take the start yesterday and will be joining us this time around, which rather makes up for the fact that Joachim Bulting is possibly watching from his hotel room today, unfortunately, not feeling on top of the world. But it's going to be very interesting, I think, Andy, in general, to figure out what the lay of the land is going to be in these very, very contrasting conditions from what we had yesterday.
Well, we didn't really predict correctly what was going to happen yesterday, did we? And we've now got even more sort of unknown factors. We were both, I think, quite surprised at the initial leader of the race. We didn't necessarily have any money on the Ferrari being the form car, and it was for the first few laps. Of course, the Huracan Super Trofeo cars we know are ballistically quick in a straight line compared to the GT3 cars, but will that still be the case in these conditions? Because top speed is not all about horsepower. A lot of it around here especially is about how well you get off the preceding corner. Those Super Trofeo cars in particular, notoriously tricky to get off the corners. They don't have a lot of rear grip. Another driver who I fear was lacking slightly in rear grip was Alfredo Hernandez, who is pointing the wrong way on his outlap to the grid, which is a little embarrassing. There's a lot of grass there as well, so he's been off the road properly. I'm hoping, Adam, he didn't make any contact with the barrier to the inside of the track. I fear he may have done.
Possibly. I mean, that right front wasn't rotating a moment ago. Now, this is between turn 7 and turn 8, Arella and the kink prior to the Gancho chicane, where that car is stranded. That is a GT3 spec Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. It's not a single make class, but Mercedes exclusive in the GT3 class this weekend. You've got Cup 1, which is for Ferrari 296 challenge cars, and it was Andreas Bug Sorensen of AF Corsa who led overall for a good chunk of the race on Saturday in one of those cars. Cup 2 is for Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. Cup 4 belongs to the Huracan Super Trofeos, and there is a Cup 5 class, a single entry there for Oscar Rinzovic in his first weekend of racing in a Myrtle Motorsport entered Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. But as we can see, the personnel is there. The cars are largely there. And I understand that Izzy and cameraman Johnny are also down on the ground for us.
We are indeed down on the ground and very pleased to say that no rain is falling on my head right now, which is lovely. I hope it stays like this for the rest of the day, but I'm sure you guys will give us a weather update. We are just waiting for a few more cars to come to the grid, a couple of cars slow to come to the grid, but we have got our pole sitter and our P2. As you've already said, our pole sitter going to be the number 1 of Moritz Viskirchen. Now, this car had some issues yesterday. I did just speak to Kenneth, a couple of electrical issues. But they're hoping that everything is fixed today, so we will hope for a good race from them. Moritz, a couple of issues yesterday for Kenneth, electrical issues. We're hearing that they're all sorted now, so hoping that this will be a good race for you.
Yeah, we had some issues, but they're all fixed. So yeah, now the bigger issue is the weather. So we will see. It's not raining anymore, but the track is still wet. But yeah, we see how the race goes.
Yeah, on the outlap, of course, as you've just said, not raining anymore, but how tricky is it out there? Is it still quite slippery?
Yeah, it is quite slippery. There's not more standing water, but it's still really slippery.
Okay, well, we wish you best of luck in this race and hopefully no more electrical issues. So there is Moritz Viskirchen on pole. We've also got yesterday's overall race winner, Saruhan Mazur, in the Lamborghini on P2. Yeah, quite slippery from what I saw on some of the cameras still around the circuit. Of course, we've had a lot of rain, but not raining anymore. So hopefully a fantastic race ahead of us. Alongside me now is Dexter Miller in the number 54. Now, he's the next GT3 car, of course, a GT3 car on pole. And he won the GT3 category yesterday. Dexter, a great character, had a good chance to catch up with him last night and really enjoying being in the Winter Series, which is what we love. So I'm going to see if I can just dive in with him. Can I dive in with Dexter? Dexter, winner of the GT3 class yesterday. You sounded like you had a great time out there on the track. Bit slippy today. How are we feeling?
Yeah, I already had the spin just on coming onto the grid. It's pretty tricky out there, and I saw one of Mercedes is already out. So let's see. It's going to be a real tricky one. I think it's about survival today. So let's see.
Absolutely about survival. Of course, we'll hope that you don't have another spin in the race, and we'll wish you very best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. Good luck. Okay, so a spin for him on the outlap, and he's just said to me that the other Mercedes is also in a bit of trouble, so potentially not going to be taking the start of this race. Yeah, I think testament to just how tricky this race is going to be. Of course, very many cars on our grid, and yeah, having to keep it on the black stuff is not always as easy as it sounds. I think we say, you know, keep it on the track, but it's not always that easy. And if I were in that car, I'm not sure I would be able to do that. One thing I will say, though, is because it's stopped raining, we've got so many spectators up on the top of the pit building. So great to see so many people joining us. If we continue back on the grid, though, we have got the first of the Ferrari Challenge Cup cars, the 296 cars, the 150 here. We're going to just continue back for a little bit longer. I think we've got just a few seconds before they throw us off the grid. And perfect timing. We're going to go off the grid now, and now we're going to head to the race.
So then the cars are about to roll for the second sprint race of the weekend in the GTWinterSeries. And on the left of your picture, Moritz Viskirchen is your pole sitter. You can see there, almost a second to the good in qualifying in the GT3 spec Mercedes from Schnitzelau SR Motorsport, of course, defending championship team there with the #1 car, Severin Mazur, who was P1 yesterday, first winner of the season for the second year in a row in the case of the GT3 Poland team. They'll be looking to replicate that feat again today. In third place, Jerzy Spinkovic, who was leading the way for a time yesterday before Electrical Gremlins ended his race. He'll be looking for revenge. And Dexter Muller in fourth place will be hoping not to do that. Leandro Martins clobbering the barrier ever so slightly on the formation lap. Fifth position, Goncalo Araujo in fifth place alongside Andreas Bug Sorensen. We saw some great battling in Cup 1 yesterday, as well as, of course, a Cup 1 car coming to the fore at the front. Cristiano Maciel is next in the 50. Alfredo Hernandez, we understand, hit the barrier quite hard. It did look like the car was damaged. We're not convinced it's going to be taking the start in this race. Kalle Bergman in the number 44 Porsche SPV Racing. He was going to be Cup 2 pole sitter alongside Leandro Martins, but I think Leandro might be starting at the rear. Przemysław Bienkowski for PTT Racing is next. He's alongside Alex Bijatovic, the Serbian racer, in one of the Autosport Racing Lamborghinis. Oscar Rintovic is next in his Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo, and Alessio Ruffini joins us today, thankfully, after some repairs from the team over the course of Saturday to take up the rear. And Joachim Bulting, well, I just saw him on the phone outside our commentary box a few minutes ago. He's feeling under the weather today, but we'll see him out again at Portimao.
Yeah, it's nice to see that he's still showing an interest, though. What's going on out there? He was keen to find himself a good vantage point, I think, for the start of this race. But yeah, already 3 cars that we know of that have been facing the wrong way. We haven't even started the race yet, so clearly going to be tricky out there. And of course, 2 of them full-blown GT3 cars, which we really thought would be a bit more manageable in these conditions. So this could be a bit of a battle of survival as much as anything else, really. They've got 2 formation laps to try and sort of get their head around the conditions, so we're not going to go racing this time, but next time by, they'll be heading off to that first corner at full racing speed, and quite a few of them, I think, will be a little bit apprehensive about that.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's going to be compelling. I mean, the third row exclusively Cup 1 Ferraris, and we saw how that worked for Andreas Bug Sorensen from the third row in yesterday's race. But to me, it's those 2 Lamborghinis in second and third place. Jerzy Spinkovic, Severin Mazur, yesterday's winner, that I think will be the ones to watch, at least on the approach to that first corner. But Moritz Viskirchen was quick. Yet in qualifying, he has been consistently fast. He's a known commodity in the Winter Series paddock, and indeed a known commodity in the lineups of SR Motorsport. And we will see how he performs in this race. Of course, yesterday we saw the example that while, yes, the GT3 cars should be quicker on paper, with that straight line speed advantage that some of the single make cars have, that advantage can be offset just simply by the run to turn 1. The car gets ahead of you, and then you've got to find a way by.
That's it, and it's very difficult to get past a car that is quicker than you in a straight line, because it will always be a distance away from you going into a braking zone, and you just can't drive over the top of it through the corners. So, yeah, it produces a fascinating dynamic for us neutrals, but must be massively frustrating for the GT3 crash drivers in particular, who are only really interested in doing well in their class, because that is how you score points. And your overall finishing position, in a way, matters relatively little. But, yeah, the run through the first corner yesterday caught us all by surprise, and I would not be surprised if the same thing happens again today. So, the GT3 SR Motorsport Mercedes, Moritz Viskirchen on pole, then Severin Mazur and Jerzy Spinkovic in those Lamborghinis behind, and as Adam quite rightly pointed out, keep an eye to the 3 Ferrari 296 Challenge cars.
we did see those cars really rocket off the start yesterday. Haven't seen Leandro Martins reappear, by the way, Adam, after that rotation, so I fear he may well have headed to the pit lane, if nothing else, just to have the car checked over.
Yeah, he's in the pits at the moment. We understand that the rain has started to fall as well from... I imagine that was Izzy's feedback, or perhaps one of the cameramen around the circuit as well, possibly giving that information. So rain starting to fall, noticeably drier than it was, of course, at the start of the Prototype Winter Series race. Well, just over an hour ago. But let's see what happens then off the start. We had a thriller yesterday as the strengths and weaknesses of these different specifications of cars made themselves known, and it was the Cup 4 Lamborghini, the 79 car that you see there on the front row, that won out thanks to that straight line speed and some pretty brave braking as well, some Severin Mazur. Can he do it again? The smart money suggests he may well have a nose ahead into the first corner, but let's see how it develops from there. It's Moritz Viskirchen on the inside, on the front row. It's Mercedes, Lamborghini, Lamborghini, Mercedes on the first two rows of the grid. We're underway in racing for half an hour in the GT Winter Series, and it's a great getaway once again from a Ferrari. This time it is the Gonçalo Arau car, but it's Severin Mazur trying to fold across to the front of the order, and he succeeds. Andreas Berg Sorensen to the inside of Moritz Viskirchen as well, who has been swallowed by both Lamborghinis. It's the nightmare scenario for SR Motorsport's #1 car. Severin Mazur back to the front. It's an all-Polish Lamborghini team fight as Jerzy Spinkovic follows him in second.
Well, again, did not expect that, particularly in these conditions. Thought the GT3s might have the edge, but on acceleration at the start, that simply isn't the case. They're all on top of each other, though, as they turn through turn number 4, Curva VIP, and the Ferraris now really starting to buy into this. I think the best of the GT3 cars is now almost 5th position. The pole sitter, Moritz Viskirchen, plummeting down the order. That might now become 6th as they head towards the Parabolica interior. There's a challenge for the race lead, but no way through for the time being. The Ferraris, though, they are doing battle for 3rd position. That, of course, is the battle within Cup 1, so it is of some significance, and a lead change there, I believe, Adam.
Yes, indeed. So we're seeing a lot of shuffling there in the Cup 1 deck, but it is the Araujo competition car driven by Gonçalo Araujo that leads the class, or is it? Because Andreas Berg Sorensen is right there with him. As you can see, it's very congested at the front of this order. 7 cars split by a couple of seconds. Here comes the number 50 AF Corsa machine being driven by Cristiano Mathiel. And they're all over the place. The Lamborghini's struggling. Severin Mazur, I think, might have got crossed up through the chicane, and that's allowed Jerzy Spinkovic into the lead. And now, watch as the 5 cars at the front disappear away from the GT3s down at the main straight. We're going to have a drag race, Ferrari versus Lamborghini, as Araujo goes all the way around the outside. He leads, and Jerzy Spinkovic is going to have to use some of that braking we saw out of the other Lamborghini to try and get the lead back as they approach the first corner. But it looks like the Ferrari is even more of a missile than the orange Lamborghini. It is Gonçalo Araujo that leads the way at the front of the order. Spinkovic is losing out now to Cristiano Maciel as well, as the Ferraris once again come to the fore. But it's Andreas Berg Sorensen, the car that caused all of that drama and excitement yesterday, who's actually at the back of the Ferrari 296 equation.
I don't think I've ever seen a first lap quite like that, Adam. That was remarkable. I think we had 4 different leaders at some point over that lap, and the Ferraris quite clearly are the car to have. I think they've got the perfect blend of top-end speed and drivability, whereas the Lamborghini's ballistic in a straight line, but I just don't think they've got the traction coming off the corners. So the Ferrari Cup cars, I think, are the cars to have in these conditions.
Yeah, Severin Mazur has dropped all the way down to 6th place. Yesterday's winner, not replicating the performance that we saw less than 24 hours ago. I believe the Cup 1 Ferraris have a somewhat narrower tyre width than the GT3s and indeed the Super Trofeo cars, which in the wet conditions is also usually a bit of a help. You don't have as much of a contact patch to go aquaplaning. So that might also do something to explain just how far ahead the Ferraris are going right now. Meanwhile, Dexter Muller is following Severin Mazur, as they did at Checkered Flag yesterday. Unfortunately, they're not 1-2, they're 6-7, but running second in their respective classes, Cup 4 and GT2 at the moment. Behind them is Kalle Bergman in 8th overall, leading in the Cup 2 class for Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. But what about Gonzalo Araujo? He is having a mighty race. He's 1.8 seconds clear and looks very much in control in that Ferrari 296.
Yes, although the fastest sectors on that, the first full flying lap of the race, were shared across the top 3 drivers. Araujo in Sector 1, Maciel in Sector 2, and Andreas Berg Sorensen in Sector 3. So the 3 Ferraris all pretty equal over the course of the lap, but in different areas of the circuit are they excelling. Then you've got the best of the Hurricanes, with Jerzy Spinkovic's car for now at least running at full pace in 4th place. Then Viskirchen leading the GT3 class. Further back, Kalle Bergman is at the head of Cup 2 by about 12.5 seconds, actually, over Biankowski. So a big margin there between the 2 Cup 2 runners. And of course, Oscar Rinzovic still the only Cup 5 entrant here this weekend. But an intriguing battle setting itself up here. There's not a lot to choose between these 3 Cup 1 cars. Track position advantage to Araujo, but Maciel, to me, Adam, seems to be closing.
Yeah, Maciel doing a very, very good job indeed. And if the weather stays like this, that car is going to be very interesting in the endurance race, because, of course, it is set to be driven by Rui Aguas in the second phase of that race, a former world champion in the GT class of the World Endurance Championship. But for now, it is Goncalo Araujo at the front, who I believe his roles this weekend include team boss, driver coach to his co-driver Alvaro Ramos, and at present, race leader. However, Cristiano Maciel might have something to say about that as they head through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna once again. Door ever so slightly left open by Goncalo Araujo. I'm not sure he's going to get too many more chances to do that as Maciel homes in on his rear.
Yeah, so Maciel suddenly finding something there in that middle sector. In fact, he was half a second quicker in Sector 1, half a second quicker in Sector 2. He can't now go any quicker than Araujo because he's stuck right underneath the rear wing of the 150 car. Pulls to the outside into Turn 1. Later on the brakes, though, is the leader. But we've seen, haven't we, several times today, the switchback manoeuvre at Turn 1 has been quite effective. A much better exit for Maciel. He's got the inside line to Turn 2 where it was clearly raining quite heavily. But that does not stop Cristiano Maciel from taking the race lead away, and that is now, I think, our 5th leader of the race, a race that is only 3 and a bit laps old.
What a fascinating weekend this is in the GT Winter Series. The Cup cars coming to the fore. Meanwhile, have we had a change? No, we haven't. That is still Kalle Bergman there in the Cup 2 lead. I forgot quite how much white was on the front of that car, if I'm being totally honest. But it's the Cup 1 Ferraris, 1, 2 and 3 overall at the moment. Of course, this is still a relatively new platform, the 296 Challenge car, debuting in 2024 as Goncalo Araujo there, like many others before him today, really testing the limits of quite how late, how hard, and how much stopping you can do on the brakes going into the Parabolica interior.
Indeed so. We've had a notification, by the way, on the timing screen that the start procedure is under investigation. We know not why or who may have done anything wrong. It's just being investigated in general. So more on that if we hear anything. But the leading group makes its way through the Gancho chicane, and Andreas Berg Sorensen would have been pretty happy with what he saw at the beginning of the lap. That side-by-side exchange between Maciel and Araujo has brought him back into the mix, so the leading 3 probably only separated by about 2 seconds now as they work their way through the final turn and back out onto the main straight. They've got about 5 seconds in hand now, I think, over Spinkovic in 4th position. Viskirchen a few seconds behind him. Then a good side-by-side battle here right at the back, I think this is, isn't it? That is Rinzovic trying to find a way past Alex Beatovic. can't quite work a way through yet. Again, running both different classes. Rinzovic in Cup 5. Mijatovic is a Cup 4 runner, but a good battle to be had nonetheless. Rinzovic to the inside. That's not really a place to be going door to door though, and sensibly I think he realises that and backs out of the manoeuvre.
Yeah, Rinzovic for now just trying to pick the bones on his first racing weekend, and doing nicely here, doing all the right things. He tries to find his way past Mijatovic. Believe the Lambo should have the legs on the 488 down the straight, but it might actually be fairly even play, both in that middling 600 horsepower region. I say that as if it's a small amount of power. 670 horses in that Ferrari. That is no mean amount of horse. So then they are running down the straight. You can see just ahead of them there on the foreground, Biankowski and Alessio Ruffini. Good to see Ruffini out there in the now carbon nosed Lamborghini. It wasn't like that at the start of the weekend. Mijatovic and Rinzovic, I think, may well hold station. Mijatovic a few tenths ahead at the line. Meanwhile, Dexter Muller in 5th position now. Severin Mazur, therefore, has dropped down to 6th overall. Muller... next target would be 16 seconds up the road in the form of Moritz Viskirchen, but for now he needs to make sure he doesn't straight line turn 6. It's going to be a hard ask, I think, for Dexter to get much further up the road, given how much of a gap he already has between himself and the car ahead.
Yeah, he has been held up a little bit by Severin Mazur up until this point, so now he's unleashed. We'll see what performance he's got, but yeah, I suspect that Moritz Viskirchen will be feeling reasonably comfortable in the lead of the GT3 class. Whoops, that was Miller getting very sideways through the kink. I think it was Dexter said on the grid that he'd had a little excursion on the outlap as well, so clearly the GT3 Mercedes AMGs are a little bit of a handful still in these slippery conditions, but he's getting away definitely now from Mazur, with Kalle Bergman not far behind in the Cup 2 leading Porsche. That's a 25-second lead that Kalle's got over Przemysław Biankowski behind. And the final turn goes Severin Mazur then, the rain intensifying, the spray therefore intensifying as well, and of course the track changing lap by lap. Each time you get to a corner now, it will have a little bit more standing water than it had a lap ago, and a little bit less grip.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It's a challenge of adaptability in these kind of conditions, and the conditions from lap to lap will definitely be changing one way or another. You can see some of the bits of quasi-standing water clearing as the racing line re-establishes itself after the gap between races, and other areas is doing anything but clearing with the rain, as you can see, pelting down on turn 2. Meanwhile, Goncalo Araujo is falling back from Cristiano Maciel. Equally, he is falling into the clutches of Andreas Berg Sorensen, who is 3rd overall, which is where he finished yesterday. He'd like to be a couple of steps further up the overall podium. Of course, there isn't an overall podium ceremony, but at the moment, the Cup 1 podium would serve as just that.
Indeed so, and Andreas Berg Sorensen here starting to come good now, isn't he? It was interesting that it was Araujo who seemed most confident at the start of the race, bursting to the front and initially pulling a little bit of a gap actually over his Cup 1 rivals, but then Maciel found a way through. Sorensen now really asking some questions of the second place man, and Sorensen taking a slightly wider run into the final turn to try and tee up a good exit, but I don't think it's quite panned out that way. There is Cristiano Maciel, the race leader. The gap back to Araujo is increasing because he just had a new fastest lap of 56.9. It's 3.9 seconds the gap back, and another second then between Araujo and Sorensen, but Sorensen frustratingly gets close elsewhere around the lap, but not really close enough to do anything into what is still, I think, the best overtaking opportunity at turn 1.
Yeah, Sorensen had a big old snap of oversteer coming out onto the main straight, which I don't think helped his progress particularly. Spinkovic still in 4th place in the non-Ferrari element of this race, leading Cup 4 and about 4.5 seconds clear of Moritz Viskirchen, who will be rather frustrated by this in these conditions. The GT3 car not quite performing as we would have expected. Based on that qualifying performance, a second up the road from everybody, we thought Viskirchen would be well placed, but there he is in 5th overall. He's some 24 seconds away from Dexter Muller, though, as Andreas Buch Sorensen gets the inside and then gets all sorts of crossed up. There was a flinch from this corner of the commentary box.
Yes, there was a horrifying moment there when Sorensen found himself on the racing line and going a little bit sideways, and the trajectory was sort of angled towards the left-hand door of Araujo's car, but thankfully they avoided contact, and Carlo hangs on to second place for now. But that is the part of the circuit at which Andreas Buch Sorensen on the last couple of laps has had a speculative look to the inside, and again taking a very tight line through the Gancho chicane as well. He's just trying to figure out where he can get that extra bit of momentum and break through the defences of the second place man. This could be the opportunity. Araujo with a mistake at the penultimate corner. Sorensen to the outside, but that in theory is where the grip is, and if he avoids a little tail slide that he had a lap ago at this part of the circuit, this time, Adam, he should be closer into turn 1.
Quite possibly even keel when it comes to machinery, so it's going to be bravery on the pedal and air being broken in front of him as they're side by side. Outside line for Andreas Buch Sorensen, and wow, he really must have been flat out from corner exit. I guess Araujo might have been fighting it a little bit more on the pedal down the straight, as Severin Mazur is certainly not having a repeat of his Saturday race, falling back further there with a spin down at turn 7, rejoins the race, I believe, somewhere behind Alessio Ruffini, but that is unfortunate for Severin Mazur. Indeed, if Ruffini has gone past, that means a position lost in Cup 4 where he's scoring points as well. Also, speaking of Cup 4 drivers, Alex Bijatovic in the number 32 car from the Autosport Racing stable. He has a drive-through penalty for a false start, incorrect starting position. I suspected it would be incorrect starting position for someone, of course, because Leandro Martins was missing from the grid after his spin on the formation lap. Incidentally, Leandro has not ended up heading out onto the circuit, perhaps deciding discretion is the better part of valor here at one of his home circuits, the Portuguese driver. Hopefully we'll see him and Dieter Sveps out there again later on. Meanwhile, it was quite a... Oh, we have a spin for Andreas Buch Sorensen. Sorensen rejoins the race. He was going great guns, getting himself past Araujo, but now he's behind Jerzy Spinkovic and in the firing line of Moritz Viskirchen, so he's lost a good chunk of time, over a dozen seconds, with that error.
Indeed so. Well, that's a bit of a shame. It puts that battle on ice for the time being, and yeah, Viskirchen closing in as well in the leading GT3 car, so unfortunate moment there for Andreas Buch Sorensen. We'll see if we can pick up a replay maybe of what exactly happened to him, but it does look like it's getting more and more treacherous out there at the moment, with the rain falling ever more heavily. Maybe a bit of standing water that wasn't there a lap earlier has caught him out slightly, but we'll see what sort of recovery drive he can go on. Still nearly half the race to go, so he's got time still maybe to do something about that. Jerzy Spinkovic then inherits third, and we can, I believe... Oh, and he's done it again now at turn 1. So Sorensen, well, so often we see this, don't we? The situation could snowball, frustration sets in, and drivers perhaps start over-driving. This, though, Adam, is what happened the first time around.
So into turn 7, quite a shallow entry to the corner there versus Araujo, and the rear end just lets go. He was in the middle of the track. No paint issues or anything like that. It was just simply a loss of rear traction that he couldn't correct in time. Kalle Bergman comes across the line as the leader in Cup 2 then, as we head back to live pictures. He's over a minute off the lead at the moment. Of course, Porsche's sometimes considered to be very, very strong cars in the wet, but Kalle Bergman a little bit off the cars ahead of him for the time being. I don't think it's all that familiar of a steed for him versus some of the other cars he has raced previously in his career. Now this is the SPV Racing prepared car. It is also run in partnership with the Circuito do Sol, which is a fairly new venue in Spain. And get to see more and more of those exciting circuits popping up in Spain, largely for track use sort of in the vein of the Ascari Race Resort. Alex Bjatovic is into the pits to serve his drive-through penalty, of course. No pit stops in this 30-minute sprint race. Cristiano Maciel putting a lap on the 488 Challenge Evo of Oscar Rinjovic, meanwhile, as he continues to build the lead. 5 seconds clear now, with a bit of a snap there of oversteer, but a fairly advanced set of computers helping drivers in these Ferrari Challenge cars. It's always fascinated me how sharp they are as a weapon, with the amount of power and performance they have, and yet also somewhat blunted in the fact that there is a safety net with these challenge cars.
Indeed. So, interesting development, by the way. Jerzy Spinkovic just suddenly, out of nowhere, put in his personal best lap of the race and an outright fastest final sector. So he was quicker than the leaders last time by about 0.3 of a second, and continues to do. In fact, he's just in the first sector gone 1.3 seconds quicker than the leader. Yes, the leader was in traffic, but I don't think Cristiano Maciel lost that much time in the traffic. So all of a sudden, something has turned in the favour of the Cup 4 Lamborghini. Keep an eye on Jerzy Spinkovic. Let's see whether he can still bring himself back into this. He's about 7 seconds behind Araujo, 12.5 seconds off the race lead, but at about the point that his race 1 sort of fell apart, race 2 seems to be coming to him.
You see Oscar Rinjovic in his Define-backed Myrtle car. Myrtle, of course, being the home of Ferrari for people based near the Nürburgring. And goodness me, we're almost halfway to the Nürburgring there, rather than making apex. Severin Mazur a bit late on the brakes as he continues to explore the limits in these wet conditions. As you alluded to earlier on, the Lamborghinis can be hard to master in these wet conditions. We did see fabulous wet weather driving from fellow GT3 Poland driver Andrzej Lewandowski here last year in the GTWinterSeries. And at the moment, we're seeing some pretty solid performances out of Jerzy Spinkovic as he continues to find pace in his Cup 4 machine.
Yeah, what's this lap time? A 57.2, so only a 10th quicker that time around, actually, than Araujo. But still, going quicker now all of a sudden than he has all race long. And again, whoops, that's a Porsche going straight on down at turn 1. Was that Kalle Bergman or the...
Przemysław Biankowski.
Biankowski. I had a 50% chance of getting that right. So Biankowski, the one who skates straight on, and that was therefore Rinjovic going through for position, was it? He was only a couple of seconds behind at the line, so Oscar Rinjovic into the top 10 now. But yeah, I cast my mind back a few hours to the GT4 race earlier on, where we were pondering the different levels of performance coming from the pair of McLaren GT4s in that race. Similar situation here with the Lamborghinis. Jerzy Spinkovic clearly starting to really grow into this race and feel quite comfortable in the conditions, and yet Severin Mazur, who was so rapid yesterday, absolutely nowhere, off the track more times than he's on it and plummeting down the order. So has to be set up again, you would imagine, but Jerzy Spinkovic really looking at home in these conditions, continuing to put in some pretty strong sector times.
Yeah, absolutely right. Really finding his sea legs here. Meanwhile, Andreas Berg Sorensen is closing back in on Moritz Viskirchen after spinning once, spinning twice. Viskirchen now under pressure for that 4th position at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think actually there may have already been a move down at... or somewhere in the lap, because I think there has been an exchange of position there. They're just heading towards this part of the circuit now. We'll have to see if that is the case. Oh, we're looking for them. There they are. That's the battle for 4th and 5th position. Andreas Berg Sorensen still not afraid of the painted stuff despite a couple of spins, and of course we know what that Ferrari does in a straight line.
Yes, this could be a bit of a done deal really, as long as he gets off this corner well. You would probably put your money, wouldn't you, on Andreas Berg Sorensen being in 4th place by the end of the main straight. They have got traffic to contend with, though. So how's this one going to play out? Ooh, bit of a delay there for Viskirchen, and that will do it now, surely, for Sorensen. He had extra momentum coming off the corner, and we know the Ferrari's quicker in a straight line. He's done it by the time they get to the timing line, so Andreas Berg Sorensen straight through into 4th position, needed no second invitation. It's a shame that he won't really now have the opportunity to contend for a higher step on the Cup 1 podium, but he has at least redeemed himself slightly by moving into the top 4 overall.
Przemysław Biankowski a lap ago went wide at turn 1. That time he almost spun it at turn 1 under power in the PTT Racing Porsche, the pure track technology team, always a huge supporter of the Winter Series and indeed the GEDLICH winter events down here in Iberia. I imagine we'll see more than one car at some of the other events of the season from that stable. I'm not sure how many cars are in the truck this year, but I know that last year they were trying to flog an extra Porsche to Leandro Martins at the end of the season, so they clearly have some in arrears. Meanwhile, Andreas Berg Sorensen now just clearing off from Moritz Viskirchen then. So 4th overall looks to be under his control again at the moment, so long as he keeps it on the straight and narrow. And while the gap has stabilised up the front, one must doff the cap to Cristiano Maciel. He has been on form in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And another bit of a surprise result this really, isn't it? I don't think many people expected this from Cristiano this weekend, but yeah, here he is, showing everyone a clean pair of heels and disappearing on up the road, really. Warning flag for car 27. That's Biankowski for exceeding track limits. Well, yes, he's been exceeding track limits, but not really gaining an advantage from it, at least from what we've seen. But anyway, rule is a rule. He's gone beyond track limits, and so penalty will be incoming if he does that again. Out onto the main straight heads Andreas Berg Sorensen. We briefly caught a glimpse there of Spinkovic, and off, I'm afraid, has gone Alex Mijatovic. I think he went off yesterday, didn't he? And that looks like the entrance to the Gancho chicane, the Lamborghini in the gravel. I doubt that will be retrieved under its own power, so this will need some outside assistance, and I fear that means an appearance of the safety car.
If he reverses with feather-light precision, we might be all right, but that will be an ask, I'm sure. Off-roading wouldn't be my kind of thing. That's in the best of circumstances, nevertheless, in a Lamborghini. So Cristiano Maciel leading the way in the 50 car, and now 5.5 seconds, so the gap has gone up again, and we are continually receiving updates from around the circuit about the weather, and it was actually camera woman Emma that presented our initial "it's raining again" signal from around the circuit, and very quickly I think everyone else said, yeah, us too. And well, the circumstances are plain to see. The entire circuit now looking rather more like it did at the start of the prototype race, unfortunately, but these drivers have weathered the conditions very nicely indeed, and it is now Cristiano Maciel with just a couple of laps, I think 3 more laps between himself and the flag. It's just a matter of getting it home now, although Goncalo Araujo really hasn't let off at any point. He's staying there or thereabouts, because someone who's been racing for as long as Araujo, 20 years of experience racing largely in Portugal and Spain, he will know that in this kind of weather, a mistake could be forthcoming for the opponent just a few seconds clear.
Yeah, fastest lap then for Goncalo Araujo. I was kind of watching Jerzy Spinkovic because he put in a purple first sector, fastest of anybody. That's just been bettered, though, by Araujo on this lap. So Goncalo Araujo just sort of keeping Spinkovic at arm's length, really. 10 seconds now between them, 4.6 to Maciel. That margin has been remarkably static, really, hasn't it, between the two Ferrari 296 Challenge cars at the head of the field, run by different teams. AF Corsa for Cristiano Maciel, and the Araujo Competição team for Goncalo. And, well, Maciel has driven impeccably so far. Goncalo keeps the chase going, though. Took 4 and a bit tenths, actually, out of Maciel in the first sector of this lap alone. With only 3 minutes to go, though, it would take a mistake now, wouldn't it, really, for Maciel for a battle to develop. But the way that these GT Winter Series races have gone so far this weekend, I am not counting any chickens yet.
No, absolutely not. Not until they're in the fryer. 4.6 was the gap last time. We'll see in about a sector what the gap is now. I now see where the 32 car is. I hadn't spotted it previously. Mijatovic, somewhat out of harm's way. We continue on with 2.5 minutes to go. Penultimate lap will begin this time. And if Araujo hooks up this sequence of corners and, shall we say, sheds a few more tenths by the time they get to the start-finish line, we could be on for, at the very least, some pressure for Cristiano Maciel before the conclusion.
Yeah, well, let's see what the gap is. Araujo with the fastest lap that time. So, yeah, 4 seconds the margin, but that was a gain of 6.5 tenths that time. Still not enough, really, but the smaller this gap gets and the bigger Araujo's car starts to look in Maciel's mirrors, the more chance there is of a mistake coming from the race leader. The weather is not getting any better out there either, so, you know, this is all Araujo can do really at this point. Pile the pressure on and hope something happens. And as I said, the way these races have gone so far, you wouldn't necessarily bet against that. They've got 2 laps to go, just less than 2 laps to go. Gap actually going out slightly in the first sector, and not for the first time. It's Jerzy Spinkovic who is quickest of anybody in the first part of the lap. But the Ferraris consistently over the whole lap, over the course of the race, have been the car to have. And it is a pair of them doing battle for the race victory with a lap and a half to go.
And look at these Ferraris, these Porsches. I can't help but think quite how far single-mate GT cars have gone in the last couple of decades. If you wind the clock back to 2005, we're running the 996 Cup and the Ferrari 360 in their respective single-mate categories. And, well, this 296, with respect to the 360, a car I love dearly, an absolute spaceship by relative, I think, close to not far off double the power, at least 2/3 extra power versus the cars of 20 years ago. Quite stunning stuff. And both of these drivers, Maciel and Araujo, have clearly hooked these up for the wet conditions, and it's been very impressive so far. Spinkovic in 3rd place overall has also been relatively matching these two in recent times. In some regards, it's a shame he didn't quite find that groove a little bit earlier, but an overall podium with Cup 4 win is going to be, so long as he gets across the line, of course, quite a comfort for Unique Racing after losing out on a potential result yesterday.
Much better lap that time for Cristiano Maciel, so he pulled a couple of tenths over Araujo as they go on to the final lap of the race. We ride on board here with Jerzy Spinkovic, and we get a good view here of just what the conditions are like if you're at the wheel of a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car. Turns there through turn number 1. Heads down the dip, and even when running in clean air, visibility not the best, grip certainly is at a premium. He slithers his way down into turn 2, the back of the car breaking loose under acceleration from turn 2 and under braking for turn 3. But Jerzy Spinkovic pushing on to the end. Not, though, able to match the pace of the Ferraris. Back on board with him then as we head through Curva VIP, the 4th corner. So gingerly on the throttle there before fully opening the tap through the kink at turn 5. At the head of the field, a bit of traffic meanwhile coming into play for Cristiano Maciel. The last thing he wants to see really, as he is less than half a lap away from what would be a historic and I think very popular race win.
Well, it's especially impressive. Oh, Severin Mazur, and he's had a bypass. Really stepping the limits there as Cristiano Maciel navigates it with a degree of drama for sure, none of the drama of which was his own, but what I wanted to say was this is hugely impressive for Maciel. I couldn't find any record books about this man prior to this weekend. I didn't get to go down to AF Corsa and find out, but I got confirmation this is his first ever racing weekend, and in just his 2nd race in extremely difficult conditions, he is a winner overall and in the Cup 1 class in the GTWinterSeries. You heard that right. 1 weekend down, he was ahead of a man with 20 years of racing experience in an identical car in the form of Goncalo Araujo in 2nd place. Jerzy Spinkovic taking 3rd position. Andreas Berg Sorensen will be 4th overall and 3rd among the Cup 1 cars, and then Moritz Viskirchen will be 5th position and the winner in GT3, although the team manager is being told to head to race control with haste and pace. We'll see quite what that is about. Dexter Muller will cross the line next in 6th position overall. There is the SR Motorsport, the defending champion car, of course, getting a full haul of points in GT3, which is critical regardless of what's going on up ahead of them. The overall championship points are scored scored within the class, not in terms of the overall standings. Here comes, I think that was going to be Dexter Muller next across the line as some of the others make their way back towards pit road. In fact, no, that's Alessio Raffini crossing the line to take 9th overall and 3rd among the Cup 4 cars. Behind him in the spray is Dexter Muller, who will cross the line in 6th position. A challenging race for sure for the GT3 cars. Kalle Bergman and Przemysław Bienkowski sealed across the line. Oskar Rindovic has crossed the line to finish 10th place as he continues his first weekend of racing as well. A lot of drivers doing their first weekend in rather powerful machinery, but managing to stick the landing even in conditions like these. Across the line also there goes Przemysław Bienkowski, and the only driver left to reach the flag crosses the line now, and it's Cup 2 winner Kalle Bergman, who reaches the flag 7th overall. And while he hits the first corner, Cristiano Mathiel is arriving to the paddock, to the podium, and again, race number 2 of his life. I apologise for not acknowledging this prior because I had a suspicion, but I wasn't fully sure as to whether he was a brand new driver, as it were. But it was confirmed to me during the race that this is just the 2nd race of his life. He started his career as a racing driver in yesterday's first race. Race number 2, and it's his first win. Hugely impressive stuff from Cristiano Mathiel, the Portuguese driver on home turf, with the expert tutelage of Rui Aguas no doubt helping. Hello, Artie and Costa, the photographers there. They are going to be elated at AF Corsa with that result. And you can imagine as well that over there, Goncalo Araujo will also be pretty happy with how things have gone overall. A good 2nd place result for him. Jerzy Spinkovic, of course, claiming 3rd place, and we get a little bit of an onboard look there from the car that Jerzy has already climbed out of. And again, a Cup 4 win, a huge haul of points for him in the championship. With 4 cars in the class, of course, that means he will get a sizable haul, because you get more points if there is more competition in your category. Well, it's been a very different day so far at the Circuito Estoril than what we had on Saturday. But the GTWinterSeries again throwing up some drama, lots of action, and a couple of heart-in-mouth moments for us in the commentary box, and I'm sure the drivers on the circuit as well, whether you were correcting the slides or hoping you didn't get caught up in them. I'm sure it has been a fairly intense race for all parties concerned. And I understand that Izzy Browning is going to get the post-race debrief now from our drivers down on the podium.
I am indeed. Cristiano, wow. I mean, that was amazing. What a drive. I believe only your 2nd race, is that true? How does that feel?
Amazing. So yesterday I did the first one, today the first one on wet conditions, so it was a great performance. So I'm quite happy about the final result.
Yeah, incredible, and really, really tricky conditions to do that in. So how did you manage to keep it on the black?
Amazing team, look at them. They all work on the car to prepare it better for the rain. Also, I have an amazing coach, Rui Aguas, so perfect conditions to get a good score.
And then one more race later. Are you feeling confident going into that one now?
Yes, but let's see later how it goes.
All right, congratulations. We'll let you get off to the podium and celebrate. Well done, very well done. There is our GTWinterSeries winner, a very popular winner, as you can see.
AF Corsa celebrating with Cristiano Mathiel, and I believe Rui Aguas will be joining him in race 3 in the pit stop race in the 2nd phase. So that car could well be even quicker once he gets in later on, and that could be a force to be reckoned with in the GTWinterSeries pit stop race, which will conclude our broadcast today a little later on in the afternoon. You see there the 32 car just finally crossing the line. Autosport Racing's Alex Bijatovic was pushed out of the gravel and said, I see a checkered flag, I'm going to take it. So he will, I imagine, be classified in 12th place. Meanwhile, let's take a look back at the race, number 2 of the weekend in GTWinterSeries. So then the race got started, and as predicted, the pole sitter wasn't leading for long. The Lamborghinis and the Ferrari challenge cars surged forth into the race lead. It was an early lead for Severin Mazur. However, he was under pressure from fellow Cup 4 Lamborghini runner Jerzy Spinkovic. Behind them, Andreas Berg Sorensen, Goncalo Araujo and Cristiano Maciel was in 5th place. Moritz Fiskirchen falling to 6th from pole halfway around the first lap of the race. And it seemed clear not only that the GT3 cars were at a disadvantage, but that the Cup 1 Ferraris, the 296 Challenge cars, had the edge over the Lamborghinis as the cars all seemed to scrum together on that first lap. It would soon be the Ferraris at the front. Meanwhile, Dexter Muller was pressurizing the number 79 car, of course, that being Severin Mazur, who was not going to repeat his overall victory from Saturday evening. Przemysław Bienkowski a little bit further back, being rather measured, I think, on the throttle at times, understandably so in these conditions. Dexter Muller would have a good scrap further back with Severin Mazur. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, it was Goncalo Araujo that was leading the race. Cristiano Maciel, in his second race, I need to emphasize that, would find his way by and get past the driver with a lot of experience under his belt in the form of Goncalo Araujo. And this battle was very exciting to watch, as was this one further back in the field. Alex Bijatovic under pressure from Oscar Rintovic, and what we didn't see live was that, yes, there was a little bit of contact there. Andreas Berg Sorensen was fighting the car every inch of the way, trying to challenge for second overall, and indeed second in the Cup 1 class. A bit of a Ferrari challenge preview, I guess, for the season ahead. In the front of the order, we saw Severin Mazur have a couple of spins, unfortunately, during the race, although he would still finish 8th overall. Ditto Andreas Berg Sorensen, who would manage to get to 4th overall by the flag, but had to recover from this moment. He got himself back ahead, or he came out just ahead of Moritz Fiskirchen from that spin, but then a second would follow, and he'd have to find a way past the SR Motorsport Mercedes to move back up to P4. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, Maciel was putting on a driving masterclass. Severin Mazur a bit brave on the brakes into turn 1, testing the limits into that braking zone that is notoriously difficult to sight when the wind changes, when the weather changes. The drivers have had to contend with plenty of the latter in this one. Jerzy Spinkovic really picked up the pace in 3rd overall as the race continued on, started to find his groove. Meanwhile, as you see there, Andreas Berg Sorensen did find his way back past Moritz Fiskirchen and into 4th overall. Alex Bijatovic just tapping the barrier there on his way into the gravel, and that was a rather lazy trundle into the gravel. I do wonder if, as light as that touch was, maybe something was amiss with the car, because that was quite a strange incident in totality. Meanwhile, Cristiano Maciel had built a gap of around 5 seconds over Goncalo Araujo at the front of the order. Rui Agbash has clearly waved his magic wand when it comes to driver coaching on this man in the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari, putting a lap on the race winner from less than 24 hours ago. On the final lap, mind you, there was one last moment to raise the heart rate. Thankfully, Severin Mazur managed to keep the car on the straight and narrow, and it was Cristiano Maciel who came home as the race winner just 2 races into his tenure as a professional driver or as a racing driver, and he has tasted success in the GT Winter Series. He will be delighted with this graphic that confirms him as the winner. 4 seconds to the good over Araujo Competición Goncalo Araujo. Jerzy Spinkovic for Unique Racing in 3rd place, his first overall podium and his first Cup 4 win of the year. Andreas Berg Sorensen in 4th position. Moritz Viskirchen is in 5th place and winning in GT3. Dexter Muller is in 6th place, and the only other car on the lead lap was Kalle Bergman, the Cup 2 winner in 7th overall. Severin Mazur in 8th place. Alessio Raffini, good to see the Autosport Racing crew worked so hard to get that car out there. Oscar Rinzovic is the driver that rounds out the top 10, soloing, of course, in the Cup 5 class. Przemysław Biankowski takes 11th place. Alex Bijatovic rounds out the finishing order. Of course, we saw Alfredo Hernandez spin before the race started, and Leandro Martins, unfortunately, on the formation lap also had a spin, so a reduced field in tricky conditions. So then the podium is ready to go. Andy McEwen, in what I'm sure are quite damp conditions, is ready to hand out some trophies.
Well, thank you, Adam. I have to say the rain has stopped now, just in time for our podium presentation, so that's good news. The drivers are all gathered and we are ready to go. We will start with Cup 5 and we welcome our class winner for Myrtle Motorsport, Oscar Rinzovic. Congratulations, Oscar, onto the top step of the podium as the winner in the Cup 5 category for the Ferrari 488 Challenge drivers. Just the one car entered in the class, but he did well to negotiate the tricky conditions and has earned that winner's trophy that he has just been handed. Photographs taken. More people waiting down below for some photos of our Cup 5 winner. Congratulations once again to Oscar Rinzovic, the winner in Cup 5. We now move on to the Lamborghini Super Trofeo class, Cup 4. 3 drivers to welcome onto the podium, starting with the 3rd place driver, Alessio Raffini. In 2nd place for GT3 Poland was Severin Mazur, who I think is hiding inside, possibly. Severin? Where's Severin gone? Let's try that again. 2nd place, Severin Mazur. He was deep in conversation backstage with somebody. The win, though, in Cup 4 and an overall podium finish as well for Unique Racing's Jerzy Spinkovic. Congratulations, Jerzy, onto the top step of the podium. Handshakes all round with his fellow Cup 4 podium finishers. And 3 different teams represented at the top of the podium as well. Trophies are being readied. GEDLICH Racing representatives on hand to do the honours. And what will we see from the Cup 4 cars in the race later on today? If it dries out at all, you'd have to imagine that Severin and Jerzy in particular will be a factor in that feature race to come in the afternoon. 2 more races to go, remember, here at Estoril, and a lunch break coming up next. We'll be hearing from Izzy Browning later on with some interviews in the pit lane. But for now, we still have a few more podium presentations to conclude with. Congratulations once more then to the Cup 4 top 3. We move on now to Cup 2 for the Porsche Cup 992 runners. 2 finishers in that category. 2nd place went the way of Przemysław Biankowski. On to the 2nd step of the podium for Przemysław. Well done for a 2nd place finish. The win, though, in Cup 2 went There we go, we're back with everyone ready to carry on with the podium here, and Cup 1 to come next for the Ferrari Challenge 296 cars that played such a big part in that race. Third place goes the way of Andreas Berg Sorensen. The AF Corsa driver climbs to the third step of the podium. Second place though, Goncalo Arario. Led in the early stages, had to settle for second, but a charge at the end was put in as he chased down our eventual class winner, another AF Corsa driver. Congratulations to Cristiano Maciel, who, as we expected, gets a great reception from the crowd downstairs. His second ever race, and in pretty tricky conditions, not only winning the class, but coming home at the front of the field overall, beating some much more experienced drivers in much more fancied machinery to come out as an overall and Cup 1 race winner. So the drivers gather at the top of the podium for photographs, a memory that will live long, I'm sure, with Cristiano Maciel in particular. Congratulations then to our Cup 1 podium finishers, and we have now just 2 more drivers to welcome to the podium. Our top 2 finishers in the GT3 class. First of all, for SPS Automotive, we have Dexter Muller. Well done, Dexter. Second place in class, but the win in GT3 went to SR Motorsport and Morris Fiskirchen. The car that ran into some mechanical issues yesterday, but coming out on top in GT3 in race number 2. Trophies handed out once more for the final time. The rain starting to come down again here. Hopefully the worst of that will have been cleared by the time races resume this afternoon. But for now, they will not dampen the celebrations from the podium. Our GT3 podium complete, and we can now head back down into the pit lane and Izzy Browning.
I am indeed down in the pit lane, and we've got the pit lane lunchtime break walk going on right now. All the spectators just walking up and down the pit lane, getting a chance to take some photos of the cars and some of our drivers. And one of those drivers does indeed join me now, Alessio. Alessio, it's great to see you out on the car today. Great to have you back on track, and of course in the Lamborghini cars of the GTWinterSeries. How have things been going so far?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here for the second season in a row. Yesterday was quite complicated for me. Today difficult as well because I don't love rain. But yeah, we need to improve. It was good, third place, so all good for now.
And you said second season, of course, you've driven these tracks before, so a little bit of experience on those tracks. Oh, just watch our headers. We nearly get decapitated by the garage door. What brought you back to the Winter Series, and why is it such a special way and such an important way to maybe prepare and get the track time?
No, I think it's great because it's the start of the season, so we don't like to stay many months without driving. So it's a great opportunity for all of us to look to race in very beautiful circuits, to break the, let's say, the period without doing anything and to prepare the season. So it would be great for me to prepare the Super Trofeo Pro-Am competition for this year.
And of course you share the car with Milos, so you guys, I understand, are quite good friends. So how's that partnership going, and how important is it that you have a good partnership with your co-driver?
Yeah, like I said, I started only last year, so I think I'm doing, I'm learning as much as possible. Milos is a great coach, a great pilot, a great friend, so we do all the best to be very strong for this Super Trofeo season in Pro-Am.
And we've had quite a lot of rain today already. It's obviously still raining in the pit lane. So how are you feeling ahead of the next race, and now that you've kind of got a little bit of an eye for the conditions around the track?
Yeah, unfortunately it was not possible to test the track with rain condition in the last free training. But this morning was good. I got a lot of insights to improve in the afternoon. I'm pretty sure I can do better. So thanks a lot.
All right, well, thank you very much for speaking to us. We'll let you go and get your lunch quickly while the lull in the racing is allowing us to have a little lunch break. So thank you very much for speaking to us, and good luck later on. Great to speak to Alessio Ruffini. Now, I managed to catch up with a couple of drivers before the weekend racing began. So I think we're going to hear one of those interviews very shortly, whilst we go and try and find some more drivers to speak to. And indeed, actually, we can hear hear the interview I did earlier in the weekend with Stefan Lenner, the Racing Series Coordinator here at GEDLICH Racing, about all the differences coming into the 2025 season. The 2025 Winter Series kicks off this weekend in Estoril. And of course, over the summer months, the team at GEDLICH Racing have put in so much work to make this project happen. There's a few changes that have happened in each of our series as well. And in a second, we're going to speak to Stefan Lenner, who is the Racing Series Coordinator here at GEDLICH Racing, and tell us a little bit more about what the season has in store. Stefan, great to see you. We're back for another year of the Winter Series. Really excited to be back. How excited are you and your team to be back?
Yeah, we were looking forward to it all year round, and finally we are here in Estoril and can't wait to get started.
Yeah, and of course we've got so much more to look forward to this year with the addition of 2 brand new races, those 6-hour races in Portimao and Barcelona. Just tell us kind of the thinking behind adding those races and why you wanted to do that.
Yeah, so now we're in the 5th or 6th year of the Winter Series, and so far the only thing that we've done was sprint races, and we thought now it's time to go into endurance racing as well. We've had teams asking about it, drivers asking about it. So it was really time to add some endurance racing to the Winter Series.
So time to give people something more to challenge them, something more to take on. But there's also been a number of other changes in the Winter Series paddock to give some more challenges for our teams and drivers. We'll start with the GT4s because we've got them racing this weekend. They've added a new club class to the GT4 Winter Series. Just tell us why you wanted to do that and kind of the philosophy behind GEDLICH kind of being the inclusive paddock that we are.
We were pretty happy with the first year of the GT4 Winter Series last year, and during the summer we thought what we still can improve, of course, and we wanted to include more cars, make it available for more drivers and teams, and so we agreed with the SRO to have the club class for cars, GT4 cars that ran out of homologation. So now we are happy to have already 2 of those cars here racing with us in Estoril.
And the GT4s, I mean, only in its 2nd year, but last year they gave us some of the best racing on the package, I'd say. So great to have even more of them joining our paddock. Now, if we turn our attention to the GT Winter Series, we've also got new classes in that series as well, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. We've been in contact with McLaren directly, and we are happy to have the McLaren Trophy class now in the Winter Series with the same technical regulations as they have in summer. So one more type of car in the grid.
And finally, for our series racing this weekend, the Prototype Winter Series, we've got new additions as well, helping out kind of the technical side for the teams, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. So we decided to make mandatory the GPS and radio antennas. That way we can control the full course yellow better. And if you take a look at our regulations with the handicap times, that's quite important. So we made it mandatory to have full course yellow controlled in a proper way.
And finally, we don't have them racing with us this weekend, but they will be back. Of course, the much-awaited Formula Winter Series joins us again in Portimao, and they will be racing on Pirellis this year. So you guys have done a really big deal with Pirelli over the summer, and now they'll be racing on Pirelli. So what does that bring to the Formula Winter Series?
Yeah, so we've worked with Pirelli quite a while now. And with the formulas, we are aiming, of course, at the British Formula 4 teams and the Italian Formula 4 teams. So it made only sense to race the same rubber as they do during the summer. Now we can provide the drivers of the British and Italian F4 with the best environment for testing and driving during the winter, already preparing for the summer. And we took that opportunity with Pirelli and made a big deal with them, not just for the formulas, but now also GT4, of course, as always, but also the GT Winter Series and the 6-hour races will be exclusively on Pirelli tires.
Wow. There's a lot to take in, there's a lot of changes, but all the positive changes, and you guys have been busy over the summer to make those changes happen. So we're very grateful, we're very excited to be here, and we're excited for the weekend, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back down to the pit lane where I've managed to corner 2 more drivers. Thank you very much for standing in the rain and waiting to talk to us. I've got Alan Gabay and Max Schreier with us from the GT4 Winter Series. Guys, first time in the Winter Series, how is it going so far and how are you enjoying your time?
It's a really nice championship, the atmosphere is really good. For me, I'm having fun, yes, it's fine.
Well, having fun is what it's all about, having fun and seeing some fast cars out on track. Max, you just took part in your first GT4 race. How much are you learning this weekend and how steep is the learning curve from, I believe, stepping up from karting?
Yes. So I participated in the KZ2 category last year, and this is of course my first weekend in GT4. It's going quite well so far. I have my coach, Janis Fitje, who is able to prepare me quite a lot for the races. The learning curve, especially in the first race 2 hours ago, was quite high. I had 2 little mistakes from my side, but I managed to recover quite well. So yeah, everything's going good so far.
And of course, you have experience in GT4 cars. So are there any tips that you've been able to share?
First of all, just push. This is the best option I can give you. Yeah, it takes time to move from karting to cars. I had the same procedure. It's not easy, but it will take time. It's like moving from something to a bath. This is how I saw it. Yeah, but it will be fine. It will be fast. He did a really, really good job today, and I trust him.
And the endurance race coming up very shortly for you guys. You'll be contending with a driver swap, of course, halfway through that. So how are you feeling about the endurance race, and where do you think the biggest challenge is going to be in that race?
I think the endurance race will be fine. I mean, this is the best condition for us with the Porsche, so I'm sure we'll have a really, really good time in the race. About the challenge, I don't see any challenge. I just want to push, and I think Max will do the same, so we just full attack all the race.
Perfect. Well, we're very much looking forward to seeing that race shortly. Max, last question. Of course, you two are with us for the full season. You've obviously seen the calendar. Which track are you most looking forward to?
Barcelona, definitely. I think we'll have a full driver field, and I'm looking forward for the good racing.
Perfect. Thank you very much for speaking to me, and I'll let you guys go and get dry before this race. Good luck later, and we'll see you on the grid. Perfect. We are going to continue walking down now. I've lost Adam Weller. He was with me, but that's okay. We'll just continue walking down and hope that we can find him soon. I see him, and I'm just going to have to wind my way through the crowd. Hello, Adam. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm aware that I'm probably the least interesting person in the paddock to talk to. So we do have here Przemysław Bienkowski, who was just experiencing this. Are you wanting to chat, or shall I?
Absolutely. I'll have a chat, and then you can jump in as well. Przemysław, thank you very much for speaking to us. As Adam's just said, conditions very, very tricky today. So how are you finding it so far?
Yeah, so the conditions were quite slippery, even more than I expected. But the race for me was great because one of the opponents went off the track. So, you know, for me it was just important to finish, but it was fun. Although I was trying to get to the finish line, it was quite slippery, so it took the car a couple of times. So, you know, it was adventurous till the finish line.
And quite a technical track as well. How much do you like the Estoril circuit in general?
So for me, Estoril is really special because this was my first competition last year. So my debut, and yeah, so this is special. I like the track, so I like driving here.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for speaking to us. We're going to, I think, continue down the pit lane, but very best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and thank you so much for speaking to us. We'll see you later. All right, we're going to continue down the pit lane. Thank you to all our drivers who are willing to speak to me in the pit lane. Of course, many of them wanting to go and get their lunch, but actually they're giving up time to speak to me, which I very much appreciate. I will say the rain seems to have got a little bit lighter, so that's always a good thing. But yeah, very, very tricky conditions out there for everyone. And for our drivers who it is the first time racing in certain cars, of course, even trickier because they are not only contending with tricky conditions, but also learning new cars as well. And I'm seeing Adam Weller.
Hello.
You okay?
Yes.
I've continued my my hunt for interesting personalities, and I don't think it gets much more interesting than a team boss who knows exactly what's going on. Team boss of this car, Racing Experience's Leah Mauer.
Perfect.
Over there to chat to us if you
All
want to.
right. Would you like to take it away for this one?
Oh, pressure all of a sudden. Leah, hello, long time no see. This time 12 months ago, well, on a Saturday 12 months ago, you were racing in these conditions. So I feel like you were probably uniquely qualified to tell Wolfgang what to expect. Tell us, I mean, what does it take to drive an LMP3 car in this kind of weather?
I mean, the car works still in these conditions very well. It has still a lot of aerodynamics, but yeah, for sure, the lanes are completely different. You have to pay attention that you don't brake on the normal line because it's very slippery, and you go a little bit further in the corners. So in the beginning, you have to get used to it. And then, step by step, you get to the right pace and you feel the car sliding a little bit and you know when to go on throttle. But it's fun. But last year, at this time, the race was cancelled.
Yes, it was only 2 laps that you had to endure that weather last year, to be fair. Obviously, you've got an interesting lineup here of, I'm going to say, differing backgrounds with young Matthias, 18 years old. Then you've got Wolfgang Peyer, who used to race Dakar motorcycles, very different. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen won a shootout to get this seat. Tell us a bit about that process. How many people was he going up against? What did he have to do to be here today?
So we did a shootout with around 25 drivers. We did it in different steps. We had like a part of simulator and a part of real racing in the LMP3 car. And we tested a little bit of everything. How can he adapt to a new car because he's coming from Formula 4? How he is working with the engineers? What is he doing with feedback? How can he improve and everything? And he was really standing out because when you tell him something, he thinks about it, and then he goes into the car and he does it immediately. So he was really, really good. And you saw over the weekend it was his first time. And it was very, very good.
I see Matthias is behind us, but I have one more question for you, though, before you go, Leah. I can't help but notice there's a second chassis. Any chance we're going to see you doing dual duty?
We are just using it for on Thursday for a test day in Portimao. Let's see.
There's time. You know, Aragon is a long way away. It's great to see you guys again, and great to have a young talent like Matthias with us this year. If you step forward, sir, we'll chat to you as well about the race you just had. We were talking about the early phase of that race. Around you was all sorts of experience, silver and gold rated drivers. You're brand new to this car. You did very well, I must say. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, thank you. It was not easy to drive a car and win with 3 times more horsepower than I'm used to. The car is more heavy, but I took it step by step and not overshoot. Of course, I did overshoot at 10.6, but I have to get used to it. So I think it was a good race for me. The whole weekend I have taken it step by step, and yeah, so a good weekend after all.
A very good weekend. I mean, you spoke about it briefly there, how different of a car this is than your first generation F4 car that you won the Danish championship in last year. I mean, how much of a culture shock was it the first time you plugged yourself into an LMP3?
It's a V8 with 460 horsepower, so it was not easy. I thought it was easier, but it's also a big track to come out with. But I love the car. It has been a dream for me the last 2 years, and then I won the shootout. So yeah, I love the car. It's amazing.
Danish Young Talent of the Year as well, and could be one of the Young Talents of the Year in Prototype Win Series. Thanks for talking to me, sir. Thank you as well to Leah. I believe we're going to continue our adventures. Let's do a microphone transfer. I'll see what other trouble I can find for you.
Perfect. We actually already have an interview lined up because we are ever the professional in this paddock. But we're going to have to make our way down to Garage 21, where Owen Hizzy is waiting for me. Owen, of course, raced in the GT4 Winter Series this morning in the Pro-Am class. And Owen has previously raced in the British Endurance Championship with his co-driver in the GT4 Winter Series this year, Mark Elman. Now, he's actually Mark's driver coach. So he's been giving his own tips to Mark throughout the weekend, but also doing a little bit of driving himself. And he is here now. If I just bring you out, just firing up the car behind us, so hopefully you can hear us. Owen, great to see you. A first step into international racing for the team. Competitive grid we've got. You had a great race this morning. You were absolutely flying. They were singing your praises in the commentary box, saying, you know, it's great in the wet. How tricky was it, and how have the team been finding the step into international racing so far?
The team, first of all, have done an amazing job for us to come into this, and it's like what you said, it's really competitive, and this is where we want to prove ourselves as a team and as a driver pairing. And the team are doing wonders. It's just a learning curve. Every single time that car goes out on track, it's a learning curve. And this morning, yes, it was down to, I do quite like wet conditions, and there was a little bit that we needed to improve on, especially in Sector 1 where he struggles, but we had no idea coming into it what's gonna happen. So yeah, looking forward to this next race, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And we said that you've raced in the British Endurance Championship with Mark. Of course, you're Mark's driver coach as well. So what kind of tips have you been giving him throughout the weekend, and how are you rating his performance so far?
I am definitely really, really impressed with him. At first, it was a little bit of see how he gets on, but he surpassed expectations, and now it is definitely something that we're now ahead of our schedule, really, so which is all good, and all the tips he's taken on board, so hopefully he can do the business in this coming up race.
Yeah, so we've got the endurance race coming up. Of course, you guys will have done probably longer endurance races than that in the British Endurance Championship, but something you're very familiar with, all the driver changes and the pit stops and things like that. It does appear to have stopped raining, so hopefully we'll get a drying track, although I think we are actually expecting more rain. But whether it's wet or dry, you seem to be all right.
Exactly, that's the way we've got to be. We just got to, whatever the track conditions are, we just got to suck it up and get on with it. And ideally we would like it to be a little bit more dry, because that's what suits the car best. Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out.
And what's this car like to drive? I mean, just take us inside the car. What are we working with?
It's a lovely car to drive. It is very rewarding when you get it right, and you can just get the car dancing and moving about. It is a really nice car to drive. It's a monster, but it's a monster that is that you can unleash at any time. So it's a fantastic car, and the Ginetto have done a great job with this Evo compared to the last generation. So, and long may that continue.
Last question before we let you go. Of course, you guys are, I believe, in the full season. I have to ask you what track you're looking forward to.
I do quite like Portimao, so that is definitely the one on the list. Here's been really good because we knew we'd never been here before, but definitely Portimao, just love it.
Okay, well, we're heading there next, so very exciting. We'll let you go and prepare for the next race. Thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we are going to continue down the pit lane once again. I've nearly made it all the way to the end of the pit lane. I'm sure I will see Adam Weller. I see Adam Weller with two more drivers, and these are, you got them both, and these are two drivers I'm sure you'll recognise because their weekend is going rather well. The Elite Motorsport pair of Josh Ratkin and Mackenzie Cresswell. Guys, we've spoken to both of you a fair bit already because, I mean, it means you're doing something right. As I said to you, Mackenzie, this morning, you're living up to your name, Elite Motorsport, elite performances from both of you. Well, I don't have to ask how the weekend's going so far because it's obviously going perfectly. How confident are you going into this endurance race that you're going to make it 3 for 3?
Pretty confident. Obviously, Mackenzie's done a great job this morning in the wet. but I haven't driven the wet since I think 2023 because the summer series has been dry every single time. So it's going to be a bit of a stepping stone for me, but as long as you, like I say, keep our cool and just sort of build up to it nice and steady, we should be absolutely fine.
Okay, super interesting that you haven't driven in the wet for that long. I mean, that's quite a good run of races you must have had then. Quite good weather in the summer series.
Yeah, like I said, the summer series has been perfect. So obviously in 2024, not a single wet test session nor race, so it was amazing. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a stepping stone today coming into the wet, but like I say, I've watched Mackenzie's on board from this morning, pulling a 20-second gap. We should be okay.
I think you will be okay, given the performance we've seen this morning, and I think you guys are at the moment the ones to watch. And I think a couple of the teams up and down the grid will be looking at you guys, thinking, "Oh God, I hope this isn't what we're going to have for the whole season." Mackenzie, of course, you've got your first GT4 race under your belt. How different has the car been to what you've driven before? Of course, you're coming over from single-seaters. As you said to me this morning, roof over your head, much bigger car, much heavier car. How much have you learned over the last few days?
I've learned so much. The team's done an amazing job getting me up to speed, and obviously, I have a pretty good benchmark next to me, reigning champion. So yeah, it couldn't be much better than that. The situation's pretty perfect for me to learn. Got lots of laps under our belt on Thursday and Friday, so I think we can feel really confident going into the race and going into next week as well for Portimao. Pace has been pretty good so far, so we're looking to keep that up and yeah, see where we are after the hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, single-seaters don't tend to come to Estoril. Have you been to Portimao before? Is that a new track as well?
Yeah, it's all new. I've never been to Portugal before. First time at Estoril, first time Portimao. So got lots to learn, but yeah, I think we'll be all right.
Okay, well, you've done a perfect job so far, as we've already said. We wish you very best of luck this afternoon. Of course, the first time with the driver swap for you, which we'll be looking out for in the pit lane. Thank you very much for speaking to us, boys, and good luck for this afternoon. And we are going to, I think, continue down the pit lane, or are we almost ready to have the next race, I believe? Let's carry on up here and we can get a debrief with commentator Adam Weller. Yes, we're going to walk it. We're going to walk backwards. Come on. If you're going to be in motorsport, you have to know how to walk backwards. How have you found the day so far?
In what way have I come across as Toe Mater? I don't sound like him. I'm not the world's best backwards driver or walker. Johnny is being very kind to me. Thank you, Johnny. He saw the impending fall. We are obviously just moments away from the GT4 race. So the Elite Motorsport guys, they were very kind to us by way of talking just before the race. You can see we've got SR Motorsport getting ready as well. They've got no fewer than 3 cars in that race. And I can tell you what, they're replenished and ready, because I went to go see if I could interview them about 10 minutes ago. They're all eating. So they're on full stomachs and they're ready to go. I think the big question mark, though, is going to be, can anyone at all be that elite McLaren? Usually you pass the buck to me. What do you think? Can anyone do it?
Well, that's exactly what I was just saying to the boys. I mean, they've had a perfect weekend so far. And the teams up and down the pit lane will be looking at them thinking, are we going to get an ear in, really? Are we going to get a shot in of taking this race win? I do think it is going to be the elites. Again, they've clearly got that car dialed in. They know what they're doing. They're a strong team. Of course, we've got many, many strong teams up and down the pit lane, but I do think that elite will have the edge, you know.
I said earlier on in the commentary, we're right next to Europe's largest casino. You'd have to be quite the betting man to put your money anywhere other than Elite Motorsport. You'd have to be ambitious. Now, we can see just behind us, actually, it might be worth reversing away from us and looking here to Tim Horrell, if we continue towards the car, currently installing himself in to the number 30. Now, Tim is a paraplegic racing driver from the United States, sustained an injury in a road accident long before he went racing. But an adrenaline junkie to the nth degree. And yesterday he said, for the first time in over 2 years, I feel like this car is hooked up. I feel like the hand controls are exactly where I want them. And we saw him yesterday as a bronze driver up there with the pros. And actually, I think Nico is over there. I might see if we can quickly tempt him for a word.
I believe we're about to have the next race, so we are going to quickly go to an interview from earlier in the weekend with Kenneth Heyer so that we can get these cars out onto the grid and for the next race.
She came with supplies.
This year in the GT Winter Series, we are also welcoming back once again our champion from last year, Kenneth Heyer. Kenneth is with me now. Kenneth, it's great to have you back on the grid once again. We were just talking, and this is going to be your 15th year in Mercedes Motorsport. So, I mean, first of all, that's an amazing achievement, but great to have you back with us as well.
Yeah, that's true. It means also that I'm getting quite old. No, it's a great achievement. I'm quite proud for that. When you start things, it's never with the guess that it's going for so long time, especially in today's time. I feel very comfortable. The AMG Customer Sports, it's not just a slogan that we said we are a family and we are the fastest family, and yeah, it's great for me the last years. I enjoy every race since 2-3 years much more because yeah, with the age you get a little bit more excited about it and all that stuff. No, I'm very happy.
And back in the Winter Series once again with SR Motorsport, and you will have a different partner this year. Of course, last year you won the championship with JMO Hartling, but this year you're with Moritz Viskirchen. So how's that partnership going so far?
Yeah, pretty good. Moses is also, I think, 3 years in the team, so we know us very well. It's more or less, I think, the first race we did together this weekend, or we do together this weekend. Yeah, JMO's doing the GT4, so we're going in both championships with strong lineups, so we want to fight for both championships, GT4 Winter Series and the GT Winter Series. Yeah, all good until now.
And of course, you know these tracks really well, having raced in the Winter Series for a few years now. So which tracks are you looking forward to going back to the most, and how confident do you feel on these tracks now?
I like Estoril really a lot. It's an old track. A lot of different parts. From you need a lot of anchorage and yeah, some technical parts. Also Portimao, especially to prepare the season. We go there with the GT World and a lot of other series, GT Open and so on. So I will be there for 3-4 times this year. So it's a super preparation. Yeah, Barcelona is I think for GT teams is more or less one of the most valuable track to test. So yeah, it's a super calendar again. I like the time in the winter here because it's strong also from being away from home. I have 2 kids, so quite a lot on the track. But yeah, what you want as a race driver, being on the track is one of the best things you can have.
And of course, you know, this year we have seen so much more talent coming onto the grid. We've seen a lot of brand new faces as well, which you'll be fighting against. You kind of alluded to it there that you guys are a family here and you'll be going for the GT4 title and the GT title. So do you think that you guys can do it?
Oh, it's too early to say. I think we have to wait until we are going back to Spain from Portugal. Before Valencia, I think we have a direction if it's possible or not. So we will see. We will fight for it for sure. We want to be strong. We want to make everybody making the best out of it. So let's see. It will be a strong season.
All right. Well, we wish you best of luck, and we're excited to see you out on track.
Well, we saw them preparing, getting into the car and ready to go. And we are now just a matter of moments away from the hour-long pit stop race in the GT4 Winter Series, kicking off our afternoon of action. We're going, I call it endurance racing, but of course we do have a 6-hour coming up in 2 weeks, so let's call it a pit stop race. Hour-long race for the GT4 Winter Series. Based on the first 2 races, as myself and Izzy were discussing, you come into it suspecting a favourite, but we also come into it having seen Estoril throw up a great many surprises thus far this weekend. So No one's quite sure what's coming next here, but what we do know is we will be in for a thriller, as the GT4 Winter Series has consistently provided. Of course, much like many other GT4 racing formats, there is a pit stop window. That pit stop window is 10 minutes in length, from minute 25 of the race to minute 35 of the race. The mandatory time from pit in to pit out fluctuates from weekend to weekend. For this weekend, it is 86 seconds from pit in to pit out. You will not be surprised to hear that the Elite Motorsport car is at the sharp end. It is not, however, on pole position. That is because the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum car is on pole. The number 11 machine of Enrico Förderer will have another bite of the cherry, as it were. They've been up there at the front at the start. They haven't always been there at the end. Of course, last time Enrico was in the car yesterday, it was rather a wrong-footed conclusion to the race. He was running a comfortable second place, and as he alluded to, sorry, that's a hard word apparently, the ignition coil failed on the car. That forced it into an emergency mode where he effectively had 75% of the car's potential power. So that's 4 litre, I guess, diluted into a 3 litre temporarily, not literally speaking, but we are just moments away from getting ready for this one. Of course, the other storyline, potentially, if we end up with the same kind of close wheel-to-wheel racing that we had in the GT Winter Series sprint race just before lunch, is the cars with a lot of straight line speed. The Porsches have consistently been earmarked by my colleague Andy McEwen, who is having a time to my left at the moment. The Porsches have been earmarked as the form car down that kilometre-long main straight. Of course, it's quite a small car in terms of width and indeed height, and that does mean towards the end of a straight, inevitably, less drag. Doesn't really matter how much, well, to an extent, it doesn't matter how much power you give some of the bigger cars. That little Porsche is going to cut through the air better and better as the speeds go up. And, well, this one, I think in these conditions, Andy, the form book does tell us a lot. Not as much as normal, though.
Not as much as normal, no. I mean, I think there is one fairly obvious favourite, because that's the car that's dominated in both different kinds of weather conditions we've had with both of their drivers in it. But with now, you know, this being a longer race, it could mix things up ever so slightly. It will be, I hope, a competitive race. The track conditions, I would say, are slightly better than they were possibly for race 1 first thing this morning. It's still not ideal out there. There is fresh rain starting to fall, albeit lightly, for now at least. But yeah, conditions slightly better. And of course, the main thing is most of these drivers have had now some experience in the wet, so they should be able to come into this race, not only they themselves with a clearer idea of how to approach this, but also they'll have been able to feed back to the teams after race 1. If the car didn't feel quite right, they can make the relevant adjustments. So I think we will hopefully see a couple of cars that struggled earlier on, the Raffet Racing car in particular being the one that I'm thinking of, going a little bit better this afternoon. I have immediately, by the way, been fact-checked by Luke from Alpha Live. I just said the rain hadn't been too bad and the conditions were slightly better, as I think possibly the heaviest rain of the day arrives moments later. So conditions ever-changing, and sadly now once again changing for the worse.
Now, I might be showing myself up here, but if we hold this onboard that we have on screen at the moment, I've seen N, I have seen numerous numbers on a dashboard. What is M on the display central console there, Andy?
Pass. My mind immediately leaps to manual, but then I don't know what that would actually mean, unless it has 2 modes that you can switch it between, a manual and a something else.
Maybe I don't know if the word for neutral in German is in
this is a good
German.
point.
It begins with M.
Yes.
I don't know.
Answers on a postcard, or indeed in the YouTube comments, please.
Yes.
In the live chat, maybe can inform us.
Not that I have them up, but yes. Yeah, very interesting to hear that the weather has turned. It's only ever turned a little bit. It hasn't deviated from the path of rain much. so far this weekend, unfortunately. But as you can see, that telltale lake that curves in just under the Circuito Estoril gantry that kind of starts out on the left side of the, the left-hand side of the circuit and curves off to the right. That unfortunately is growing at a rate of knots. Equally, the outside of Parabolica Interior, the runoff at turn 6, that is starting to look a little bit like sheet ice as well. Skid pan skid pan look to it, to say the least. Of course, we will be hopefully getting this race underway in short order, but there is the possibility that they could end up having to delay. We can see there in the Century Motorsport garage, they're getting ready to go. Is that Ravi out of the car at the moment? I think that's, yes, Charlie is starting the car. So that is indeed Ravi Ramid pacing there, getting himself ready to go racing. Of course, Ravi has done all of the racing action so far, so this is Charlie's first and only appearance in this racing weekend. And oh dear, yeah, we just got a shot of turn 12 that looked rather Lagoon-esque, unfortunately. Yeah, Lagoon, no Renault Laguna, unfortunately. Yes, it's interesting to see the broad array of nations on this grid, the GT4s in particular, because there is such a healthy market now for GT4 cars. I feel like in some ways the GT4 segment has taken some of the ground away from its big brother GT3, and you end up with these really impressive lineups and teams running in ADAC GT4 Germany, in the British GT's GT4 class. French GT, of course, is all GT4 in the modern era, and that is a very strong grid indeed. We've got representation from all of those grids. We've even got a few teams that really do a bulk of their running here in the GT4 Winter Series, which in so many ways is a fabulous spectacle, not least of which because it's a melting pot. You've got teams from every major European GT4 championship under one not quite roof, and it just is thrilling.
Absolutely, and I think I might have made this point last year, so apologies if I'm repeating myself. It won't be the first or last time today, I'm sure. But what I like about the Winter Series as a concept, apart from this whole, let's turn pre-season testing into pre-season racing, is that if you are thinking about making that step up to the next level in whichever category it is that you're currently racing in, this is a great opportunity for you to have a little sample of that and see where you stand compared to some of the big teams from British GT or French GT or all of the championships you just mentioned. It's a good opportunity to really gauge yourself against some of the very best, but in a fairly relaxed and low-key environment with not too many eyes on you. So that is one of the things I do like about that. We see a lot of teams, and particularly the GT4 category, drivers who are stepping into GT4 for the first time using this for exactly that reason. I think it's a great idea. So whatever your purpose is for being here, I like to think you're going to get something positive out of the experience on the whole. Even if today that main learning curve is learning how you and your car handle the rain, it is still useful information to have gathered and a relatively low pressure environment in which to gather it.
Well, you say relatively low pressure, but especially at the feisty end of the season, it gets very, very intense in the Winter Series paddocks, especially with the GT4s, of course. In the GT Winter Series, being not just multi-class but also multi-spec in terms of the cars that are running, you're often fighting kind of almost an invisible battle with someone in a class lower than you for the overall championship because the points are scored in the classes. But here in the GT4 class, chances are your title battle is being had with someone on almost a level playing field to you in regards to performance in another GT4 car, and obviously at the top end of the order, unless we have a very phenomenal performance across the season, it will be pro cars at the front. And so this, more so than any of our categories this weekend, will more than likely be a dogfight right till the end of the season. And of course, once the formulas come in, we can have even more young talents vying for supremacy across the year.
Yes, now they do take it rather seriously. I remember this from last year, the Formula drivers, and indeed GT4, that really came down to a sensational grandstand finish at Barcelona, I seem to recall. So, yeah, it was it does matter, no doubt about it, to the teams at the very top. Those perhaps just venturing into it for the first time might have slightly lower expectations, but for the pro teams in the GT4 category at least, this is definitely serious business. They want to come out of this with a championship if they can, to launch themselves into the 2025 season in the best possible manner. Cars then slowly starting to arrive on the grid. Now, for reasons I don't entirely understand, the Century Motorsport BMW has just driven past the grid. In fact, they're all driving past the grid.
Start line's only about halfway down.
Oh, this is true. Okay. Yeah, I made that mistake that David Addison tells me off for plenty of times of mistaking the timing line with the start line. They are two different lines, aren't they? So, yes, I stand corrected. So, yeah, they're just making their way down now to the start line. And it will, of course, be a fairly McLaren-heavy front end, although it is, as Adam was mentioning just now, the SR Motorsport car of Enrico Ferdero, who starts from pole position. Interesting to see how Rafa Racing go in this race. Charlie Hart was very quick yesterday in the dry. We did see that car looking slightly less competitive in the hands of Callum Davis earlier on today, but that was in the wet conditions. So he may well improve slightly in this race, you would expect. But how will Charlie go in the wet? We were very impressed with his pace yesterday, moving into GT4 for the first time ever. But in the dry, that's a much easier step up to make than in the wet. So the pace of that car in both halves of this race, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on.
Yeah, exactly. For Charlie, it's going to be something of a baptism of fire. I'm unaware of how much mileage he's done prior to flying out to Portugal. If he's done some mileage in the UK post-season, odds are some of it was in the damp conditions. So that could be a saving grace for him. But in general, there's only so much you can glean from a speculative 50 laps at Donington Park in December. When you're wheel to wheel with other leading teams from around Europe, that is the deep end personified. And especially because, you know, it's unfamiliar. It's not maybe the same drivers that Charlie has raced with. I think, you know, in his summer, he will probably race a few Ginetta Junior graduates who he's familiar with. Everyone here is a stranger to him.
No, exactly that. And that is one of the scary things, really, for such a young driver, especially stepping up into this world. That's one of the scarier elements of it, but it just doesn't really seem to faze them these days, does it? These youngsters, they really do take it all in their stride, and he's got plenty of support from his dad, Chris, who's here this weekend. Those two, by the way, are going to do a full season, near enough, I believe, of Fun Cup racing in the UK this year, which I'm very much looking forward to. Charlie did the final round last year at Alton Park, but Chris, his father, multiple former race winner in that category. So they will be a force to be reckoned with in what is a car that is completely different to anything he's driven, really. Probably slightly closer to a Ginetta Junior than a McLaren GT4. But yeah, looking forward to seeing those two peddling a Fun Cup car around the circuits of the United Kingdom this year. But no doubt his main aspirations are to move onwards and upwards in the GT and sports car racing world. He's young enough, clearly, that is doable. And it would appear that he has the talent to make that work as well. And Charlie will be at the wheel of the Rafa Racing by Raceland McLaren for the opening stint of the race. Alongside him will be Maximilian Schreier in the WNS Motorsport Porsche, his teammate Tim Harrell right behind. Now, Tim was another standout star yesterday, wasn't he? I wonder how he'll go in the wet.
Yeah, Tim, as I said, down on the grid walk a little earlier on, or on the pit walk, I should say, a little earlier on, he feels comfortable with the car for the first time in a long time. I understand we are ready to go down to the grid, though, so let's go there with Izzy.
We are indeed down on the grid, our penultimate race of the weekend, the GT4 Winter Series. Now, I was just told by a couple of the teams that the drivers are unlikely to speak to us just because they're a little bit worried about the moisture getting into the car. And they've got a pit stop to contend with in this race. I think we've got time to just continue down. Of course, we've got the number 11 SR Motorsport on a pole alongside that very quick number 77 Elite McLaren. Can they go 3 for 3? That is the question. I'm going to run over quickly and try and grab a quick word with Callum Davies before he gets chucked off the grid. Callum, we're about to get chucked off the grid, but super quickly, what are we expecting for this race?
Well, it's Charlie's first race in the wet in this car, so we'll see how it gets on. I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine. You know, he's a quick lad, and hopefully we can move up. We had a bit of an issue with the car in the first race. Had no traction grip whatsoever, but car's fixed now, car's ready, it's fast, it's got the pace, Charlie's got the pace, but we'll see how he gets on in the wet.
All right, we'll let you get off the grid because I don't want you to get in trouble. Thank you very much for doing that. We'll continue down the grid. There is the 8-12 of Charlie Hart. This will be his first race in a GT4 in the wet, so we will see how he contends with that. I think we've got a little bit more time, so I just want to give you a chance to have a look at some of the liveries on these cars, because how often do you get this close to the racing cars? And also, as you will have seen on some of the cars, the Alpha Live stickers. A big shout out to all of our camera ops and Johnny as well down here on the grid, all our camera ops around the circuit who have stayed out in the wet all day. I have to say I'm a little bit confused by the weather because it sort of starts raining, stops raining, and then chucks it down and then stops again. So very tricky for us to gauge it, even trickier for the drivers to gauge it. We're nearly at the back of the grid now, as you just saw the invitational class of Ravi Ramyid's car, but I think we are very nearly getting chucked off the grid. As I said, unfortunately, the driver's not able to speak to us before this race because we don't want the moisture to get in their car before this race, which we can go to now.
There we are with the GT4 grid looking down at us from the start line. They head off on their first of 2 formation laps with Enrico Federer leading the way. He is our pole sitter for SR Motorsport, looking to claim their first win of the campaign, but so far it's been all about the car behind them. Joshua Ratkin, Elite Motorsport, the 77 has been the dominant car so far this weekend. Let's see what happens in the hour-long Enduro. Charlie Hart with another of the McLarens. That car struggled a lot earlier in the day in similar conditions. Have they found the missing ingredient? Let's wait and see. Maximilian Schreier, who we spoke to during the pit walk, of course, his first weekend in a car, so he has certainly got a learning curve, as we saw, struggling a little bit in the rain earlier, but he's taken lessons from that. Baudouin Detu in the first of the Aston Martins, the number 39 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car in 5th place, alongside Tim Horrell, the number 30 machine, of course, for WNS Motorsport, the leading Pro-Am on this grid. Charlie Robertson in the BMW, the M4 GT4 Evo, the new car that will be homologated formally in March. running as an invitational. He is alongside Mark Ellman. Later on, of course, Owen Hizzy will take the wheel of the G56. Mikael Sander is the first of the Cayman Trophy cars, the slightly lower spec Porsche Caymans, and it is an all Cayman Trophy, all SR Motorsport, row number 5, because Villicuna is next in the 110 car, a very experienced row number 5. Row 6 is Rui Morita in the BMW F82, the slightly older spec BMW M4, alongside the other car in their class, that is the club class Tilogos in the number 700 BWT Muka Motorsport machine. No Joachim Bulting in this race, unfortunately. As we have documented, he is not feeling particularly on top of the world at the moment. Now, it does appear, if I'm not mistaken, that we are down as well the Plus Line Racing Team Peter Lobeck, Peter Terting car. So not sure why that car isn't taking the start. They were certainly scheduled to take part in this race, but indeed there is no all-black Cayman, unfortunately. Of course, that car came home second overall earlier on, so a car that could well have been a favourite, certainly, for Pro-Am honours in this race. Is missing, but nonetheless, we saw earlier on, in terms of overall battle, which, let's face it, is the bit that entertains us. If there's two cars close together on track, we are entertained. We saw Cayman Trophy cars nipping on the heels of the overall top 5, getting into the overall top 5. We've seen a lot of intra-class battling across both GT grids today. And while it is, of course, pro cars at the sharp end, it wouldn't be that big of a surprise to see someone like Charlie Robertson surging through the order in that new BMW M4 GT4 Evo. It certainly wouldn't be a surprise later on as well to see those Cayman Trophy cars picking the bones, as they so often do with surgical precision.
Good point about Charlie Robertson, actually. I'd forgotten that he was starting that Century BMW in this race. He will be rapid. Of that, he can be fairly sure. So this is what I always like about two-driver races and series that don't have a specific rule about who has to start each race. It's one of the things that I think a lot of championships, for safety reasons, understandably do. They say that all of the AM drivers have to start the race together, all of the pros have to start the race together, but by allowing a bit of free rein amongst the teams here, you do get some more exciting racing, I think, as the pros come charging through, and then maybe the car fades after a pit stop. So yeah, it should be an interesting battle here, with a couple of outliers maybe set to get into the mix. Charlie Robertson being one good example of that. Looking at the track conditions, they're getting 2 green flag laps as we saw. Also being told it will be a formation start, which I presume means single file rather than 2x2, although it could mean either, I suppose. We'll see what they do at the end of the lap, but the time hasn't started ticking down, so it's not a safety car start as such. But yes, looking at the conditions, not too bad. There's not a huge amount of standing water. The circuit seems to drain quite well, Adam, I would say. From what I've seen, had some pretty heavy bursts of rain. It does now appear to have stopped again, and already the track is looking in pretty good condition.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's to be fair, the drainage clearly works around here, because it stops raining and very quickly we start to talk about the improving conditions. But let's wait and see then what's going to happen with these McLarens and that Mercedes. So far, Elite Motorsport has been the form game. But I don't know, there's something that tells me we're going to get a surprise from further back in this race. Just an inclination that an hour-long enduro in these conditions with these cars, and particularly with the talents that we have installed in those leading cars, I think we're going to get thrown up a curveball here.
I kind of hope so. That would make things very exciting, wouldn't it? And of course, Mercedes on pole as well, which I don't think we've seen so far this weekend, have we? It's been the McLarens topping the other qualifying sessions. So, yeah, this will be an interesting start to the race for sure. Can Enrico Ferderer hang on to the lead? Riding on board here with the W&S Motorsport Porsche of Alan Gabay and Maximilian Schreier. This car will start 4th. Maximilian will be looking to utilise what seemingly is a bit of a straight line speed advantage for the Porsche on the run down into turn 1. Could he spring a surprise maybe in the opening exchanges? What we're about to find out.
So it looks like we are doing 2 by 2 then. So we are going to have the start that we've seen for the other races. Let's see who gets the best getaway then. Will we see someone launch forth from the second or third row? It's not quite as likely in GT4 where all the cars are balanced together versus the GT Winter Series, but we are, I'm sure, going to see some action out of this. It is elite motorsport that many people's eyes are on, given they have taken 2 15-second plus wins so far this weekend. But SR Motorsport has pole position. The Rafa Racing McLaren on the second row look very close as well. But what a start from Tim Horrell. He did this yesterday as well. He got a fabulous start. He's gotten held up, actually, behind the elite McLaren, which did not get the best of getaways. You can see that little patch of standing water. Some of the drivers really squirming under braking as a result of that. But it is SR Motorsport's Enrico Federer at the front of the order. But here comes Joshua Ratican. Joshua Ratican has been so fast this weekend, all throughout the practice sessions, the pre-event. He has been on the money and is going to be hounding the back of that Mercedes. You see some of the other SR cars further back, and the elite car is already through. Following it as well is Maximilian Schreier. Schreier's learning curve has sent him to second place.
Well, we predicted he might be on his toes at the start. That was absolutely the case. He's going after the race leader now, actually, as they drop down into the Parabolica interior, goes to the exterior of the circuit, trying to find some grip, then tucks back in behind the Elite Motorsport McLaren. So McLaren, Porsche, Mercedes, the top 3. Charlie Hart is there in 4th position. I was keeping an eye to Charlie Robertson further back as well. Didn't make a huge amount of progress, but certainly looked racy through the opening few corners. But it is going to be Josh Ratican in front. He's right to the edge of the road. Even further wide, though, was Maximilian Schreier, as I think they all were caught out by a little bit of standing water, maybe on the way into the corner. A few snatched breaks, a few squirrely moments, but they're all still there as they head towards the Gancho chicane.
Yeah, lap 1 of the race, and already it is the elite McLaren at the front, but a new contender emerges in the form of that second place car. You see, avoiding all of the standing water there, Maximilian Schreier. Of course, he's graduated from karting. He knows all about the karting line. He went to the very outer extremities there. I don't think fully voluntarily at Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Oh, and a snap of oversteer coming onto the straight as well, which is a bit of a shame, really, because he was very close to the back of the McLaren. Of course, we know the Porsche is quick at the end of the straight, and even with that snap of oversteer, he has a little look to the inside. Speculative, tentative, maybe foreboding, but let's see if he can mount a challenge to Ratican. If he does this, that will be a huge feather in his cap.
Well, it's really the longest that anyone's been able to challenge this elite car all weekend. Normally, by this point, they're a second or more out in front, and the gap then tends to continue to extend. But Schreier really asking all the right questions right now, Josh Ratican, who so far can't get away. The Porsche looking fairly compliant in these conditions. You rode briefly there on board with Schreier as he lunges to the inside up into turn number 4, but the grip isn't there, the traction isn't there on the exit, and neither, for now at least, is the race lead. But he is seemingly able to keep pace with Josh Ratican reasonably straightforwardly. But where, if anywhere, can he make his move? He's dropping Federer in 3rd. Charlie Hart, interestingly, not really going with them yet in 4th. Horrell is in 5th position, and D2 completing the top half dozen. As for the second or third corner in a row there, Adam, the top 2 take very different lines through turn 6.
And I must admit, my hair started to raise a little bit just seeing how much of the paint and curb they were taking at the kink at turn 5. Personally, I'd give that a wide berth, but that's why I wouldn't be in the pro class if I were to enter the GT4 Winter Series. Joshua Ratican has maybe just slightly found something on this lap versus Schreier, but let's see where Schreier is versus the rear of that McLaren by the time they get onto the main straight, because again, that's where the Porsche is strong, but the Porsche has lost a good car length or 2. But again, as you said, interesting, most of the corners of this lap are being approached in wildly different ways, but not to particularly differing results.
No, certainly not. The gap may grow here by a tenth or 2, but not a huge advantage for Ratican. And you're right, that all seemed to come in just a couple of corners, really. They're gapping the rest of the field, though. Look at the gap they've got back to Federer, then Hart under real pressure from Tim Harrell, who continues to impress. Leading at the moment is Tim in the WNS Motorsport car in Pro-Am. The lead gap nearly a second at the line, and Adam, by the time they reach the braking zone, it's almost halved, I would say. Such is the edge that the Porsche has in a straight line. Here comes Harrell trying to use that straight line speed advantage of the Porsche to gain a place. Not quite able to do it yet against Charlie Hart, but Charlie at the moment looks the slower of the two.
Yeah, Tim Harrell in the other WNS car. They've got 2 in the top 5, and of course Tim is leading in Pro-Am as well, so that's key for their score across the season. And bronze-rated driver, I think in danger of becoming a super bronze in the future. Even Nico Grundl, I don't think he'll mind me saying, he held his hands up to me last night in conversation and said, I mean, he's just so much quicker than me at the moment, you know, but they're kind of learning from each other, I think. So I think as the GT4 Winter Series goes on, that's going to become a very, very strong Pro-Am combination, which it clearly already is. We saw some battling there going on further back in the field there as Charlie Robertson is making his BMW even larger in the mirrors than it is in standard circumstances. Baudouin Detu feeling the pressure. I must say, Baudouin, I think it's had nary a moment of peace so far this weekend. He obviously did the race 2 sprint this morning and it seemed to be in a battle all the time. He's arrived into race 3 and he's got Charlie Robertson right behind it.
Yeah, there's almost an argument for letting Robertson go here, isn't there, really? It's not really Detu's fight, this. And we did see him overdriving a little bit maybe in race 2 earlier on, had those couple of pretty hairy moments down at turn 6. Charlie Robertson inventing his own line there through the Gancho chicane and making a pass. All 4 wheels well and truly were over the curb on the inside line, but I don't think they're monitoring track limits there, so Charlie Robertson takes advantage of that, moves into the top half dozen. But yeah, for Baudouin Detu, that wasn't really a fight worth putting up for the time being. They're running in different classes. Charlie Robertson in the Century Motorsport BMW, actually not running in any class really. It's an invitational class car because it's not been homologated yet, so Detu can just settle into his wheel tracks. This, though, is a battle worth having. It's a battle worth following, I think. 3rd, 4th and 5th places all absolutely together.
You could see Enrico Federer there, like, hoping, I think, really for purchase as Charlie Robertson goes wide in the background. But you can see every apex at the moment, he just snaps the wheel in and goes, please, please turn in. And he's under so much pressure from Charlie Hart. And it must be said, it looks as though Race Lab and Rafa Racing have found something between sessions, because Charlie's looking a lot more comfortable. That car is looking quite a lot more planted than it did in race 2 earlier on in the day, as he continues to harangue Enrico Federer.
Yeah, the car, that was the point I was about to make really, the car just isn't twitching and snapping around in the same way that it was in the race earlier on today, at least for the time being anyway. Callum Davis will be hoping that that is still the story when he jumps into the car a little bit later on, but for now Charlie Hart sort of doing what he did yesterday really. Didn't get a great start, had then a bit of work to do, but did manage to pick his way through the order pretty effectively. We said at the time that probably his year or 2 in Ginetta Juniors had helped hone his racecraft and overtaking abilities, and he's about to put those to the test once again. Closes in on Enrico Federer up towards the Gancho chicane. Doesn't even think about going to the inside line there, because we've seen more moves made on the exit of this chicane than we have the entry. That's the Charlie Robertson line. It worked for Charlie a lap or so ago, and I think it's going to work for Charlie Hart this time, because he moves through into 3rd position ahead of the Mercedes. The McLaren just so much pointier, able to hold the tight line, and Tim Harrell now looks to do the same thing.
Yeah, Tim following in the wheel tracks of Enrico Federer then, and now of course he's in the Porsche strength zone and he's got a great run going on to the main straight. Enrico, I think, will be as aware as anybody that he's now under threat, but I think that Tim maybe had to just lift off the throttle a bit because of how much he was on the paint. He was also a little bit sideways as well, so I think the potential for a good run there gave way to him, I think, almost getting too good of a run, then having to move to the outer part of the circuit to avoid the Mercedes.
Yeah, it's such a long corner, isn't it, that final turn, that you almost have to approach it like 2 corners, and not overdrive the first bit, not get on that throttle too early, because you will be in trouble at the exit of the corner if you do that. Through Turn 3 they go, and order for now remains unchanged. Charlie Robertson gaining on them, I would say, in the Century BMW. Yes, he did a mid 205. This lot were in the high 206s last time around because of their battling, of course. So Charlie Robertson's not a million miles away from them. And in fairness to him, Baudouin Detu not being dropped too rapidly by Charlie, who is a very well-regarded racing driver back in the UK. And starting now to make more of a name for himself internationally as well. There he is in the Century Motorsport BMW, taking a wide, sweeping line through turn 6, trying to find the grip. BMW that really looks more like a touring car than a GT car, doesn't it? But it's been effective in the past. Tim Harrell at the inside there of Enrico Federer. That's a difficult place to make the pass, though, because there's just no grip on the inside. He had a bit of a snap of oversteer, and I think that's allowed Federer, for now at least, to keep the place.
Yeah, but Tim Horrell is so fast this weekend, and it's really interesting to see as well that he's able to try and do the Charlie line. That wasn't where that sentence was going, but it's where it's going now. He's not called Charlie, but it looks like he's going to make it work nonetheless. Tim around the outside at turn 12, apexing for turn 13, and of course, he should be a little bit quicker by the end of that straight as well. I reckon Tim Horrell is up into 4th place for the time being there. In other less surprising news, Joshua Ratkin has just set the fastest lap of the race, 2:02.678. We've seen that bulletin a few times so far this weekend. What I was going to say about Tim before was that it's really pleasant to see that he's quite so fast in these conditions, because we were talking about his last couple of years in racing, which have been in Germany after initially starting in America. He travels back and forth across the Atlantic a good dozen times a year for his racing pursuits. And he said, you know, it was the throttle that was really the issue I was having in previous years. Just, you know, getting that that control, that kind of deft feel in the car. And this pace in these conditions confirmed what he'd already told me yesterday. I feel like we've finally sorted it.
Yeah, I mean, you can just tell that he feels free in the car to really push on corner exit, and it is that throttle application in the slippery conditions especially, where you've got to modulate the throttle so much easier to do by foot, you would imagine, than by hand, but he's mastering it now. He's really giving Charlie Hart a hard time, not necessarily modulating the brakes quite as effectively there as he has been the throttle. That was quite late on the brakes down into turn 6, but well, yeah, closing in on Charlie Hart, and we're heading towards the part of the circuit where most of the overtaking's been done so far. Tim Harrell very wide, turning into turn 7. You've heard of the Swedish shuffle, presumably, from back in the day in the British Touring Car Championship. I'm petitioning to make this move the Charlie Chop, because we've seen Charlie Robson and Charlie Hart both executing it to perfection. Tim Harrell seems to have learned from that, but look, Charlie covered the inside, climbed up the inside curve, and actually, in fairness, Enrico Federer learning from that too and keeping Charlie Robertson at bay.
Yeah, they're picking it up, aren't they? Usually that wide berth is better, but I think as you go out wide there, you just have to fight traction so much that it doesn't actually give you any net gain to go out wide there. Meanwhile, Matt Schreier, again, having a brilliant race here, just getting up into 6th gear there before braking for the first corner, going very, very wide indeed into turn 1. Here comes Tim Horrell in the sister WNS Motorsport car then, almost at touching distance with Charlie Hart. And speaking of Charlie's, Charlie Robertson giving Enrico Federer a lot to think about in 5th and 6th position respectively as well. Charlie, of course, who several years ago was able to compete at Le Mans 24 Hours in LMP1 car when Ginetta made an effort there to move up into the highest echelons of sports car racing. Has gone independent now and is forging his path with other manufacturers, other partners. Oh, Charlie Hart almost forged a path into the gravel there, but manages to keep it on something like terra firma. But that, of course, for any driver is a sign the pressure is working. Tim Horrell's eyes have just lit up.
Yeah, he can sense an opportunity, can't he? Not into turn 6, though, because, again, Charlie covers the middle ground, not going right to the inside to defend, because that would tighten his line into the corner too much, but just holding the middle of the road, forcing Tim to go the long way round. But, of course, the wide line in for Tim is a quicker line out. He closes in on the McLaren, heading uphill now towards turn 7. where again there's a little bit of gamesmanship there for Charlie, just positioning the car where Tim Horrell wanted to go, preventing the Porsche from using that momentum, but they're all bunching back together now because of this. Federer is there, Robertson in fairness dropping back by a length or so on this lap. This actually might not be bad news for Charlie Hart, because Enrico Federer arriving on the tail of the Porsche might prove to be a bit of a distraction for Tim Horrell and force him into defending more than attacking. That's the hope for Charlie Hart, but he hasn't yet found a way to shake off Tim Horrell, who is right back with him heading through the final corner.
I suspect, given another half lap or so, this is definitely going to be a four-way fight, because it looks as though Charlie Hart is able to defend against Tim, and Enrico and Charlie are approaching at a rate of knots. That said, the two middle engine cars a lot quicker there through the final few corners, and they drive away from the front engine German machinery behind. So it is Charlie Hart turning in once again in third place. I thought Tim Horrell might have got the run he needed to at least have a sniff of P3 going into the first corner, but it turned out not to be the case. And fourth gear there, very early deployment for Charlie Robertson for fourth gear. Clearly short shifting to try and get some traction.
Yeah, managing that wheel spin by lowering the revs, but still the car was fishtailing around a little bit. You're never going to have a lot of grip in these conditions. It's all relative, isn't it? And he is drawing upon his many years of GT racing experience here to keep the car moving forward. Really interesting to see the way these gaps fluctuate there. You're absolutely right. The mid-engine McLaren and Porsche getting away from the front-engine Mercedes and BMW through that tricky final sector. Then it all came back together again at the end of the main straight. But this is exactly what GT4 racing has always been about. 4 different cars designed in different ways, prepared by different teams, all running at such a similar pace. McLaren, Porsche, Mercedes and BMW, nothing to choose between them, and not a million miles behind them actually still is Podium in the Aston Martin. This is great GT4 action. They are rather handing this on a plate, aren't they, to Rattigan and Schreier, but a great battle for the lower step of the podium.
Yeah, and just navigating Thilo Goss there. Thilo staying well out of the way as Charlie once again navigates and makes sure his line is not available for use going out of the Gancho chicane. Now, as surprising as it might be, we are 17 minutes into this race, which means we are just over 8 minutes away from the window opening. So we'll have to see who takes the bait early and makes the stop. I suspect Charlie Robertson will be out there until the close of window. Wonder about Tim Horrell as well. But before we wonder if he gets out of the car early or late, let's wonder if he gets himself into third position. He's right there with Charlie Hart. He's pulled out of the slipstream to the outside line. And wow, before they even hit the brakes, oh, never mind, he's got a bit wide. But I think it might still, no, not quite. They are side by side roughly, though, going into turn 2. And Charlie Hart says absolutely not. As he now chops the inside as well. Ginetta Juniors, where racecraft is honed, as you can see from Charlie Hart there. Very good defensive driving.
You took the words out of my mouth. That was such a Ginetta Junior move, that wasn't it? Just showing Tim Horrell the edge of the road going into turn 3, saying, oh, no, you don't. You're not going around the outside of me. And it worked a treat because Tim had to back out of it. And that allowed Charlie not only to get into the corner first, but also defend the switchback on the exit. But they're all under a very small blanket now as they head down into turn 6. Charlie Hart has had to hug the inside line again downhill. Here comes Federer closing in. Who's bravest on the brakes? Well, Federer's got the tightest line, definitely, but I doubt we'll have the traction climbing uphill. Horrell's Porsche rockets off the corner, gaps the Mercedes by a couple of lengths, and latches right back onto the rear bumper of the McLaren. Charlie Robertson's got the best seat in the house here. A grandstand view of a three-way fight in front of him that he'd desperately like to be a part of. And if they go side by side again at the front of it, that might just happen. Another chop from Charlie there to defend the inside line through the kink. And still no way through for Tim Horrell behind. What about Robertson, though? Makes it look very easy against Enrico Federer, who says, do you know what? You go and get involved in that. I'll sit here and pick up the pieces later.
Yep, you forge the path and I will follow suit. Down to 6th place, though, our pole sitter, Enrico Federer, not quite getting a clear run of it in this stint. Doesn't look like the Mercedes is terribly happy in these conditions, but we've seen that before. I remember last year at Jerez, in GT4 Win Series. We saw the same thing. Tim Hurrell there just a little bit sideways coming out of the corner. Charlie Robertson goes, ooh, opportunity, but then the Porsche lights up the afterburners and never mind, we'll try again a bit later. But Charlie Hart with a momentary reprieve, a whole 2 car lengths, the most he's had since Tim Hurrell arrived on his rear bumper. But what a riveting battle this is for third place. Again, it's obviously lesser than it was in the GT Winter Series, but we are seeing pronounced strengths and weaknesses here at Estoril in the GT4 Winter Series.
Interestingly, Maximilian Schreier in second place just set the fastest lap of the race, 7 tenths quicker than the race leader, and it was a personal best for Josh Rattigan, so that was under the previous fastest lap pace. And then Maximilian Schreier possibly found something, so keep an eye on him. There he is, right on cue. I wasn't the only one watching the timing screen, was I? Up through turn 6 he goes, and well, you can sort of see the leader off in the distance. He was nearly 2 tenths slower than Rattigan in Sector 1. Sector 2 will conclude in a couple of corners' time, and this maybe is where the Porsche is strong. It's a purple middle sector for Rattigan. Can Schreier match or beat it? The answer is no, definitely not. A full second slower, because actually the car we were seeing ahead was Ruben Morita, wasn't it, in the BMW, which is going a lap down. So gap going back out, Rattigan responding to the threat, and we can focus back in on the fight for third.
There was about 3/4 to 8 tenths of a second kind of deficit the Porsches were losing in the middle sector in the earlier race in these conditions as well. So we'll see what the last sector says for Schreier in due course. Here comes Charlie Robertson. The Charlie chop is doing its thing once again. Tim Hurrell using the inside line there, going across the standing water to try and get to the inside of Charlie Hart, but that's not going to work. He's now got the other Charlie Robertson, right behind him in this battle for third overall. Again, a little bit of oversteer there on corner exit as we ride on board with the Century Motorsport car, touching 200 kilometers an hour just before he shifts up to 6th gear there. Charlie Hart going to be safe for another lap. You mentioned there the lap times, as Tim has a little look to the inside, but you mentioned there the lap times of the top 2. They're lapping some 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than this battle for third place. So I think Charlie Hart is a bit of a cork in the bottle here. He is, I think, slightly holding at least 2 of these cars behind him up somewhat. But of course, you have to be quite a lot slower to just lose positions as Charlie Robertson takes a differing approach there to Tim Hurrell going through Pedro Lamy corner.
This does all suggest to me, though, I don't know how you feel about this, that it is more set up for the Rafa Racing McLaren, which is very wide over the curb, because Charlie was almost as quick as the elite car in yesterday's dry race, and yet in the wet he's now nearly 30 seconds back. Yes, he's defending, that obviously is costing him time, but I do just feel that this McLaren, they haven't quite landed upon the ideal wet setup yet, but they will get there, I'm sure. We'll probably have some more wet racing before the season is done, so hopefully if they do stick around until the end of the Winter Series, they will get a handle on the wet setup. But for now, setup is really the last thing on Charlie Hart's mind, defending very much at the forefront of it. He's almost going to try and play Tim Hurrell off against Charlie Robertson here, hasn't he? Forced the Porsche driver to be under some pressure, which he very much is after that slide. Just got to the inside to defend onto the way into the Gancho chicane, but watch for Charlie Robertson on the exit. He just holds onto that curve a little bit longer, and it's almost like the painted surface causes a bit of wheel spin, which rotates the car and points the car off onto the exit really, really quickly. He didn't quite get the plates that time, but that is a line that Charlie Robertson has seemingly perfected.
It strikes me that the BMW of Charlie Robertson is really coming into its own in this race with Charlie at the wheel. And of course, it's very valuable for Ravi as well to have this time for Charlie in the wet, because Charlie, with his experience, very hands-on at Ginetta, he'll be able to say what setup changes to make as Tim Hurrell dives to the inside line at the first corner. Charlie Hart goes to the outside. This could be a big moment in the race, but no, Charlie Hart gets the purchase on the exit of the corner. I think he might have been on the paint, so it was quite brave stuff. But Charlie Robertson now once again trying to challenge Tim Hurrell. They are side by side. Charlie usually can't find the grip, though, on that inside line, as the other BMW could yet run interference in this as well. Going a lap down, Rumarita in the GT4 Club Class leading BMW F82. You can see there Charlie again just struggling his way through the gears to try and get the traction down. But it's really interesting how Tim Horrell is almost being used as a ping pong ball between the two Charlies. He'll attack Charlie Hart, then he'll be getting attacked by Charlie Robertson.
Oh, Charlie Hart there running a bit wide again. We've seen a bit of that recently. He really is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. He's on the curb again now, and every time they run onto these wet painted curbs, the traction control will start to kick in. That slows down your acceleration off the corner again. He just almost leans on Tim Horrell's Porsche, showing him the edge of the track heading into turn number 7, not wanting to give Horrell any opportunity to get an overlap on the preferred side of the road. Robertson thought about it into the Gancho chicane, and still the deadlock cannot be broken. But this is fascinating racing. Charlie Hart drawing upon all of the racecraft that he's picked up from those 2 years in Ginetta Juniors, defending against two cars that I think are honestly faster than his at this stage, and somehow hanging on. I don't think there are many other drivers out there who could have held on to this third position for as long as Charlie has.
No, exactly right. Charlie Hart really putting himself in good stead here with this performance. Pit window now open, of course, as the clock ticks down under 35 minutes, and Enrico Federer is the first to bite. He is in the pit lane to install J-Mo Hartling down at SR Motorsport. Meanwhile, Charlie Hart continues to defend for his life in this battle. And Charlie Robertson, that BMW, it's certainly looking a little bit taily. I think there might be some diff adjustments before next week.
Yes, I suspect so. They'll definitely go back to the drawing board, won't they? We have been sort of teased with the prospect of some more rain at Portimao in a week's time. So an opportunity maybe to put forward what they've learned from the 3 races this weekend. Robertson this time the one who dips 2 wheels beyond the exits or the edge of the road, going into turn number 4 there. Right, on board once again with the Century Motorsport BMW, up into 5th gear, over the curve through the kink, and then onto the brakes. But by this point, every lap, Robertson has dropped back by nearly a second, and yet by the time we get to the Gancho chicane, he's right back with them again. And a part of that, I think, is because Charlie Hart is struggling out of this corner and frequently having to defend into turn 7, although on this occasion, he's hooked together a much better middle sector. So not having to defend, Tim Horrell actually is under more threat from Charlie Robertson than he is able to apply to Charlie Hart ahead. But yeah, fascinating to see how these cars gain and lose time in various parts of the circuit. Robertson there with a beautiful 4-wheel drift. Not the quickest way through that corner, Adam, but possibly the most spectacular.
Style points, definitely, yes. Let's see then. I suspect all 3 of these drivers are going to stay out there for a couple of more laps at the very least, I would think. One who isn't is Maximilian Schreier. He is in to hand over to Alan Gabay, so he's really put himself out there and said, look, I figured this rain stuff out after this morning, where of course he was quick, but he did make errors. Those errors have now been dialed out, and he'll hand over to his more experienced teammate Alan Gabay as they hope to get close to the Elite Motorsport car. Meanwhile, Tim Horrell again speculating, looking around to see what he can do to get around the McLaren as the Aston from Racing Spirit of Le Mans comes back out onto the circuit with Maximilian Hewitt at the wheel post-pit stop. So that car rejoins the race, of course, a lap off these 3 who are yet to pit. Worth noting, of course, the gap prior to Schreier pitting was 17 seconds. So Elite, over practically half an hour, have once again distanced themselves to the tune of over 15 seconds.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it? It doesn't matter who's in the car, what the weather conditions are, that is the car to beat at the moment. But in a week's time, we head to a very different kind of circuit in Portimao. Will that still be the case? We'll have to tune in next weekend to find out. Down in the pit lane, meanwhile, the 31 cars driver change has been completed, and Alan Gabay is now installed into the Porsche. And the reason that he's waiting is because there is this minimum pit stop time that must be adhered to, and it's not a minimum stationary time, it is pit in to pit out, and that's always the bit that catches teams out, isn't it? They practice and practice this all weekend long, making sure that they've judged it right. but it's such a long run here out of the pit lane that it's easy to miscalculate. Now, we've taken our eyes off this battle for a split second, and that is the split second at which Tim Harrell decided he was finally going to make his move. Charlie Robertson, though, the inside of both of them out of the Gancho chicane, 2 for 1 maybe. The Charlies are side by side. How is Horrell still at the back of this group? Charlie Robertson sweeps round the outside of Charlie Hart, gains 2 places in 1, and Tim Harrell is asking himself some serious questions.
Oh, that was very unfortunate for Tim Horrell. He'd seemingly gotten past Charlie Hart, and then somehow, some way, Charlie Robertson, in amongst that battle, found a BMW's width. Here comes Tim Horrell, determined to finally get around that white McLaren that is going to be haunting him in his dreams for the next several nights. But he still cannot do it. Charlie Robertson then up to second overall in, I remind you, the Invitationals BMW M4 GT4 Evo, which is yet to be homologated. Tim Horrell all over the back of Charlie Hart. I feel for Tim there. As you said, that really just parted every which way except the one he needed it to.
I don't know if he's much of an artist, Tim, but he could probably do us a pretty good picture of the back of the McLaren if we asked him to. I think we could make a good illustration of that.
Putting the art in Artura.
Oh, very good, very good. Yes, Tim has been staring into the back of the McLaren Artura for essentially, well, almost the entire duration of this race so far, barring maybe the first 5 minutes. And even through the spray, I think he's had a pretty good look at the design of the rear end of the latest generation of McLaren GT4 car. Still, he is following in Charlie Hart's wheel tracks. And Charlie Robertson probably can't really believe his luck. 2 places gifted to him on a plate. And through he went, and it was that tight line again through the Gancho chicane that really allowed him to seal the deal. So now Tim Harrell thinks, right, let's try this again, shall we? We don't actually know where he got through in the first place. If he can do that again, whatever it was, then maybe there's a chance still.
Some of the following cars won't thank Charlie Robertson for kicking some grass onto the apex there of the kink before the Gancho chicane, as Tim Horrell there just fighting the back of that Cayman. Only 3 minutes and change, or just under 4 minutes left of this pit window now, so everyone should be able to do at least 1 more lap. I think 2 would be pushing the limits of maths. Joshua Rattigan has decided to make his way in to hand over to Mackenzie Cresswell. So that's 1 in. What about the other 3 here in this battle for second place? One of them has come in. It is the McLaren of Charlie Hart that has come in. So Robertson takes the lead. The BMW M4 GT4 Evo, I think, probably leading a race overall in Europe for the very first time. So there's a little marker there for the BMW fans. Tim Horrell has now fallen back a few car lengths. There were more than a few car lengths, of course, because Charlie Robertson's now had a lap to gap himself while Charlie and Tim Horrell continued to fight. Meanwhile, wow, there's a rare sight, the Elite Motorsport McLaren, which has been on its own island so far this weekend, and so impressive, their performance thus far. It's quite the cliff that anyone is going to have to climb to challenge Mackenzie as he now heads out onto the circuit for his stint of this race.
If you are a sponsor of Elite Motorsport, enjoy this moment, because we're actually getting to see your logo on screen for a few seconds before the McLaren blasts back out onto the circuit. But do you know what? It's not a bad problem to have, is it? The fact that they haven't had much screen time. That's because they've been so utterly dominant this weekend. Josh Rattigan has done a superb job in the first part of the race. And we will see now what the second half of the race holds in store for Mackenzie Cresswell, who was no slouch in slippery conditions earlier on this morning. Rejoins into a little bit of a traffic. That's the now Owen Hizzy-driven Ginetta ahead, but of course that's the Owen Hizzy-driven Ginetta that's a lap behind, really, the Elite Motorsport McLaren. Headlights ablaze, not a mark on the car, and it turns its way up through turn number 3. 27 minutes, let's call that, away for potentially checkered flag number 3 of the weekend, and completing what really has been a dream start to the Winter Series.
Owen Hizzy making his way past Oliveira there, who's taken over the number 32 BMW that leads the club class, Enrique Oliveira, pretty much brand new to GT4 racing, has driven Ginettas and the like, smaller Ginettas, GT5 spec Ginetta G40s in Iberia prior to that. Meanwhile, going past him, Cresswell putting a lap on that car. Into the pits, meanwhile, has come Charlie Robertson. Ravi Ramyeed will now take over, and the Pro-Am car of Tim Horrell is also in, as Nico Grundl will now take the helm of the number 30. Of course, this would be an all Pro-Am pit stop if it weren't for the Charlie Robertson Ravi Ramyeed car being put into Invitational, but still a very interesting fight, and I think now with the new personnel at the helm, I suspect it may well continue.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of Ravi either, so it'd be nice to get him follow some of his progress. I've been following Ravi pretty much since he began his racing career, which admittedly wasn't that long ago, in Ginetta racing. Immediately impressive in the Ginetta GT Academy, I believe it was, wasn't it, that he made his debut a few years ago, and has rocketed up the GT racing ranks. A very handy AM driver. He's got a good team behind him in Century Motorsport. They certainly know a thing or two about GT racing. And yeah, a bit of a shame that car has had to be taken out of the Pro-Am class, because this would have been a fascinating fight for a win in that class. I suppose if it gets homologated at some point before the Winter Series is over, it maybe can be placed back in there. I don't know exactly how that works, but anyway, we'll enjoy the battle whilst it lasts. This re-promotes Mackenzie Creswell in the Elite Motorsport car into the lead. Alan Gabai 16 seconds back in the WNS Motorsport Porsche. Yes, it is WNS Motorsport Porsche. 16 seconds the margin. Reasonably good lap time, that actually, for Gabai for a first full flyer. And Jamo Hartling, of course, into third. I wonder what he's got for us in the second half of the race. Jamo Hartling will not want to stay in third. Is Alan Gabai catchable, do you think?
It's going to be a long shot from there. Alan Gabai is a driver with a good level of experience in Cayman, specifically in the Porsche Sports Cup and GTC race in 2023, and GT4 European Series and ADAC GT4 Germany last year. So I don't know. It's going to be hard to tell. But meanwhile, I understand we're going to get a look back here at a quick replay of some of the action. And the action being the moment that Tim Horrell probably put his hands up and said, "Come on!" Charlie Hart just gave him the inside line, going into the kink. He got through. We're getting a look at this bit now, and this is the bit we've seen. He goes slightly deep into Gancho. Charlie Hart gets side by side with him once again, and then Charlie Robertson says, "Okay, if you insist," takes the Charlie chop and moves up moving up 2 positions is what I think at the time was second as the pit stop cycle continued on. But now the pit stop window is over. We are back to standard procedures, as it were. And Mackenzie Creswell there in the spray of the Ginetta, leading the way for Elite Motorsport in the Pro class, and of course in the overall standings. Alan Gabai in second place. Jamo Hartling is going to be quite the bridge to try and jump across for Jamo. But meanwhile, I understand we're going to go to another replay.
Yeah, what have we got this time then? Let's see. This was the driver change, was it? The pit stop for the 31. That's not ideal. And getting the tether to the helmet caught in the door. Shouldn't have delayed things too badly, I don't think. That would have been Maximilian getting out, wouldn't it? And closing the door. Because of the minimum pit stop time, I don't think that would have cost them too much time, but no. A little bit embarrassing.
Good thing it was a timed stop with a mandatory in and out, because if we were too desperate to get the throttle on, that might have been a different incident. Now we see Ravi Ramyeed just behind Nico Grundl, so this is the battle resuming, albeit with the swap of positions now between the two. So Ravi Ramyeed is now having to do some of the attacking that Charlie Robertson was having to do just prior, and still just up the road from them as well is Callum Davis. So we might actually end up with the same battle once again, depending on the relative pace here. We're yet to see true indication for Grundl and Ramyeed because they've only done an outlap. But 205s again for Callum Davis, so not really unlocking anything more than what we've seen out of him in this, or out of this car so far in this race. 205s is about the ballpark they were in before, as Nico Grundle there fighting to get the power down, and it looks like Ravi Ramadi isn't quite able to match the Porsche, at least through that middle sector.
No, skates a bit wide there into turn 7 as well. We'll see how he goes once he starts to settle into this stint a bit. Now, there is Alan Gabai in second place. I posed the question a couple of minutes ago about whether he might be catchable if you are JMO Hartling in third. Well, on the previous lap, JMO was 1.6 seconds quicker than him, so the answer may still be yes. 14 seconds was the margin. We'll see what that is at the end of the next lap. The next lap, in fact, for Gabai was a 2:03.4, so similar to what he did the lap before. And when JMO Hartling gets to the line now, I can tell you he did a 2:02.9, so about half a second gained that time around. He's more than that if he's going to challenge the W&S Motorsport Porsche for second position. In fact, here we get a visualisation of that gap. Only just as we cut away did we see JMO Hartling appearing into sight. Right, pit stop's done, race settling down out on track. Let's head down to Izzy Browning and see who she's catching up with.
I have indeed. I'm down with Tim Horrell, who's just come out the car. Tim, busy race for you, busy stint, but it looked amazing. You're fighting up with the pros. Just give us the perspective on your stint.
Yeah, no, it was a great stint. I was able to keep pace with the pros. The Porsche is great in the rain, so made my job a little easier. But learning these competitors, these are all new to me. I don't know these guys. So, yeah, so maybe like a couple moves that were defensive, too defensive under braking, but that's for my team and the stewards to look at.
But all great learning and, of course, tricky conditions out there. And what's most important is that you did keep it in the race. And, of course, Nico is now in the car, so what's possible from now on?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I know Nico has good pace, too. So I think it's possible we can chase down the McLaren in front of us, and we'll finish then.
All right, well, we'll wait and see. Thank you for speaking to us, and we'll go back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Izzy. Well, great to hear there from Tim Horrell. Yeah, what a standout performance that was. There's been a few today, actually, across all of the categories. Drivers we didn't necessarily expect to see this sort of performance from, and they've well and truly delivered. So, Tim, huge congratulations. And, yeah, we look forward to seeing what he's got in store for us through the rest of the season. Race leader Mackenzie Cresswell there, heading out of turn number 1, lapping fractionally quicker than Alan Gabai, but not massively so for the time being. And just behind the leader, in fact, number 110, that's Cedric Fuchs, who's just been lapped. So 9 cars, I think, therefore, will remain on the lead lap for the time being. Right, what was the gap I was watching before? It was Gabai to Hartling, wasn't it? Yeah, it's only coming down by about half a second a lap now, so I think Alan Gabai is pretty secure in second place.
Meanwhile, a bit further down in the overall order, Luis Zakala, the Cayman Trophy leader at the moment, has been matching time here with Maximilian Hewitt. Last time across the line, Luisa was on a 208.136, Hewitt a 208.163. So they are very much evenly matched, albeit again we've seen the differing strengths and weaknesses of these two cars numerous times this weekend. Of course, when Cedric Fuchs was coming up through the order in another of these Cayman Trophy spec Porsches earlier on. And of course, Luisa Carla alluded to her fairly short tenure in racing so far. She is a very young driver, as I think Ravi Ramyed there just recovering from a spin. But Louise is only 18 years old. When she was 16 and racing in the BMW M2 Cup, she did that by winning the series shootout, which again, if you win a shootout, that's always a good indication of the talent you might be. And then she also was the best of the female drivers, quite a strong female contingent in the 2023 grid, and she was the best of them by quite some margin. So there we see another battle as well being lapped. This is the battle for 9th overall. Owen Hizzy being chased down by Cedric Fuchs, which is a little bit of a parallel to what we saw in race 2 as Cedric homed in on the Ginetta. So both of the Cayman Trophy cars independent from one another, involved in rather compelling battles here.
As they drive past the telltale tyre marks in the gravel trap left by Ravi Ramid, who dropped a fair chunk of time, about 30 seconds, digging his way out of the gravel. Did well, in fairness, to get out of the gravel after that moment down at turn 2. But yes, Owen Hizzy under some threat here then for overall, but not class position. They run in different categories, these two. The Gnetta in Pro-Am, the Porsche in the Cayman Trophy, but the Porsche seems to have the edge at the moment. Quicker under the bridge and through the King. Looking to the inside into turn number 6, and Cedric Fuchs is going to go through, gets the car stopped, and the Porsche squeezes by into 9th position. So Owen Hizzy not quite seeing the heroics from Owen that we saw in the wet earlier on today, but he has at least managed to stay out of trouble largely in this stint, unlike Ravi Ramid, who really did well to keep the power down and dig that BMW out of the gravel.
He generated a lot of gravel, and the manner in which he turned around is a little bit hair-raising, but nonetheless, yes, the fact that that car didn't end up fully embedded in the sandpit is a work of small miracles.
Yeah, we saw Charlie Robertson actually a few times having little four-wheel drifts, didn't we? And Ravi, I think, was having one of his own, but didn't quite manage to catch it, and off into the gravel trap he went. Luckily, there was no traffic coming when he executed his U-turn and got back underway, but a lot of time lost. That's a shame after a promising first half of the race for Century Motorsport. Back to the second place man, no, back on board with the second place man, Alan Gabai. And his gap back to J-Mo Hartley continuing to come down pretty consistently by about half a second a lap. Well, that's manageable for the WNS Motorsport driver. He's not going to be caught by J-Mo Hartley if that is the rate of closure. Across the line he has gone. That was to complete the 21 laps. It was 2:03.1. J-Mo Hartling crosses the line to do a 2-minute 2.5. So again, 6/10 taken. It's fairly consistent, the difference in lap time between the two of them, but we are well, ticking towards the end. We're not that close to the end, actually. 14 minutes still to go, so this is still possibly doable. I think it's come down by about 8 seconds or so since I first remarked upon the potential for a scrap for second place, so Alan Gabai certainly can't afford to take things easy.
Yeah, it's shrunk a little bit. It's 12 seconds now. It was about 16 about 10 minutes ago. So again, it is going down. But again, you know, we've seen the snaps, especially on the mid-engine cars. We've seen them seesawing at the wheel. We have an onboard camera in this car, and we've seen it being worked. Let's see if Alan Gabai can keep it on the straight and narrow, as I think maybe the conditions are slightly worsening yet again out there on the circuit as well. J-Mo would certainly like to get another second place in the books in that SR Motorsport car, along with Enrico Federer, if they can. But right now it is a little bit of a long shot. Nico Grundle has done a pretty good job of not holding on to as such, but staying in the ballpark with Callum Davis in 4th and 5th overall. Of course, Grundle, along with Tim Horrell, on their way to Pro-Am glory here as it stands, but also keeping themselves right up there in the overall top 5, both of them holding themselves to account among the pro drivers, which again points to some serious strength in that lineup. Ravi Ramid 6th. Then it's Luis Acala, who is still under some pressure in terms of the overall standings from Maximilian Hewitt. The gap has stabilised about 1.5 seconds for the time being, but we'll see whether Hewitt can maybe challenge as we get a bit of a generation game here. BMW M4s old and new, and of course the older GT4s that we saw, we did just see in the foreground of a shot the Aston, the orange Aston Martin that we simply cannot miss, and also matches the windscreen banners of the series rather well. That car, and indeed the F82 M4, the plain white car that you see there, entered into the GT4 Club class, which is a new addition for 2025 to try and encourage some GT4 cars with expired homologations into the series. There is the very strong Iberian supercars category, which GEDLICH Racing partner Race Ready organisation looks after, and there are quite a few slightly older, slightly more tenured GT4 cars on that grid, so we might see some more teams from the Iberian region come and play in that club class a little later on in the year. There's Max Hewitt, who clearly just got told left 4 cut by his co-driver, wait, wrong sport, as he went through turn number 8. Has lost out a little to Luisa Carla. She has figured out the Chris line there. Charlie line, isn't it? Yeah, Charlie Chop has taken that extreme inside line coming out of the Gancho chicane. But again, I'm really impressed by both Luisa and Cedric, who are kind of the de facto pros in their Cayman Trophy cars. Both of them really punching above their weight in terms of experience, and indeed above the weight potentially of the CS spec Porsche as well. And it must be said, Cedric Fuchs is in the same shot there, top of shot. There is the second green and black Porsche, and we saw Luisa Carla just turning into turn 1. The lap time difference between them is about 3 seconds. Cedric Fuchs here in the last few minutes is going to have a bid at that Cayman Trophy lead currently held by the 111 car. The green and black Porsches, the 2 Cayman Trophy cars, are the ones we're talking about, and Cedric's on the charge.
It's about 6.5 seconds between them, but as you said, came down by about 3 seconds on the previous lap, so this could be a real grandstand finish in the Cayman Trophy then in the closing stages. There goes one of them. Then there's a little bit of, well, traffic isn't really the right word, is it? It's Mackenzie Creswell, the dominant race leader. 19 seconds now, his lead. And then there at the back of the group, the second green and black Porsche. So Cedric Fuchs is really starting to home in on the class lead. Oh, that was a bit of a wide moment for Hewitt. Now, of course, this is for position. This could be the unsticking of Cedric Fuchs here, because the Aston Martin does not need to get out of the way. In the end, though, there's nothing that Maximilian Hewitt can do about the traction of the Porsche, which simply drives around the outside of him through turn 6, gets the inside for turn 7, and in the end, minimal time lost there for Cedric, for who now the next car up the road is the class leader.
Must say, it's rather apropos that Cedric Fuchs is making a step into GT racing in a Porsche, given he shares a last name with the iconic classic Porsche wheel design. So that makes all the sense in the world. I'm sure a factory contract is forthcoming just for the tie-in. But Luisa Carla is getting larger and larger in the windscreen of the 110 driver Cedric Fuchs. I think they will be coming to blows here in the next lap or so. And for SR Motorsport, they'll both be cheering on their respective drivers on each side of the garage, but there will be an overall feeling of no more workload, please.
Yes, this will be heart in the mouth stuff, won't it? Slightly for the team, but yeah, this will be entertaining for us, that's for sure. Luisa on that particular lap, wow, about 5 seconds slower than Cedric Fuchs. So it may be a short-lived battle, this, but we'll enjoy it whilst it does last. 8.5 minutes or so to go, and Cedric really almost within striking range now. They climb up through turn 3, quite a steep climb there from one of the lowest points of the circuit right up to the area behind the paddock. Around the left-hander, is that a yellow light or was that a surface flag or something? There was a yellowish light panel illuminated to the left of shot there. Not sure what that was all about. Couldn't see a car in the gravel, so we will assume all is okay. And the Porsche battle now descends upon turn number 6 with probably less than a second between them.
You can also see Owen Hizzy slowly catching Maximilian Hewitt as well, potentially for 9th overall. But yes, Carla and Fuchs are right with each other now. The car with the Ravenel sticker on the front is Luisa Carla. That's really the only differential numbers aside that you can find between the two of them. Cedric Fuchs right there now with the leader in Cayman Trophy class. Only SR Motorsport entered for this round. We will see the likes of Speedworks Automotive taking to this Cayman Trophy class later on in the season. But a battle it is nonetheless. And let's see if Louisa can try and hold off Cedric, but there's a big pace differential. It's going to be a big ask.
Yeah, it will indeed. Cedric to the outside through the last corner. Does he try and sweep right around the outside? Well, there's your answer. Keeps his foot in it, finds some grip, and makes it look a lot easier than it probably was, actually, that move, because Louisa, in fairness, stood her ground on the inside, but Cedric Fuchs went through and should now have the pace to pull away. But as that battle maybe comes to an end, we now turn our attention, as Adam quite rightly pointed out, to the two cars behind, Max Hewitt and Owen Hizzy, the Aston Martin being caught rapidly by the Ginetta, and that is for position not within class, but for 9th place overall, and possibly the last of the big battles really to be resolved here. Although, as I say that, actually looking at the timing screen, Callum Davis being caught by Nico Grundle slightly. So there's life in this race yet. It has never been dull, has it? All three of the GT4 races have given us some plenty of wheel-to-wheel action and plenty to get excited about. And there is still, I think, a bit more excitement left in race 3.
And of course, these two are also going to end up probably catching Louisa before the end of the race as well. So it could end up being a three-way, three-class battle here, but for 8th, 9th and 10th positions on your timing tower to the top left of screen. They go under the gantry there, and well, it's a bridge really. Gantry's harsh on that structure, but through turn 5, the usually flat-out curve of VIP. I'm pretty sure at least for Charlie Robertson earlier on it was not flat out, because there were a lot of corrections and inputs being put in. Owen Hizzy there was some power sliding in the SVG Ginetta, the Evo Spec G56. Of course, with the advent of the G56 came the introduction of a big 6.2 litre V8, where previously they'd been running a 3.7 litre Ford Duratec V6 in the Ginetta G55, and prior to that G50 GT4 cars. Sounds very, very thunderous indeed. I'd be happy if we only had the naturally aspirated Aston of Thilo Goss and the Owen Hizzy Ginetta out there on circuit, because those are the ones that really get to your rib cage as you stand trackside. Hizzy, though, is indeed now right there with Maximilian Hewitt, the American racer, coming under pressure here from Hizzy.
Yeah, the Aston Martin with a wider line there, but both of these cars you would imagine are going to have similar handling characteristics. They are both front-engined, although the basic design of the Ginetta quite different to the Aston Martin. The Ginetta always seems a little bit twitchier, doesn't it? A bit more, so it seems to sort of squat down out of the corners and accelerate away really quickly. The Aston may be better in the high-speed corners, but this will be a fascinating battle between the two of them. Headlights ablaze now in the gloom that has sort of descended upon Estoril this afternoon. And headlights also on, I'm sure, to warn the lap traffic that they're on their way. They've got the older spec BMW, haven't they, of Enrique Mora Oliveira to put a lap on. Blue flags and blue lights being flashed to warn Enrique that the faster cars are coming through. Where, if anywhere, can this move be made? We've seen Owen Hizzy looking pretty quick in this part of the circuit on previous occasions, and Hewitt may be about to get held up by the lapped car. Is this Hizzy's opportunity?
Might well be. Hizzy is going to be right on the back. He wants to try and get to the inside line there. Does so under braking. Oliveira, of course, having run a GT5 car in a multi-class grid, also running GT4s. He is fairly aware of how to deftly deal with track management. Here comes Owen Hizzy, though, up against Maximilian Hewitt for a 9th overall. This, of course, would be a big feather in the cap for SVG Motorsport on their first weekend. Racing Spirit of Le Mans will be the 2025 Aston Martin representative in GT3 in the FIA World Endurance Championship this year. That's a team that really knows what they're doing. SVG, of course, have proven themselves time and time again in the UK, but on the international stage, this is their announcement to the world. And Owen Hizzy and Mark Elman have held themselves to account very well. And Owen, as a point of pride, there is a couple of overall spots just ahead of him, and he'd quite like to have them before the checkered flag.
Oh, well, indeed so, because you're right, they keep lapping about a second a lap quicker than Louisa Carla. There you can see Louisa in the green and black Porsche. 2.5 minutes to go. Where is Mackenzie Creswell on the lap? I'm trying to ascertain how many laps there'll be to go. Well, he's through turn 2 now, so I think he will probably have, one more lap to go after this one. So 2 full laps of racing left for this battle to resolve itself. And Owen Hissey, well, nearly took himself out of it there. Very wide through turn 1. And Owen rather grateful, I think, that they've added some tarmac runoff area there in recent years, because that rather saved him.
Yeah, 20 years ago, that would have been sandcastle time, I'm afraid. We also see Alan Gabai there in second place. He's been hanging around the back of shot for a while, and he's been getting, I think, I don't know, laywayed, delayed, however you want to put it. The gap between himself and Jamo Hartling has gone down to 6 seconds. In fact, it's down from 10 seconds in the last lap or two. He's lost some 2.3 or so seconds to Jamo Hartling on the previous lap. So I think 65-minute race, and your prediction would have come true in regard to Jamo Hartling. It's not quite going to be there, barring disaster for Alan Gabai on this occasion. Mackenzie Cresswell, meanwhile, is about to start his final lap. And that, of course, also means these guys just now heading into Sector 3 are also starting their final lap. Time is running out for Owen Hissey, much to his disgust. And for Louisa Carla, she only has one more lap to kind of manage what little gap she has there over the 2 British-built cars in order to take 8th overall.
Indeed so. Is that going to be enough, though, or is Hewitt going to get there in time to have a little bit of a go at her? Down across the timing line, meanwhile, comes the race leader, and Mackenzie Creswell onto the final lap of the race, about to put Ravi Ramyeed a lap down potentially, and just as if to prove a point, sets a new fastest lap, a 2:01.234. Nobody else is doing personal bests at this stage, it must be pointed out, and in fact, some of them 3 seconds off what they've been doing earlier in the race. But Mackenzie Creswell, who's already 22 seconds in the lead of the race, will further extend that with a fastest lap. Utter dominance this weekend from Elite Motorsport, Adam. They haven't put a foot wrong. They've nailed the setup in all sorts of conditions. Both drivers have performed to a very, very high level. And this is ominous, I think, moving forward for the rest of the teams going through the rest of the series.
You see it in motor racing sometimes, where a team that is succeeding perhaps in a specific avenue of national motorsport expands some more, spreads themselves too thin, the results start to go away, it starts to affect the team's standing. For Elite Motorsport, they were succeeding, as you said, in Ginetta Racing, which was pretty much their sole focus a mere few years ago. But now, as they get ready to go GT3 racing, they're already championing themselves, literally speaking, in the GT4 European Series. GB3, GB4, the Elite Motorsport workshop, I haven't seen how big it is, but it must be nearing capacity, and yet in pretty much every discipline they currently compete in, they are succeeding at a high level. And I think part of that is also down to talent development. Mackenzie Cresswell has been in their fold for a long time through GB3. And what we're seeing here is Mackenzie Cresswell succeeding in a new discipline in GT4. And for the second time today, he is about to cross the line to take the victory. Joshua Rattigan and Mackenzie Cresswell ensure a sweep of the weekend for Elite Motorsport. It's victory for the McLaren Artura team. Elite Motorsport sweep weekend number 1. Alan Gabai should be across the line second. Meanwhile, we have a look at the order, and the order has changed in that battle for 9th position. Owen Hissey has gotten through. Maximilian Hewitt has fallen down to 10th place. Louisa Carla safe in 8th place. Of course, also second in Cayman Trophy to Cedric Fuchs, who finishes a very credible 7th overall. Alan Gabai and Jamo Hartling at the end of the race, less than 2 seconds between them. I think Alan was getting slightly laywayed in amongst that traffic that was all fighting for positions, and never mind a 65-minute race, I think 62 minutes, and we might have seen Jamo get there to try and challenge for second place. Callum Davis across the line in 4th position, and Nico Grundle, again, the Pro-Am team at WNS Motorsport, holding themselves to account very well. 2 seconds between Callum Davis and Nico Grundle. He was gaining on Callum Davis, who of course was racing last year in British GT, knows his way around these cars, but Grundle showing off what he can do in what is his second season in racing this year. Very impressive stuff. Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson have also crossed the line. Ramid crossing the line for 6th place. That, I think, covers just about everyone. Of course, Monteros Competicios also crossed the line to win the club class ahead of BWT Muka Motorsports Tilo Goss. Another exciting race then in the GT4 Winter Series. The front end of the order calmed down fairly quickly, but we had some exciting action for sure in that race, and some great battles between combatants in class and indeed across multiple classes in that race, especially down there at the fringes of the top 10, where Louisa Cullen just about kept her advantage over Owen Hizzy and Maximilian Hewitt. Alan Gabay in second position, making his way back to the paddock. That will be a great result for him and Maximilian Schreier. Schreier, who really showed himself off very well there in that race, showed great performance. He did show fast lap times, but some inconsistencies this morning in his first ever wet GT4 race, wet car race, point blank. Directly starting his career in cars in GT4, but what we're seeing now is that he's figured out the consistency part already in just 1 day of racing, and that is incredibly impressive. But when it comes to impressive performances, those two there, Mackenzie Cresswell and Josh Rattigan, peerless this weekend. Elite Motorsport have been on top of the game all weekend long. We spoke to both of them during the pit walk, of course, and yet I think we might have one more chat between themselves and Izzy Browning before long, because yes, they've done it again. A 3 from 3 weekend and an early championship lead for the team that hasn't fully committed to the whole GT4 Winter Series season yet, as I understand it. However, there is quite the possibility that if things are going well after the first few rounds, they'll be back for more to try and win the championship they didn't quite achieve in 2024. So we'll see what's going on there. I suspect it might not just be 2 rounds. We'll have to wait and see, though. They won't know that themselves just yet. But a really impressive weekend from them all the same. And GT4 Winter Series grid will grow at Portimao next weekend. We're going to have some additional hardware from a couple of new teams. We're going to have a couple of extra cars from existing teams from this weekend joining in as well. The grid will grow for the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, and that will add yet more layers of interest to the GT4 Winter Series as the second round of the season begins. Of course, we will see the podiums, not just for the overall order, but also the other classes, which means the Cayman Trophy battle that was so riveting at one point in that race, they will share a podium. And of course, the club class and the Pro-Ams also getting podium ceremonies. Meanwhile, Izzy Browning is down under the podium, and we're going to have a chat.
We are indeed. I am with our winners once again, Josh Rattigan and Mackenzie Cresswell. Guys, 3 for 3, a perfect weekend. I'm running out of things to say to you. I mean, it really couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, no, obviously, perfect start to the season. Obviously, a massive congratulations to Mackenzie's first time in the GT4, and he's come into it strong, and he's done an amazing job. Yeah, obviously couldn't have done it with Elite. They've set up the car perfectly all weekend. Obviously, a massive thank you to McLaren and obviously all our sponsors too.
Yeah, Mackenzie, I mean, it looks like nothing has phased you guys all weekend. You've been absolutely untouchable. We are expecting more GT4 cars next weekend, so is it going to be possible to do the same again?
Yeah, there's no reason why not. We've got a strong package, we've shown that. Yeah, Josh did a great job, so did the whole team. So huge thanks to all of them. It's been a great weekend of learning, and I feel really up to speed with it now, thanks to all the efforts from everybody. So yeah, huge thanks to Josh, huge thanks to Elite. It's yeah, really happy, hoping to continue next weekend.
Yeah, overall a fantastic debut weekend for you in GT4. I mean, couldn't have gone any better, and a great way to announce yourself onto the scene in GT4s. The guys in commentary were saying, of course, you know, you're a race winner in GB3, you know this team well, and really this is the perfect place for you to be now, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. It was always something that we were looking at going into 2025, and you know, yeah, it was a very easy decision sticking with Elite. They've been great to me over the years, so yeah. It was the logical decision, and I'm really glad that we made that decision, because it's, yeah, so far it's going well.
Absolutely. And celebrations tonight, what are they looking like?
Well, the whole team's dishing us and going back to the UK, but me and Mackenzie are staying in Portugal, so I think we'll have a drink or two. All
right, well, we'll let you get off to the podium once again and start the celebrations. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Well done this weekend. And the question is now for Portimao, can anyone beat Elite?
Very good. Good job, Izzy. I like that. Can anyone beat Elite? That is going to be the question on everyone's lips next week. The thick and fast nature of the calendar, in less than 7 days' time, we'll be doing it all over again. But let's take a look at race 3 of the day. Third race of the weekend then for the GT4 Winter Series, and once again it was the Schnitzelaum SR Motorsport Mercedes on pole position. However, they are leading the way not for long on this clip, because soon it would be the number 77 car that made its way to the front, once again seeing the Joshua Ratican performance unfold, but this time with company, to be fair. A very good performance from Maximilian Schreier of WNS Motorsport, and some great battling further back as well, as Boudin de Two had a good scrap here with Charlie Robertson. Robertson, who found his way past the Aston Martin in the Invitational Evo Spec BMW M4 GT4. And then Enrico Federer coming under increasing pressure, having already dropped down to third position. Charlie Hart and Tim Horrell, the mega bronze in the Pro-Am, entered number 30 WNS Motorsport Porsche. These guys were having a three-way scrap. Charlie Hart found his way past Federer, and Federer would soon be dispatched as well by Tim Horrell. Unfortunately, going from bad to worse in this race. The Mercedes not looking so sure on its sea legs here at the Circuito Estoril. Horrell, of course, running in the Pro-Am class. He would soon be handing over to his teammate Nico Grundle, and Grundle was watching on, I'm sure, with a wry smile as Horrell was doing everything he could, tail whipping his way around the corners, and eventually he found his way past Federer. He would then start to close in on Charlie Hart. Sure enough, Charlie Hart would actually hold off Horrell for a number of laps. It was a really impressive defensive drive through the traffic, and indeed with increasing pressure from behind, Enrico Federer and Charlie Robertson waiting in the wings as Horrell looked for any way he could to get past Charlie Hart, who was blocking, defending, and doing an absolutely fabulous job. On a couple of occasions it looked like Horrell had gotten it done. However, running wide on this occasion, as we see in this clip, and eventually we would see this move as well. Charlie Robertson finding his way past Enrico Federer. It was now officially going to be a three-way dice, and Charlie Hart with even more pressure to contend with. No such issues for Joshua Ratican. He was building a lead over the second place man, but nonetheless, Max in the WNS Motorsport, number 31, at times closer than anyone else has been to the elite car this weekend. Side-by-side action, Charlie Hart and Tim Horrell really dominated the first half of the race, at least from an action perspective. Only one issue for Maximilian all race long. Shut himself in, but otherwise Maximilian Schreier had a very good stint in the number 31 car. Horrell finally found a way past. It was too good to be true, though, as we'll see here. Got through momentarily, but then was too ambitious under braking into the Gancho chicane. He and Charlie Hart went side by side. Charlie Robinson stood to attention and said, okay, well, I see an inside line. And he made up 2 positions in one fell swoop for what was, during this part of the pit window, 2nd position in the race. But the pit stops were coming in thick and fast, and Ravi Ramjeed, unfortunately, one of his first actions of his stint was to kick a lot of gravel onto the circuit, narrowly avoiding a permanent placement in the gravel. Meanwhile, in the second phase of the race, Cedric Fuchs was making up position in great strides. Owen Hizzy getting dispatched here by the number 110 car that at this time was running 2nd in the Cayman Trophy class, but Cedric was on the charge. Ravi Ramjeed having a little bit of an exchange there with the slightly elder BMW. Luisa Carla, meanwhile, was being hunted down by Cedric Fuchs, and Cedric with an Aston Martin to dispatch between himself and his young teammate. But soon enough, they would be together on the circuit. Unfortunately for Maximilian Hewitt in the Aston Martin, running wide there. Cedric Fuchs sensing an opportunity, taking the inside line. There was no retaliation from the Aston Martin. Soon it would be an all-Cayman scrap as Luisa Carla and Cedric Fuchs went side by side around the final corner. That is Luisa on the inside, but Cedric around the outside had the grip, had the momentum, and moved forth into a Cayman Trophy lead that became a Cayman Trophy win. Owen Hizzy dispatched the Aston Martin as he made up a position right at the end of the race. And in amongst it there was Alan Gabay in 2nd place. But Elite Motorsport proving to be unsurmountable this weekend. 3 from 3 for Elite in the GT4 Winter Series. A great way to start the year for them. So the McLaren Artura in the yellow and black, dominating the standings. 15 seconds to the good in race number 1. Over 15 seconds in race 2, and they wrap it up with a 25-second winning margin in the final race of the day. Alan Gabay in 2nd place, Jamo Hartling 3rd for SR Motorsport, Callum Davis holds on to 4th place as Nico Grundel the Pro-Am winner, Ravi Ramjeed 6th, Cedric Fuchs in 7th place ahead of Luisa Carla, Owen Hizzy in 9th place, and Max Hewitt rounding out the top 10 of the GT4 Winter Series. Club class winner Enrique Oliveira in 11th place ahead of Thilo Gus. Our finishing order for GT4 Winter Series race number 3. And now we can head to the podium with Andy McEwen. The podium presentations are now.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, drivers assembled. Let's get our final GT4 podium presentations underway. We will start with the club class and our 2nd place driver, Thilo Gus. Congratulations, Thilo, onto the 2nd step of the podium, but onto the top step, we will welcome Enrique Oliveira and Rui Mirita. Well done to our club class podium finishes. The GEDLICH Racing team have the trophies ready. We also have some bottles of champagne to be, well, sprayed or maybe taken back to the hotel for the celebrations this evening. We'll see what the drivers decide to do, but for now, handshakes, trophies, photographs time after a successful weekend here at Estoril, particularly for that Monteros Competições team, who have netted another race win in the feature-length race for the GT4 Winter Series. So, photo opportunity complete. The bottles are being picked up and taken back inside. Good, I don't need to hide just yet. I'm wet enough already with the drizzle that has arrived again here at Estoril. We will move on in a moment or two once the podium is ready to the Cayman Trophy. This was a class that really went right down to the wire. A fascinating battle between the two SR Motorsport teams. In the end, though, in 2nd place were Michael Sander and Luisa Carla. Luisa did her best to hang on in the closing stages, but in the end, the other car from SR Motorsport were able to come through for the win. On the top step of the podium, we welcome Willy Kuhne and Cedric Fuchs. An all SR Motorsport with Schnitzelalm team podium in the Cayman Trophy, but a fantastic battle between both of the cars that went right down to the final couple of laps of the race. And we look forward to more competition in the Cayman Trophy later this season. As Adam was mentioned during the race, we will have more Caymans joining us later in the Winter Series. And even without them, the competition within SR Motorsport is well worth tuning in for. So a picture for the SR Motorsport team scrapbook is taken, and the celebrations I'm sure will continue into the evening for this team, who again have taken home plenty of silverware from this season opening weekend. So congratulations to SR Motorsport, our Cayman Trophy podium finishers. We did not have any AM cars in that race, so we'll move on now to the Pro-Am category, which was, of course, in the end, a Porsche versus Ginetta battle. And despite the charge from Owen Hizzy in the latter stages, it was Porsche out on top. But second place within the Pro-Am class, SVG Motorsports, Mark Ellman and Owen Hizzy. Well done, guys. We found Mark in the end. I think he was hiding in the warm and the dry of the garage after the race had finished. I can't say I blame him, really. The win, though, in Pro-Am goes the way of WNS Motorsports, Tim Horrell and Nico Grundle. A really impressive performance from both drivers, Tim in particular in the first part of the race, really taking the fight to some of the front-running teams, and it was an overall top three finish as well for WNS Motorsport with their Pro-Am winning car. Trophies make their way out, and it's going to be a fascinating battle within Pro-Am as the season goes on, as both teams develop the cars and I'm sure gain in experience and confidence as well. But it was WNS Motorsport who came out with the class win. We'll be seeing more WNS Motorsport drivers in our final podium momentarily for the Pro class. But once more, everyone, big congratulations to the Pro-Am podium finishers. So the drivers head back inside. And we have one more podium presentation to be completed. Oh yeah, don't forget the champagne, everyone. We'll need that for later this evening. Congratulations then to the Pro-Ams, and we now move on to the big one, the Pro class, which is going to produce a fascinating season-long battle, I'm sure, perhaps involving the teams that we're about to welcome on to the podium. 6 drivers in total to bring out, and some familiar faces for those who've tuned in over the course of the weekend. So, third place in the Pro class, another SR Motorsport with Schnitzelalm pairing, Enrico Federer and J-Mo Hartling. Congratulations, on to the third step of the podium they will head, to be joined on the second step by WNS Motorsports pairing of Alan Gabay and Maximilian Schreier. Another solid result for WNS Motorsport, but in the end, nobody could beat Elite this weekend. A dominant performance, 3 race wins from 3 races for Elite Motorsports, Josh Rattigan and Mackenzie Creswell. A big cheer from the Elite team down below, and a very, very successful start to their GT4 Winter Series campaign. They will head to Portimao with maximum points scored already, and lots of silverware to fill the trophy cabinet with as well. Mackenzie and Josh in fine form. It didn't matter the weather, it didn't matter the circumstances. Even in the longer pit stop race, they were untouchable. And they are the team to beat heading to Portimao. So the final set of photos to be taken. And I wonder whether the pros might choose to celebrate with the champagne, or are they also planning a party later on this evening? I'm ready to run if I need to. No, I think I might be safe. I'm safe. There we go. Right then, congratulations, everyone. We will see you all again in Portimao. One more race to come here from Estoril, and that is the final race for the GT Winter Series.
Well, last year here at Estoril, it was 3 different manufacturers taking each overall victory in the GT Winter Series, and there's potential for lightning to strike twice on that front here as we go in to the 55-minute endurance race. We might see a little bit of the same happening. We'll keep an eye on that one, especially because it is Mercedes, a manufacturer that is yet to take a win this weekend, on pole position. Kenneth Heyer for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum is our pole sitter. He is joined by one of those pesky bulls, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, Unique Racing's Jerzy Spinkovics alongside him, and that has been the story. GT3 versus the Cup cars. That really has been the tale of the tape, and the Ferrari 296 Challenge holding itself to account remarkably well. Of course, this weekend is the first time we've seen the 296 Challenge car on the grid in the GT Winter Series. Previously, we've had the 488s, of course. And it has been very impressive to see how that car stacks up with the Lamborghinis, with the Porsches, and indeed the GT3 cars. The variety on the grid in GT Winter Series coming up trumps once again. Those one-make cars look scarily similar to GT3s, more and more so. And, of course, they are an absolute demon in a straight line, albeit with some downforce given away as a consequence of that. All sorts of interesting stories to come into this race. I'm hoping to see a full quota out there on the circuit. Of course, we lost BDR competition by Grupo Prom's Alfredo Hernandez on the sighting lap for race number 2. Then on the formation lap, we lost Racar Motorsport's Leandro Martins, both of whom failed to take the start. We'll see whether they're back out there for race number 3. It didn't look like Leandro Martins had much in the way of damage. They're actually performing a camber adjustment or a realignment on the car during the pit break. I almost tripped up on the gentleman doing it, which is why I know that. Meanwhile, Alfredo Hernandez, the BDR competition, I understand a rather more hefty impact with the wall, so there's a little more doubt in my mind as to whether we're going to see the gold Mercedes of the Mexican racer from BDR competition by Grupo Prom. The cars are heading out onto the circuit then on their sighting lap, and it is Kenneth Heyer there that's leading the charge, as it were, on that front. Of course, Kenneth Heyer, the defending GT Winter Series champion, being that this category has its overall championship scored by your points in class, your position in class. The fact that the Cup cars have been ahead for a majority of the weekend isn't the end of the world for SR Motorsport, but what it is frustrating, particularly because, as we've alluded to several times during this broadcast, Andy, the most frustrating position to be in a battle like this is to be the one with all the cornering ability in the world, but not so many ponies, because finding a way around a car, around a corner, is quite difficult. Blasting past on a straight, relatively easy.
Yeah, and look, there's nothing to say that a GT3 car must at all times be the fastest car on track. You know, we're not necessarily complaining about that. It's simply that if you do get stuck behind one of those Super Trofeo cars in particular, especially if you are, for example, second in the GT3 class, the leader is just ahead. That leader in class starts to get further and further and further and further ahead. You're probably on the same pace as them, but you can't get past the Lamborghini in front of you. But hey, this is racing. This is multi-class racing. There is no obligation on anyone to get out of anybody's way as long as you're on the same racing lap. And I'm kind of glad about that because it's produced some truly memorable moments throughout the weekend so far. It has been a real highlight of this opening weekend for the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. And yeah, hopefully we get more of the same now in this this third race, the longer race, of course, of the 3. So you've got a bit more time. You might be able to use a bit of strategy to get yourself out of those tricky positions if you are stuck in traffic. So maybe a bit more flexibility here. And at the end of the day, as long as you're scoring well within your class,
I think they'll be reasonably happy. The problem the GT3 teams have had, though, really, is that they've been quick in qualifying. They just can't get into turn 1 first. They've been about 4th place into turn 1, and from there, the troubles begin.
Yes, and unfortunately, since I don't think Kenneth Heyer has managed to find an extra 100 brake horsepower since lunch break, that might well be the same problem again with Jerzy Spinkovic on the outside of the front row. Of course, Dexter Muller is there as well for the GT3 contingent on the second row of the grid in 3rd position. And then it's GT3 Poland's Severin Mazur, who will be hoping, I think, for a dash of redemption from the earlier race. Obviously, he won the first race of the season in the dry conditions on Saturday. Bit more of a struggle this morning in the first sprint race, or in the second sprint race, but the first of the day for the GTWinterSeries. And we'll see what he can do from 4th on the grid this time. And then, of course, I think there's the story of the GTWinterSeries so far, that being Cristiano Maciel, who in his second race managed to win overall. And I say second race, I mean second race of his driving career, winning overall in a Cup 1 car against a driver with 2 decades of experience. Eyes, I think, firmly locked on him for the home fans in this race.
It was a really interesting atmosphere around the podium when I went out there for the race earlier on today. Among everybody, the GEDLICH Racing staff, the other team members, other drivers, there was a general sense of, how on earth has he done that? Who is this guy? Well, I think he is certainly going to become a familiar name the way that he's going. I don't think we're going to forget about Cristiano Maciel after this weekend. And yeah, he has, what a way to start your career there. You want to grab people's attention, don't you? He has very much done that. And to do it earlier on today in these conditions as well, yeah, we sort of went into that second race thinking, well, you know, the Hurricanes, the Ferraris, they've had their moment in the dry. Now it's the turn of the GT3 cars to come to the front in the wet. That absolutely didn't happen. Cristiano not only was able to get the better of the GT3s, but really managed the race within Cup 1 as well, keeping some much more experienced drivers at bay. So massively impressive, and I look forward to seeing what he can do in race number 3. As, I'm sure, does Izzy Browning, who for one last time has ventured out onto the rather soggy pit straight for our final grid walk of the weekend.
Yes, indeed. Final grid walk of the weekend, and the rain has just started coming down heavy once again. So unfortunately, as I have already said, I don't think we're going to get many drivers wanting to speak to us, understandably, because they are nice and dry, unlike me. But that's okay. Right, we will take a little walk down the grid. Of course, the number 1 of Kenneth Heyer on pole. They have got the door open. I don't know if I can jump in. Nope, they closed the door. Never mind. Of course, as Adam already alluded to, we are yet to see a GT3 take a win in the GT Winter Series. Something which we've been a little bit surprised about, but we always like to see different winners, so that is no problem at all. Of course, we've got the number 25 alongside Kenneth Heyer, that will be Jerzy Spinkovic in that car. Had a bit of an up and down weekend with gearbox issues, I believe, yesterday. Teams just exiting the grid. I think we can continue down. The number 54 of Dexter Miller, we spoke to Dexter earlier, of course, so have a little word with him if I can. They have got the door open. Can I jump in or? Okay. Dexter, we've spoken to you quite a lot, but final race of the weekend, are we just going to go for it?
Yeah, we're going to go for it. It's just me and this time in the car, so yeah, it's looking pretty slick out there. So we're going to give it all we got.
Yeah, and it's a long race, but anything can happen, can't it?
Anything can happen. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a long one.
All right, good luck. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Well, it's always best to get a chat with the driver, even if we have already spoken to them during the weekend. Okay, we're going to continue down to the next row. We are coming to the first of the Ferrari cars. Of course, our winner from earlier, the number 50 of Cristiano Maciel, and that was a very popular win, as of course you will have seen lots of people under the podium there to cheer him on in his first weekend of racing. And we've had quite a few people in their first weekend of racing, and I have to say they have coped amazingly well with the conditions, as have all our spectators who are still here. Come rain or shine, they've come to join us. We're very grateful to have all of our spectators. Give us a wave, everyone. Very grateful to have you with us, and of course a big shout out to all of our camera ops once again who have braved the conditions. The number 77 of Alfredo Hernandez now alongside me in this beautiful gold livery, the BDR competition, famous for their gold liveries. Of course, the team that has most experience, I believe, in Lamborghinis, but Alfredo switching to the Mercedes GT3 this year, and we're hoping to see a great race from him. Of course, ran into a little bit of trouble earlier on today, but back on the grid today and hoping to see a little bit more in this final race coming up right now.
So then the GT Winter Series grid is ready to roll. 2 formation laps is the order of business in the immediate future. Kenneth Heyer, the first driver, to head off the line and get ready to try and get some heat into the tyres and understand the lay of the land in terms of what that track is doing out there right now. Josef Spinkovic alongside him. He, in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, might well be leading it into turn 1 based on evidence we've seen this weekend. Dexter Muller is next on the grid, 3rd position on the inside of that 2nd row in his Mercedes-AMG GT3. Severin Mazur in 4th place, yesterday's sprint race winner. Let's see what he can do in the Enduro. In 5th position, it is Andreas Bugh Sorensen, who has been at various points this weekend the attraction when it comes to racing action. And then Cristiano Maciel, the story of the day for sure. Him racing solo, 2nd ever race. He's got Rui Aguas with him this time as well, so keep an eye on that number 50 car. Alfredo Hernandez is due to start from P7, and we did see him on the grid, so that's a good indication. His car is okay. We also saw the other car that went missing as well. Alvaro Ramos is 8th place. Racar Motorsports' Leandro Martins, the other car that went missing, is 9th. Vilico Motorsports' Khaled Bergman lines up 10th on an all Cup 2 row number 5. Przemysław Bienkowski, great to hear from him earlier on in the broadcast during our lunch break. And Alex Biatovic is in 12th position. 13th place, Oscar Rinzovic is starting there, and Alessio Ruffini from 14th place. Joachim Bulting not getting to start this race, and I understand, as we can see here actually going through Parabolika Interior, straggling at the back of the field is Alfredo Hernandez, who apparently ended up in the gravel on this formation lap. Thank you to Stefan Lerner from GEDLICH for passing on that intel. But the car is out of the gravel and should be taking the start. But now we'll be taking the start from the rear, I believe, with that. 1 of 2 formation laps in the books. But regarding Cristiano Maciel, I do think he's going to be one to watch once again with Rui Aguas as his co-driver in this one. Rui with decades upon decades of racing experience in GT cars. How's Alfredo doing out there? I'm not sure, but Cristiano and Rui is going to be a very strong combo.
Definitely. I mean, could be the favourites, really, based on performance that we saw from that car earlier in the day. Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat them, I think, but already we're seeing just how challenging these conditions have been. I think almost exclusively of the cars that we've seen losing control before the race has started. I think they've almost all been GT3 cars, the cars that supposedly have the most in the way of driver aids to prevent that kind of thing from happening. We've seen it from a handful of cars already, the BDR competition car twice on this lap alone. So it is sketchy out there. The rain is getting heavier. It's also noticeably cooler than it was earlier on. So not only is it wet, but the tyres are going to be starting at a lower temperature. Now, you don't want a wet tyre to get too hot, but they do still need to hit a certain temperature in order for them to generate the level of grip that they should be. So could be a slightly sketchy opening few corners is what I'm building up to here, Adam.
Yeah, well, we've seen that, of course, earlier on, didn't we? It looked a bit like, I don't know, 0.25 speed Daytona Super Speedway footage. They were 3 wide and about 4 deep, trying to go through the Curve of VIP, turn 4 of the lap. It was a very impressive beginning to the race, and we'll see if that pans out once again. For Kenneth Hyatt, his objective is going to be, at the very least, stay within touching distance of the lead. We've seen that GT3 car from SR Motorsport, and indeed the car behind it on the eventual 2x2 formation, Dexter Muller. Both those cars have been swallowed up on several occasions. They want to try and avoid that this time around. Of course, the GT3 car, big, wide tyres, easier to aquaplane with the more contact patch that you have. I think that might be one of a few different factors that have led to the rather topsy-turvy day we've had so far in the GT Winter Series. Let's see what happens this time around.
Yeah, you made that point in the earlier race. I sat here for a moment with a slightly confused look on my face, which, to be fair, I'll forgive you for missing. It's my standard look on my face that I tend to have. But you would think bigger tyre, more grip. But of course, no, not in the way. You want to cut through the water, get to the solid stuff underneath. So yeah, you made a very good point there, actually, Adam. The slightly smaller contact patch maybe is helping the Ferraris a little bit. Whatever it is, they've got the magic formula. They've got the power, they've got the drivability, they've got the handling, and they've clearly got the driving talent behind the wheel to go up there and make a bit of a nuisance of themselves amongst some of the other classes that perhaps coming into the weekend expected to be doing the bulk of the winning.
Very much so. Again, that statistic, I like it very much. We've had 2 different manufacturers win so far. Can we make it 3 from 3, as was the case last year here at Estoril? Let's have a look as we get ready for the 55-minute race. Minutes 25 to 35, you will see the pit window open. So with 30 minutes to go in the race, the pit window opens and will remain for 10 minutes. Driver changes for several of these cars. But for now, we focus on those behind the wheel. And I think many of our spectators here at the circuit, some of whom really want to film the start, will be keeping an eye on the orange Lamborghini of Jerzy Spinkovic. With all due respect to Kenneth Hyatt on pole, it's a bit of a long shot that he'll be there at the start of the first corner. Andreas Berg-Sorensen, though, once again has leapt off from the gates, and he might be leading to the inside line at turn 1. We'll have to see. I suspect we might be having some issues down at turn 1 with the camera. It's Severin going wide there. Severin Mazur having a moment at the first corner. He's gone very wide, but he now very much leads. I don't know quite how much runoff he used there, but it looked like a lot of it. Critically, though, Kenneth Hyatt is only 2nd place, which I know that sounds terrible for the pole sitter, but based on what we've seen so far, Alfredo Hernandez having a moment there. Again, struggling on this afternoon, and Hyatt is through into the lead. Severin Mazur has slipped up and allowed Kenneth Hyatt through, and that will be critical as side by side Andreas Berg-Sorensen getting a hip check from Jerzy Spinkovic, and unfortunately for Sorensen, he's got his side tyres in the gravel. Somehow, though, he's managed to salvage it. 9 times out of 10, 99 out of 100. That's beached, but he's managed to get it out.
Yeah, wow, well, so much to say, and we're only half a lap in. First of all, well done, Kenneth Hyatt. To be in the lead at this point is something no GT3 driver has managed so far this weekend. So 10 out of 10 for him. That little unfortunate bit of contact there with Sorensen going off, I
don't know. I think it might have been possibly with the Cristiano Maciel, number 50 Ferrari, maybe.
Oh.
I think he was up the inside. We'll probably get a replay, but I think he was up the inside in fourth, going for third at the King. And I just don't think Sorensen saw him there. There was so much spray, he sort of turned in towards the apex curve, and a tiny bit of contact, but that's all it takes at a fast part of the circuit in these conditions. And around then the Ferrari, there is Maciel in the number 50 car. There's no witness marks on the left front corner. If it was him, there would be a very, very small bit of contact, so no real damage done. But I think that's what happened. Anyway, end of lap one, higher leads. Who would have predicted that, really, the way this weekend has gone? And not only leads, but leads by 3.7 seconds in clearly worsening conditions.
Cristiano Maciel once again surging then in the early stages of the race. He's up to third place, trying to find his way around Severin Mazur, which he now does with the undercut there at turn 1. Spinkovic's fourth overall, Dexter Muller in fifth place, Alvaro Ramos in sixth place, Kalle Bergman and Leandro Martins round out your top 8. But yes, Kenneth Heyer, who I must say cut a frustrated figure on the podium yesterday. I was stood next to him while we waited to wrap up the broadcast up there on the podium, and he was ready, I think, to get to the front. And this time he is at the front.
A big moment there, sorry, that was for, I think, possibly Jerzy Spinkovic. Here's the replay, and yeah, it was Maciel. Well, from that angle, actually, I don't think he was given much of a squeeze, was he? I think he was just going for a gap that was always likely to start to close. It was a tiny bit of contact, but unfortunately, Sorensen, off he went. That is the first real blot, though, in Maciel's copybook this weekend. He's been pretty faultless up until now, well, maybe just keen to get back to the front. He knows he's got the pace to lead and ultimately win these races. He's into third place, but I don't think is on Andreas Berg Sorensen's Christmas card list anymore.
Possibly not, no. We'll see. There's time for that relationship to mend over the course of the GT Winter Series. There is your Cup 2 leader. That's changed hands, I believe, because I think, no, Leandro Martins has fallen through the field, actually. My apologies. So Leandro Martins has fallen back behind Oscar Rinzovic, who again is showing out very well in incredibly treacherous conditions on his first weekend as a racing driver. Martins, who last year came runners-up spot overall in the second race of the weekend here in the GT Winter Series, struggling in these wet conditions, but these are the wettest conditions I've seen at Estoril, well, frankly, since Prototype Winter Series Saturday 2024, and some of you remember how that ended. Andreas Berg Sorensen around the outside of Leandro Martins at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, as the spray really worsening, the standing water certainly worsening as well. The only thing that's going favourably at the moment potentially is Kenneth Heyer's gap, which has increased 4.6 seconds between himself and the second place car, which is now Cristiano Maciel. Of course, Mazur has been dispatched, and not only has he been dispatched, but he's been gapped by 5 seconds in one lap.
Yes, that's a significant gain. I wonder what Maciel can do now that he's in clean air, though, because his previous lap was only about half a second slower than the leader, and he would have spent some of that in the wheel tracks and therefore the spray of Severin Mazur. There is Maciel dropping down into turn number 6 then, peering through the murk and the spray, and yeah, you can really see there's so much more standing water on the track now than we've had at any point this weekend so far. This is going to be a bit of a battle of survival, you feel. At least Cristiano has some reasonably clean air to run in. Heading through the 7th corner, Mazur is nowhere to be seen in third position, dropping way back and possibly into the clutches a little bit of his fellow Cup 4 rival Jerzy Spinkovic. That could be the next battle to watch out for. I think the 2 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos about to hopefully come into view. There they are, and it's already happened. Look, Spinkovic already through, so Mazur just not happy in these conditions, and Jerzy Spinkovic takes over the class lead.
Very nicely done, we assume. There's no, again, no witness marks on either car. I like that turn of phrase. As the Cup 4 lead changes hand, Jerzy Spinkovic, who I think would have potentially envisioned this race going slightly differently for him so far, given he was on the front row, given he had that power advantage that we've seen utilised on several occasions previously, but still into the position where he'll gain the maximum points ahead of all the other Lamborghinis, ahead of all the other Cup 4 cars. that for now is what will count the most, or long term is what counts the most for Jerzy Spinkovic. Third overall now for him. Cup 2 leader Kalle Bergman, I believe, still there in 5th position as well, just behind, or some way behind these guys. Indeed, audibly, I can hear the flat 6 come past from our commentary position. But it is finally, for a prolonged period of time, a GT3 car in the lead of a race this weekend in the GTWinterSeries. Things that shouldn't be a novelty, but at the moment very much is. We also might have the reigniting of another Cup 1 battle, because Andreas Berg Sorensen is right on the back of Alvaro Ramos. They're just around turn 1 at the moment, and Ramos was all of 2/10 clear of Berg Sorensen. Of course, Sorensen on the recovery drive. I suspect that position is changing hands imminently.
Yes, you would suspect so. The one good thing we have to take from the spin there for Andreas Berg Sorensen is we now get to enjoy the fight back from Andreas Berg Sorensen. We know he's quick and should be able to come rocketing up the order pretty quickly. That was Severin Mazur almost rocketing into the back of Jerzy Spinkovic's car at turn 6. In fairness, he looked a lot slower than Jerzy Spinkovic for a couple of laps, and suddenly is maybe a little bit quicker. Certainly looking very racy now is Severin Mazur. Maybe just dropping back to give us something to get excited about, and that nearly got a bit too exciting at turn 6. He wants to get this lead back if he can, and suddenly the number 25 car is not accelerating away from him quite as quickly as we expected.
Certainly not. So we'll see how that unfolds. Meanwhile, Andreas Berg Sorensen is past Alvaro Ramos and Kalle Bergman on that lap. So Berg Sorensen on the charge at the moment. He's lapping in the 2:03s currently, and actually last time by he was quicker than anybody else on the circuit as well. Now Andreas is now listed as a solo driver. At one time Benny Simonsen was going to be his co-pilot. The reason I mention that is because it's not unheard of for that information to change again over the course of a weekend. But as far as we know, Andreas Berg Sorensen is driving solo. But he, frankly, at this speed, may not need the assist from Benny Simonsen as the race progresses. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, new fastest lap of the race for Andreas Berg Sorensen that time as well, a 2:02.3. And he is 7 seconds behind Severin Mazur, but was, I can't count that high, 5.7 seconds, I think, faster than the car ahead. So a big difference in pace. And of course, he's only 1.3 seconds behind Spinkovic. So the overall podium is still on. Can he then catch Cristiano Maciel? Well, that would be a further 14 seconds to gain. Yes, he's got 45 minutes in which to do it, but that might be a bit of an ask. The one thing that may come to his rescue, though, is that that incident is being investigated. So that doesn't necessarily mean a penalty is incoming from Maciel, but it is being looked into, so it could end up being redressed by race control.
Wait and see, I'm sure. Well, he won't know quite what we've seen of this battle for third overall and the lead in Cup 4, but what he might not know is he's about to approach a bull ring at a rate of knots, isn't he? Because Mazur and Spinkovic have been scrabbling for traction, and when they've had it, they've been fighting each other. Sarah and Mazur there, four-wheel sliding off, almost aquaplaning off the circuit there, just trying to make it around Arella turn 7. As we look for Berg Sorensen, look at that gap. It's gone down from 7 seconds to, that has to be 2.5, 3 at the most. Sorensen really on the charge.
There is nothing faster than an angry racing driver is something that I've learnt over the years, and I can imagine he's a little bit miffed at the way that that went on the opening lap. He is charging after the Lamborghinis. Alvaro Ramos, by the way, has gone past Kalle Bergman for 6th position as well. They run in different classes, but a gain in track position, if nothing else, for Ramos. There at the top of the screen, confirmation of that fastest lap from Andreas Berg Sorensen, but he's gone faster again in the first sector on this lap. It was a decent second sector, just the 2 seconds faster than the leader in Sector 2. And at the end of the lap, yes, it's a 2:02.0, another new fastest lap. And that time around, he was 4.9 seconds quicker than the Lamborghinis ahead of him. And those Lamborghinis are now almost within striking range.
Kenneth Heyer has lost some time. He is 2:06.4 last time by. Very slow lap that brings Cristiano Maciel within 3 seconds, and he lost more than 3 seconds last time by. Now, if that was a mistake, an outlier, that's one thing. If that's a sign of him really starting to struggle, we might soon see Maciel repeating history.
Oh.
Alvaro Ramos has found the Armco on the approach for the first corner. Sorry, not Alvaro Ramos, sorry. That is the... yes, it is. Sorry, it is Alvaro Ramos. I should trust myself. Unfortunately, that car is looking very worse for wear indeed. Looks like he's going to try and limp it home. There's also a lot of debris there on the circuit.
There's a lot of rain coming down at the moment as well. It is the heaviest it's been all day, I think. And turn 1, we saw this last year. That's where the aquaplaning seems to be at its worst. There is a yellow flag showing on the timing screen, which means I think we might be going safety car. Yes, we are. Safety car is scrambled. Mainly, as you said, because of all of the bodywork that's on the road down at turn 1, but also possibly the Ferrari needs to be recovered. Now, the safety cars come out, and we are seeing pictures here of Andreas Berg Sorensen ahead of, I believe, both of the Lamborghinis. So if he made those moves stick before the safety car came out, then that was timed to perfection, because he was 20 seconds behind Cristiano Maciel. Well, a safety car will mean that that gap goes down to absolutely nothing. So we will get the two Cup 1 leaders back together again. Here, meanwhile, is a replay of what happened.
Gosh, that is a heavy impact. He drove away, of course, so we know he is all right, but that is so easy to do. I mean, we've seen it happen here before. The aquaplaning just taking all control away from him there. Very, very little that could be done. And that is a lot of carbon fibre that is now littered across the circuit. And of course, the Armco is a bit dinted as well. Safety car, the right call. I do wonder if we might get further calls in the imminent future.
Aquaplaning, yes, but I also think he was further to drivers left than we've seen other people at that point in the braking zone. We've seen them, haven't they, braking in the middle of the road and then meandering over to the racing line at the last second. It looked as though he was further to the left, which is the slippery side of the road, where all of the rubber is on the track, and with more and more water on the circuit now, that's just going to be like an ice rink. He is, all credit to him, limping the car back to the pit lane. I'm not really sure what he hopes to achieve from this, because that car ain't going to be repaired and brought back out on circuit before this race is over, you wouldn't think, but he's going to deliver the car back to the team anyway and discuss with them exactly what happened. But yeah, it goes to show you only have to be a fraction offline, a fraction too late or too heavy on the brakes, and it can spell complete disaster.
Yeah, absolutely right. And in his case, Alvaro Ramos has good experience with that car. The 296 Challenge, he raced it last year in Ferrari Challenge Europe, and has also been a championship winner in Iberian supercars. So he's not an inexperienced driver, but he can catch out anybody. And I think that is a large part of why Kenneth Heyer, as experienced as he is, was really taking it easy just before the safety car came out, because he knew it was getting to that point where control could very suddenly be stripped away from him.
Yeah, Marshall's then leap into action to pick up the various bits of Ferrari that are lying in the middle of the road and in the gravel trap as well, very quickly and efficiently. Actually, a big group of Marshalls on hand there to get the track pretty much cleared within a matter of seconds. So I don't think this will be a lengthy safety car period. We have 40 minutes exactly to go, so we're 15 minutes in. 10 minutes then until the pit window opens. Yes, I get the nod from Adam. That's always good news. So 10 minutes before the pit window opens, and an intriguing race in hand now, because Kenneth Heyer hadn't been going any quicker than Cristiano Maciel for the last few laps. Indeed, the gap had been coming down as we documented. Cristiano is now joined by the fastest man on the track, Andreas Berg Sorensen, behind him. Oh, by the way, they tangled on the first lap, and Andreas might have revenge on his mind here. He certainly will be keen to get that class lead away as soon as he can. And then Jerzy Spinkovic and Seravin Monsieur not far behind. So an intriguing restart here. Kenneth Heyer, I don't imagine, will be feeling particularly comfortable as the race leader right now.
No, I tend to agree with you. Safety car looking very slow and almost pit-bound to me. I don't know whether this is just a trick of the line that's being pulled, but to me it looks like we might be on our way maybe into the pit lane. This is looking to me, yes, follow safety car into pit lane. So I think maybe we're going to red flag here, or we're just avoiding the pit, but or just avoiding the crash site, I should say. But I don't know. These conditions are right on the verge of what I would consider even remotely safe, and yet it is apparently just a clean T1. So safety car is still the protocol. It's not red flag yet. But for now, we wait to see what comes next in this race. As you said, that Marshall flash mob that emerged at turn 1 did a very good job, but apparently their job isn't all the way done yet.
And they may want to inspect the barrier as well, because that took a little bit of a whack. So this is a sensible call. You know, whilst the safety car's out, there's no harm in keeping the car circulating. You know, no point sitting in the pit lane and just wasting everyone's time. Keep the race going for now, and then once the track is clear of debris, then you can assess the amount of standing water and whether it's ready to go to be raced on again. So, yeah, sensible call, I think, this by race direction. And the joy of the pit lane exit here, because it extends all the way around the inside of turn 1, is that this is an option. Most other circuits, you would have rejoined the circuit by the point at which the debris is. So, yeah, good call, and the race continues for now. They've got the leaf blowers out to get the bigger shards of carbon fibre out of the way. And of course, that is the main concern, isn't it? You don't want to be running over those very sharp bits of carbon fibre. It can very easily lead to a puncture. Also, they can go into the radiators and cause damage there. They can get sucked up underneath the car and do damage too. So, all in all, a good idea to get that cleared. They're waving by the couple of almost lap down cars that got caught behind the safety car. So, all signs here, Adam, are pointing towards eventually we're going to go racing again. They're getting everything prepared, and conditions allowing, we will get a resumption of what's been a fascinating battle.
Okay, interesting stuff. Beatovic and Hernandez have gone through for the time being, so they will get their lap back as we wait to see what the progress is down at turn 1. Kenneth Heyer continues to lead the field then over Maciel and Berg Sorensen. Jerzy Spinkovic in 4th place, Severin Mazur in 5th place. Of course, those last two are the Cup 4 leaders. Maciel leading in Cup 1, Kalle Bergman the first of the Cup 2 drivers, Oskar Rinzovic soloing in Cup 5 with the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo, that class established during the week for the 458 Challenge Evo cars. Of course, still quite a popular machine. We might well see a few more of them out there. From Myrtle Motorsport, quite possibly, they have a significant fleet of those cars, and we will see how that class evolves. Of course, we will see another class in the GTWinterSeries next week. In fact, we'll see two. There's the Cup X class, which is playing host to 2 KTM GT2 cars. If you're saying, I've seen your website, there is a GT2 class. They are not going to be running with the BOP mandated ballast in the car, which means that thing is going to be very fast. Both of them are going to be very fast, and that will be intriguing. Meanwhile, the Cup 3 category is also making its GTWinterSeries debut at Portimao next week, and that will be the McLaren Artura Trophy cars, which have been put into the GTWinterSeries for the first time. Greystone GT entering that car, a lineup featuring Oliver Webb, and that will be very potent indeed. In fact, it is a championship-winning lineup from last year's McLaren Trophy in the GT4 class, or 570S class, I should say. So that will be an exciting addition to the grid. That is not an exciting addition to the Gancho chicane, though. The Largo del Estoril is gaining some rivers.
Doesn't look good, does it? Doesn't look good. I wouldn't want to be out there, and it's not often that I would turn down the opportunity to be let loose in one of these things, but in these conditions, this looks decidedly dodgy, to use a technical term. So we will see what race control decide to do. I suspect that turn 1 is largely cleared of debris now, so I think the only thing that would now hold us back would be the weather conditions, but by far the wettest it's been. We've done well, in fairness, to get through today as efficiently as we have, with relatively few delays, certainly nothing weather related until perhaps now. But for now, the safety car continues to lead them around. We've got 34 minutes to go, so we are now 4 minutes away from the pit window opening, and I suspect really that's the moment at which a decision probably should be made, because we don't really want the safety car out when the pit window opens. They have the option to close pit lane, of course, as they did during the prototype race earlier on today. But for now, we are a few minutes away from that. The safety car remains on track. And the cars very slowly are brought down onto the pit straight. Kenneth Hire still accelerating and braking and weaving around, keeping heat in all of the things that need to be kept warm. The tyres and brakes in particular, and by stamping on the brake like that, you're not just warming the brakes, but that brake, the temperature then dissipates off into the tyre, and some drivers say that is a more effective way of warming a tyre up than simply weaving around, particularly in these conditions. So that's why you see them sort of bunny hopping their way down the pit straight there. But we await now, I think, further news from race control as to what happens next.
Yes, it did look like they were starting some work on the Armco last time we saw turn 1. Didn't look like major work, I grant you, but we'll take a little look. They do appear to have straightened it out a little bit. They put a they put a little weird little marker there, just halfway through your shot, roughly. You can see a little white marker out of the Armco. I don't know what purpose it serves.
Alvaro Ramos was here.
Yeah, that's it. The El Barto of Estoril. Yes, Kenneth Hire. Okay, I'm not sure. It's a fire sign that they've put there for reasons I don't understand. I thought it might have been like a rope, heavy-duty rope of some sort to then pull it with a vehicle, but no, I was thinking too practical. And we will see whether this race is going to resume. We sometimes get the bulletin as soon as now in the lap under safety car conditions, so we wait with bated breath and continue to watch the timing screen. I think it would be a bold decision to go green at the moment. I just heard Alex Bjatovic's Lamborghini go past on the start-finish line, and he was at best about 20% throttle. Yes, we're under safety car. Yes, he's being cautious, 2 thumbs up. But I also think that maybe in these conditions that could be a gamble, but it's a gamble that we are taking. The safety car is coming in this lap. Let's keep an eye on this then. Kenneth Hire has been trying to generate some heat into that Mercedes, and well, he needs it. He's also going to have to deal with a slightly less prevalent version of what he's been dealing with all weekend, because once again, stacked up behind him are Ferrari 296 Challenge cars and Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo cars, both of which have the legs. Yes, it'll be a single file restart, of course, as Setup Wizard really wants to get in on this. It is a good series, I understand. But yes, we're expecting Kenneth Hire here to maybe come under fire, particularly from Maciel. But then again, Berg Sorensen has been so quick off the line at points this weekend, you can't rule him out either.
The difference here, I suppose, is that Kenneth Hire at least has a little bit of control over this one. It's not just a 2x2 start where the lights go out and off you go. Here, he has the option, doesn't he, to back everybody up, to choose when to accelerate. And if I were him, I'd be tempted to leave it a little bit, give them as little of that main straight, nearly a kilometre-long main straight, to really stretch their legs. We'll see what he decides to do. He's a massively experienced driver, of course. He's been in this situation before, and he is approaching the point at the circuit at which he needs to make that decision. But this could be a key decision in his quest to try and win the race outright. And as I confidently predicted, he accelerates early and leaves them all in his spray.
Well, of course, he wants to use that downforce through the final corner that the GT3 car has in abundance compared to the challenge cars. Trying to look through the spray, I think I see Jerzy Spinkovic making a move to the inside there. Maciel still there in second place. Berg Sorensen and Spinkovic side by side. And Andreas says, absolutely not. I'm having third place. I want to get past the driver whom I collided with a little bit earlier on, as you alluded to, Andy. Severin Mazur a little bit further back now from Spinkovic, so he's dropped off there. Kalle Bergman and Dexter Muller having a little bit of a jostle as well for 6th and 7th place overall. And gosh, what a baptism of fire. Baptism about the level of water intake that I'm sure these drivers are having at the moment as well with these conditions. Oscar Rinzovic in his first weekend, we saw his 488 Challenge Evo there in the pack. Both he, Cristiano Maciel and several others across our other grids all making their race debuts this weekend in very tricky conditions.
Andreas Berg Sorensen closing right in on Cristiano Maciel, heading into turn 6, but not quite close enough to make a move. So far, so good, though. Really impressive driving standards through the first corner there. Bit of a squeeze from Sorensen onto Spinkovic, but apart from that, everybody gave everybody else plenty of room to work with, which was really nice to see. And the race, therefore, can continue so far unimpeded. 28.5 minutes to go, and that's Kenneth Heyer. Kenneth Heyer's lost the lead. He is behind both Maciel and Sorensen. So the race leader, who had nailed the restart, it's got to be said, 2.1 seconds clear of the Ferraris at the line, and a mistake has come. It's Heyer down to third, and it's that man again, Cristiano Maciel, back into the lead of the race, although this time, Adam, I suspect he will have quite the tough job keeping hold of it.
Now, will he peel in this time? Because the pit window is open and he has Rui Aguas available to take the car over. Does he want to keep braving this, or does he want to par these conditions off on Rui Aguas? The latter is true. He will hand the car over to his driver coach. Meanwhile, Kenneth Heyer is coming into the pits as well to hand over to Moritz Viskirchen. All of that said means that Berg Sorensen, who gets a bit slidey there under braking into the first corner, he is your new leader. Spinkovic in second. Mazur crosses the line in third place. Kalle Bergman up to fourth overall in the 44. And Oscar Rinzovic now in fifth place. They all continue on for the time being. Meanwhile, Maciel makes way for Rui Aguas. An all-Portuguese lineup in this car. They're on their home turf. Let's see what Rui can do now in conditions, of course, that he won't have faced this weekend. Yes, he's done everything there is to do in GT racing. However, when you jump into a car relatively cold, having not been in it since, I think, Saturday morning, it's going to be a bit of an ask to get your head around this immediately.
Yeah, good point. I suppose for a lesser experienced driver, that would definitely be the case. Rui should be able, within a lap or so, to get more or less there, shouldn't he? And he's going to have to if they're going to try and win this race, because it was mighty, mighty close when the car came in. Out of the pit lane they will go. Of course, we've had the driver change in the Mercedes as well. And so Kenneth Heyer hands over car number 1 to Moritz Viskirchen. That looks a little bit closer than it was. We've got a Lamborghini in a gravel trap somewhere.
Turn 5.
Turn 5.
Severin Mazur.
Yeah, it is. Severin Mazur off the road again. And that kink, I noticed, was getting very waterlogged before. Cars squirreling around. And Severin Mazur, who's looked the least comfortable of the two sort of leading Super Trofeo runners, has unfortunately found himself at the beach.
Yes, he has. Alessio Ruffini's car, of course, should now be being piloted by Milos Pavlovic, although it doesn't register that change on the timing screens right now, but it should be Milos at the wheel. We'll keep an eye on his progress should it be him in the car as well, because Milos, of course, a former pro-class champion in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He is very quick in those cars. Severin Mazur there stranded out on the gravel, and in fact it looks like he lost it before he even approached the corner.
Yeah, you can see the marks that he's cut out of the grass on the inside of the circuit there, very close to the barrier actually on the inside of the track, so that could have been real disaster had he clouted that. Bit of a moment there maybe for Rui Aguas as he tries to figure out how little grip he's got heading down through turn number 6. And disappearing up through turn number 7, being chased by Moritz Viskirchen. And an interesting battle for, in a way, the next race lead, depending on where number 76 slots into all of this after the stops. This could be a very significant battle indeed. But is it a battle that's going to be put on ice by another safety car? Because the Lamborghini was not going to be dug out of that gravel trap without some assistance.
So the pit window is open until, very precisely, 15:37 local time and 10 seconds. So there's another 6 minutes, or about 5 minutes 30, I think, left now, until Berg Sorensen has to come in. Same goes for Oscar Rinzovic, who I think, to be honest with you, I chatted to Oscar a little bit early on, very kind of good guy to talk to, but also someone who I reckon would be thinking to himself, I really want to hear that AF Corsa Ferrari is pitted so I can lead a lap on my first weekend. I feel like that's the kind of decision that might be getting made there. We'll see whether that proves to be the case. The number 50 of Rui Aguas then continues on its way 52 years of age now, and his relationship with AF Corsa dates back all the way to 2005 in the Italian GT Championship, running a Maserati Trofeo car in one of the lower classes of that category. 20 years later, of course, he has won the GTM World Championship in FIA WEC with AF Corsa. He has been quite a loyal soldier in the ranks of AF Corsa, and Ferrari, even once you're maybe past your prime years as a racing driver, the amount of coaches you'll see at Ferrari Challenge Weekend, if you establish yourself as a Ferrari specialist, there's a long-term career there, and for someone like Rui, he now gets to mentor drivers and still compete. And I'm sure that's an arrangement that suits him nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. So nice to see that loyalty as well, isn't it, to the drivers who've been there nearly 20 years this year, I suppose, since he debuted with the team, and plenty of successes along the way too. And he had a GTWinterSeries race win to that list here this afternoon. Well, he's certainly pushing on, still coming up against a bit of traffic there. It's the 77 car, isn't it, of Alfredo Hernandez, who has not revelled in these conditions, I think it's fair to say, this afternoon, but learning with every lap that he turns, I'm sure. A big slide there for Aguas as well. So we're still waiting for Andreas Berg Sorensen of the leading contingent to pit. He's been through to start another lap as well, so looks as though he is extending this as long as he can.
His last lap at 2:03. There is precisely one other car out there lapping under 2:10. That's Milos Pavlovic in the 2:09s. Andreas Berg Sorensen hasn't got the memo that the conditions have worsened and is just driving oblivious, has been lapping the 2:02s, 2:03s all race long. Aquaplaning, what aquaplaning? We'll see how much longer he stays out there. He might be able to do one more lap before having to come in before the window closes, but he will surely be with us soon. He's just coming around the final corner now, actually, so he might be in this time by, if not certainly next time by. There is the 76 car. Does Andreas Berg Sorensen come in this time? No. Not sure. No, I think you're correct there. Yes, the lights of the 296 continue to emblazon the main straight just behind Manstalin, who has now taken over the 44 SPV Racing Porsche, the Circuito do Sol-backed car. That is, of course, the former leader in Cup 2. We'll see if that's still the case once everything shapes out. But Berg Sorensen, last time by, 2:02.2. Closest lap time out there on circuit to him, 2:08.675 from Milos Pavlovic. Fearlessness comes to mind.
Amongst other words that I won't put out on broadcast. He's only 0.2 slower than his previous best, and indeed the fastest lap of the race, set way back on lap 5, which was when the conditions were at least marginally better than they are now. A big slide there, heading through the kink, the corner that, of course, caught out Severin Mazieu a handful of laps ago. Severin, at least his car anyway, is still sat forlornly in the gravel trap. I'm not sure whether Severin is still in the car. Perhaps race control waiting until the pit window is done before moving him. They've decided he's gone far enough off the road that he's not in any immediate danger. Hopefully that proves to be the case. But yeah, Andreas Berg Sorensen absolutely flying, supreme confidence in these conditions. And, well, who knows, could he be on course for the win? At the rate he's going, he really ought to come out of the pit lane ahead of those with whom he was battling before, provided the pit stop goes to plan.
Yes, he should absolutely do that. He's currently got an 84 second, or at the finish line, 84 seconds over Rui Aguas. And it's an 86-second pit delta. So we'll see how it works out. He has to pit this time. Aguas' last lap at 2:04, so he's still outpacing Rui, but only by a couple of seconds. Drivers are starting to get quicker. Moritz Viskirchen at 2:03.1 last time by, having taken over Kenneth Hyer's #1 Mercedes. Andreas has got the memo. He comes into the pit lane. Now I want to see, I hope we've got a camera maybe that can see whether he does do a driver change or not, just because I know sometimes these plans change. Our understanding is he'll be driving solo though, and that is the assumption that we will run off for the time being. The Danish driver has only done a couple of seasons Ferrari Challenge Racing. Very quickly, he's come on song as a driver.
Yeah, no driver change being done then, so I think you're right, Andreas going the full length. Now, worth pointing out that you're right, they are starting to go quicker behind him. Rui Aguas has just done the fastest first sector of anybody, about 7/10 faster than Andreas went on what became his in-lap just now. There was also a personal best sector from Maurice Fitzkirchen, who's been closing in on Rui Aguas over the last lap or so. So they are starting to get into this, but of course this is the benefit, isn't it, of a single driver car. You don't have that period immediately after a pit stop in these conditions of a driver having to get to grips with the conditions. It takes even Rui Aguas a couple of laps to get in the zone. He's there now, but lost a handful of seconds in the process. So is that going to be enough to give this car the lead of the race? Adam, we're about to find out.
There goes Andreas Buch Sorensen. Where is Rui Aguas? The answer is he's just coming on to the main straight at the moment, just gone past the pit exit. I think Rui is going to be just about ahead here. However, I am thinking in dry weather terms, and in wet weather terms, no, he's not going to quite be close enough to Andreas Buch Sorensen. There is the 50 car emerging from the sheets of rain, and Moritz Fitzkirchen is just 2.5 seconds back from Rui Aguas as well. So if these two keep improving their lap times, this is going to be a grandstand finish, because first is already through shot, here's second, here's third, but now that the pit window has closed, Andy McEwen's crystal ball has been validated with a safety car.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, Adam. It does happen occasionally. Yes, safety car out now with the pit window having been completed. And, well, we already had a grandstand finish on our hands. We definitely do now, because we're going to bunch them all back together and unleash them for the final 12 minutes or so, probably, of racing. But what a remarkable story this has been from Andreas Buch Sorensen from this very gravel trap on lap 1, pointing the wrong way, to the lead of the race with just over a quarter of an hour to go. Yes, there was a safety car that helped him, but his phenomenal pace immediately after the safety car and during that pit window is ultimately what got him the race lead, and he will be very, very keen to keep hold of it if he can. The safety car gives him a moment to breathe and plot maybe what he's going to do upon the restart, but Andreas Buch Sorensen will have a story to tell at the end of this one, won't he?
Well, temporarily he's going to have to cede the lead to a seed, and we'll see how things stack up once the race resumes. There is Alfredo Hernandez, who is at the tail end of the field. In fact, he's made a couple of places up. He's up into 10th overall now. Another battle that might be interesting is going to be Cup 2 at the resumption of this race, because Mans Thalin and Dieter Sveps are 8th and 9th overall, respectively. And of course, they are 1-2 in the Cup 2 class for Porsche 992 Cup machinery. So we're expecting that to be a compelling scrap as well. Andreas Buch Sorensen only just got out of the pits at the time of the safety car, and it has been a 0-0 performance for the number 76 machine. Made contact with the car directly behind him, of course, on the first lap of the race when Maciel was at the wheel. That was down at turn 5. And, well, unlike Severin Mazur, who is the reason the safety car is underway, he rather miraculously managed to get out of the gravel. Only 2 wheels were in the gravel trap. However, that was still usually a position where once you've got part of the rear axle in the gravel, it's done. He managed to get out of there and is now leading the race.
Yeah, indeed. So what a fantastic recovery drive it's been. And it would be a bit of a fairy tale story if he could hang on to this and become, of course, the 3rd winner of the weekend, right, in the GTWinterSeries, which bodes well going forward, actually. I know, obviously, within the classes we've had repeat winners, but just from the perspective of a straight-up race, all of them have been really competitive. And as you said, we're going to inject a few more wild cards into this mix for Portimao in a week's time, and who knows how that will affect things, but I suspect even more drama and excitement will be on the horizon. Rain continues to hammer down. Someone said to me, I think this morning, that if you can't see the hill to the north of the circuit, I suppose it is, then it's either about to rain or it is raining. Well, we probably could tell them it's already raining, but I can't see the hill at all now for the first time all day. It's completely enshrouded in cloud and a lot of precipitation in the area, but hopefully we'll get the conclusion of this race in under green flag conditions and see where the cards fall in the battle. Not only, of course, for overall victory, but don't forget Andreas Berg Sorensen and Rui Aguas battling for a Cup 1 victory as well. And from a championship perspective, that is altogether more significant, really. So if Rui Aguas has got an answer for Andreas Berg Sorensen, he won't have all that long to deploy that, but he's certainly in the range now that he could try something upon the restart.
A point you made there struck me on the head a little bit. Repeat winners in a class? Have we had that?
Oh.
In GT3, it was Dexter Muller who won race 1.
True.
Kenneth Heyer won race 2. In the Cup 1 class, it was Berg Sorensen who won yesterday. And it was obviously the 50 car today with Maciel at the wheel. In Cup 2, it's been shared between Dieter Sveps and Mans Thalen's cars, the 44 and the 911. And in Cup 4, it's been shared between Jerzy Spinkovic and the GT3 Poland machine, which won overall yesterday. The only category that has been won by the same person is Cup 5, where Oscar Rinzovic is on his own. Of course, that is going to change now, inevitably, with certain classes only having a couple of cars in them. But actually, how fascinating is that?
Wow.
That it's been so shuffled up this weekend.
That's impressive. That is really impressive, isn't it? And that does mean we're in for a treat, I think, over the coming weeks as we follow the championship battles going on in those various classes. But yeah, I sort of made a bit of an assumption there that we must have had a repeat winner
I would
at
have
some
done
point.
the same thing, yeah. Absolutely right.
Wow, well, incredible stuff. So, yeah, that's... the points are going to be tight, I suspect, after this opening weekend of the season. We'll do the maths and get the calculations done in time for Portimao. It's never too early, after all, to start thinking about championship standings. But, yeah, things looking very finely poised indeed.
Yeah, I'm banning myself from hastily scribbled digits until we get to Spain at the very least. Safety car in this lap, 12 minutes of the race left on the clock, which is exactly what you said we'd have as a final showdown for this race. Andreas Berg Sorensen then is going to have Rui Aguas and Moritz Viskirchen for company here. Jerzy Spinkovic is in 4th place, but he actually has the recovered, I think it's actually Alex Bijatovic in the Autosport racing car between himself and Kenneth Heyer. Therefore, he's actually stuck behind that car and won't be able to get back around it until they cross the start-finish line. Here comes Andreas Berg Sorensen, though. He has uncorked the bottle. He is going racing, and we are back underway. Well, it looks like it anyway. As we head towards the first corner, the light is fading. The sheets of rain are falling, and for the drivers, this is incredibly difficult. Rui Aguas there almost getting caught out under braking. Jerzy Spinkovic had some company behind him there in 4th place as well. And it looks like he has gone deep into the corner potentially there as well. Yes, he has. Very deep indeed. But the Cup 1 lead, the overall lead, is now under contest. Andreas Berg Sorensen with Rui Aguas on his inside line. Rui tries to lean a little bit on him there. Meanwhile, the SPV racing car has found, I think, the barrier going towards turn 1. At the very least, the car is stranded there as Berg Sorensen really has to hold the car there under acceleration into the first corner. It was the right-hand side barrier that got hit, apparently. No. Oh, and Berg Sorensen into the wall. Andreas Berg Sorensen trying to hold off Rui Aguas. Moritz Viskirchen takes evasive action. There comes Milos Pavlovic, who has tiptoed his way up to 2nd and the Cup 2 lead, which means Jerzy Spinkovic has also gone missing out there on the circuit. We saw him going wide at the first corner. Red flags out, I'm going to say mercifully, because that is unraceable conditions out there on the circuit. And after such a brilliant weekend, I feel really aggrieved for Andreas Berg Sorensen there. He does not deserve to have a car that badly beaten up based on the driving ability he's shown this weekend. And I can only hope that AF Corsa have the spares to get him back out next week, because it would be a big loss to the race to the race next week if we didn't have him on the grid. Of course, AF Corsa, if there's any team that's going to carry an abundance of 296 spares, it will be them. So hopefully that car is repairable for next week. With 9 minutes and 52 seconds of the race left to go, we have received confirmation that the red flag is out and will remain out, that the day of racing has concluded here at the Circuito Estoril. Now, with that in mind, of course, there will be a one-lap count back, so all of those position changes right at the end of the race will not count for anything, which means that Andreas Berg Sorensen will be the race winner in spite of that incident. Obviously, I don't know whether he's going to be on the podium or not, but he will be our third different overall winner of the weekend. It's been a day of Cup 1 dominance in terms of the overall standings. Andreas Berg Sorensen will be classified as the winner. Rui Aguas will be second. Third place and winning GT3 will be Moritz Viskirchen. So then, as you can see, cleanup going on, but it is not with a view to resuming the race. Unfortunately, that is our last action of the day. And our race winner, Andreas Berg Sorensen, unfortunately, just before he is now declared as the man who will win the race, found the barriers, of course. But hopefully he and the car are okay, and we will see hopefully him on the podium if he's willing to go up there and celebrate. And indeed, if anyone actually wants to stand on the podium in these weather conditions, that's another question entirely. But not the end to the day that we necessarily wanted, but it was an exciting race all the same. The marshals diligently working out there. A big shout out to the marshals, the heroes in orange, who have been diligently on their posts all day long in these incredibly foreboding conditions, and have really put in a shift where needed. And also to anyone else who is out there, our camera crew, of course, providing us with the pictures, our series videographers and photographers. That's, of course, Emilio and Daniel, two great members of that team, and also the other media personnel, the other photographers and videographers out there on the circuit, because they have all put in a mighty shift to stay out there capturing content. But the marshals, of course, doing the hardest and most laborious job of all out there this weekend. They continue to do so, even though racing has concluded. And while the race did run short, we do have highlights to bring you of GT Winter Series race number 3. Well, that almost looks dry, doesn't it? It was a race that went from wet to wetter in the GT Winter Series as it got deeper and deeper into monsoon season, seemingly in January. Severin Mazur came out as the early race leader. However, Kenneth Heyer did a very good job of staying towards the front, even in front of those Cup-class missiles at the sharp end of the field. In fact, by turn 4, he was back into the lead. And at turn 3, Alfredo Hernandez had a spin, not his first of the day either, in tricky conditions. There was a collision on the first lap. Andreas Berg Sorensen with an eerily similar spin to what would ultimately, of course, cause him to hit the wall later on, but he recovered from that, and recovered splendidly as well, it must be said. Overall leader Kenneth Heyer disappeared from this, the battle for second place. Severin Mazur fighting off Cristiano Maciel here for second place momentarily, but soon enough the Ferrari would find its way by, proving to be very capable in the wet conditions. Maciel in his first weekend of racing, a weekend that can only go down as a roaring success. Out wide there, the number 79 GT3 Poland car. Unfortunately, the 150 Ferrari of Alvaro Ramos found the barriers on the approach to the first corner. That was the cause of the first safety car of the race. This was just prior to the pit window as well, so the pit window was delayed as the recovery crews and the marshals got to work sorting out the situation down at turn 1. Ramos actually drove his car back to the pit lane, so at least that car is still functioning, albeit with some rather serious damage at the front end. Of course, pit stop window here in this race, and that pit stop window began just after the safety car pulled in, which meant that drivers were being subbed out in some cases. Rui Aguas taking over from Maciel, this number 50 car, the AF Corsa Ferrari, the all-Portuguese lineup in the 50 car, and Aguas would take over and start setting quick laps there. Dexter Muller was going sideways somewhat in his Carbon Raceworks Mercedes, and that could be said for a lot of drivers out there on circuit, but it was Andreas Berg Sorensen who was setting a rip-roaring pace, at one point several seconds faster than anybody else out there on the circuit, and he would stop for his mandatory visit to the pits, resume the race in the lead. As soon as he headed out onto the circuit, though, the safety car was called to recover Severin Mazur from the gravel trap outside the kink at turn 5. Safety car number 2 of the race, the final safety car, but unfortunately not the final problem of the race. They recovered Severin Mazur from the gravel, and then a few moments later we would go green once again, albeit Manstalin would immediately find the wall in the number 44 Porsche. Unfortunately, SPV Racing having issues there, but then Andreas Berg Sorensen, unfortunately from the lead, lost the car, just snapped underneath him, and Andreas Berg Sorensen will be very disappointed with how that race has ended. On countback, he should be considered the race winner, although sometimes the car that causes a red flag is ultimately moved out of the equation, but I think it would be particularly harsh on Andreas if that is the decision. As far as we know it, Andreas Berg Sorensen will be our winner. Rui Aguas second place and second in Cup 1 as well for the Ferrari Challenge 296s. Moritz Viskirchen in third position and winning in GT3. Jerzy Spinkovic in fourth place, winning Cup 4. Milos Pavlovic fifth overall and winning, coming second in Cup 4. Dexter Muller in sixth place ahead of Oskar Rindvik in the Myrtle Motorsport Ferrari Challenge 488 version. Manstalin winning in the Cup 2 class ahead of Dieter Sveps. Alfredo Hernandez rounding out the overall top 10 in his GT3 Mercedes. Alex Bijatovic was next in the Autosport Racing car in P11. Severin Mazur in 12th place and Alvaro Ramos in P13. So the final race of the season has come to an end a little bit earlier than anticipated. The rain getting the better of the drivers in some instances, but I think pretty much anybody on a racing tyre would struggle to find grip with that much power underneath them in these conditions with this much standing water. It was at a point where it felt inevitable, unfortunately, and we saw a couple of cars damaged there right at the end of the race. And the GTWinterSeries was our final race of the day, so this will be the conclusion of our racing action. Of course, we will be back in 6 days' time at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, and we hope to see all of the cars that ended up a little bit bent in that final race back out there. In addition to a deluxe GT3 class grid, we're going to have a lot more manufacturer diversity there in terms of the GT3 category, and some additional cars in multiple other classes as well. The GT4s and the prototypes with us again, and of course that's the first of 2 weekends in the in the Winter Series, the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series, to be held at Portimao. This coming weekend we have the GTs, the GT4s and the prototypes. The weekend following that, it's the first ever GEDLICH Racing Portimao 6-hour and Formula Winter Series with their season opener. Some exciting names being announced in coming days for the Formula Winter Series grid, which is going to be very exciting to see. And that event, or both events at Portimao, and indeed the following races at Valencia and Aragon, are free for spectators to attend as well. There is a small price to pay to join us for the final 2 weekends at the Circuit Barcelona Catalunya, but as a whole, our philosophy here at the GT Winter Series and the other Winter Series categories, of course, is to allow spectator access free of charge, to allow the local fans an opportunity to scratch that racing bug in the winter, which is also, of course, what we do for our teams and drivers here in Portugal and Spain. Of course, we are currently in the Portuguese leg of the season at Estoril and Portimao before we make the cross over the border. See lots of teams in and out of the series on guest bases alongside our full-time drivers, which should be very exciting. We've had some great action here today. Of course, the GT4 Winter Series with their pair of races. The prototypes were very good fun to watch today as well. The GT Winter Series has been a hoot. There's no other way to put it, all weekend long. But for now, it is an unfortunate note to end on with that drama for the 76 car of Andreas Berg Sorensen, the AF Corsa Ferrari 296. Again, I'm hopeful, AF Corsa being the Ferrari specialists that they are, par excellence, that they will have the spares required to get that car back out on the circuit in less than a week's time at Portimao. I don't know that race control has strictly informed the marshals that they don't have to try and drive the circuit with the leaf blower, because we are not racing again today. But the crew is working diligently. You can see there at Marshall Post 10 the Estoril Classics logo, and that event will be back here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve in October. That's brought to us by GEDLICH Racing Partners Race Ready organisation, who are a big part of the behind-the-scenes work, the admin work here at these Winter Series weekends. I've been privileged enough to talk about that event a couple of times in recent years, and it is a very exciting thing on the first weekend of October this year, in not quite the summer, the autumn of 2025. By which time we'll be staring down the barrel of yet another Winter Series. Of course, I'm just looking at Cristiano Maciel. He is just coming into the main building here in the Estoril media section, and he will be heading towards the podium very shortly. Great day for Maciel. If you missed race 2 of the weekend earlier on, it was a sensational performance from Maciel. His first ever weekend as a racing driver, and yet he found himself on the top step of the podium overall in the Ferrari 296 in challenging conditions. And very impressive performance. I know one of the answers to one of Izzy's questions about the day, I reckon, at the end of all this. But we are just awaiting the podium now for the final GT Winter Series race, of course. Just getting everybody into line after everyone ducked into the pit lane at the end of the red flag. I think some have gone back to garages, others have gone into Parc Fermé, some are under the podium. And there's also some discussion to be had, of course, about well, exactly what the final order of this race will be, because Andreas Berg Sorensen was one of the incidents that triggered that red flag. And oftentimes, if you cause the red, you don't get classified at the or at least in the lap that you had the red. So it might be that the order changes against Andreas Berg Sorensen, which would be a huge shame, but we'll see whether that proves to be the case or not. So we are waiting on that decision at the moment. The horn sounds on the Kia Ceed as it does its kind of observational lap at the conclusion of a day of racing, and you saw there the marshals giving a wave. I suspect that probably means they can try and make their way back to the paddock now and slowly make their way home from a busy day on the posts. Of course, we are bringing you all of the racing action this season in the Winter Series, our second year of full season live streaming, and our second year as well as the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series working with Alpha Live. We are simulcasting across the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series YouTube channel and Alpha Live, and indeed I must say a word as well to MTD Deutschland, I believe it is, who are providing German commentary for the first time this season live across the internet as well. So the media footprint of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series only continues to grow. And that is really exciting to see. A word must be said for the likes of Mart Hilgenberg, who is the marketing manager at GEDLICH Racing, who does a lot of work to make sure that everything runs smoothly. And of course, to those who are more racing focused as well, of course, Markus Giedlich leads the GEDLICH Racing organisation, and as a former German Touring Car Challenge champion, the DTC series for super production touring cars in the late 90s and early 2000s, has always put racing first. And a great team that bring these races together each and every weekend on a hectic schedule. It's going to be a bit of a party week, I think, at the hotel near the Autodromo International do Algarve, the Algarve Race Resort as it's called, because we are there from Tuesday till Sunday with GEDLICH Racing over the next week. And then, of course, we'll be back there for the following weekend for the 6 hours of Portimao as well, which is going to be very exciting. But you've got the endless summer track days on Tuesday and Wednesday, which is a bit of a leisure pursuit. You've got the race tests as well, which are always very fun. That's where the professional teams get some serious mileage in. And then, of course, we go into round 2 of the GT Winter Series. That's the GEDLICH schedule for the week ahead. We're also doing endless summer at another track over the course of the next week as well. I understand we have a little bit of a replay to look at. We've been shuffling tapes, by which I mean probably video files, to have a look at something which I think we might see now. So this is the 25 car, the unique racing machine of Jerzy Spinkovic. Oh, goodness me. He had a big moment. We did say that Jerzy Spinkovic kind of went missing. There was a new Cup 4 leader in the form of Milos Pavlovic, and that was a big moment. Unfortunately, quite a few cars have suffered major damage in that final restart. The Portimao 6-hour event, incidentally, entries for that, I believe, are still open. You could slide an entry in there last minute if needed. We've already announced some of the teams participating, the likes of Team MJC, Brick Car champions. That's a very exciting thing for myself personally, because that's the paddock that I grew up in. There is also the E2P team, which is Javier Morfillo's squad that has competed in Creventic and events of that ilk in recent times. Lion Speed GP will be present. Conrad Motorsport are set to be in on it as well. There are a number of top teams in the offing for the 6H Portimao race, which is in just under 2 weeks' time, and that will be quite the thriller. Of course, we have been running pit stop races in the GEDLICH Winter Series for a long time. We're expecting Team Get Speed, Greystone GT, Good Speed, all in that top GT3 class, in addition to some of the team names I mentioned earlier on. NM Racing team, who we saw last year in the GT4 Winter Series. That will be very compelling also. But it is effectively an all-GT race. Cars roughly within that GT3 to GT4 performance window are eligible. So if you do have an eligible car, some interested drivers and want to make a last-minute entry into the 6H Portimao, that will be a great option for you. I just saw Joachim Bolting sneak past me. If I'd seen him, I would have possibly beckoned him to hop on the second headset so I could have had a chat, but unfortunately that was not to be on this occasion. So many bright and bubbly personalities in the Winter Series paddock, and I must say I very much enjoyed the pit walk today, just because I got to talk to some of them directly on the broadcast, which I don't often get to do in my role here. It is a very welcoming and friendly paddock, and yeah, certainly a lot of fun people out there as well. Of course, one of the best. Okay, now I understand that we are going to be concluding our broadcast in the next couple of minutes, and wrap-up duties for today to Izzy and Andy. They're down in the pits as we bid you farewell from Estoril.
Yes, indeed, we are down in the pits. We've managed to get a garage to take some shelter in as everybody's packing up. They've let us have a little spot in the garage to do our wrap-up for the day. And it's still raining. You've probably seen more rain today than I think you ever have in your life, although maybe not, because I know you spent many a day at Donington Park. But first weekend of the Winter Series, over and done with, as quick as it started. And what an amazing way to start the season.
Pretty incredible, really, wasn't it? I mean, we had a bit of everything this weekend. Yesterday, glorious weather, fantastic racing across all three classes. But even today with the rain, honestly, the weather was not really getting in the way of the entertainment. We saw some brilliant side-by-side racing, and fascinating to see teams and drivers who struggled yesterday coming to the fore today, and vice versa as well. So we've set up some intriguing battles to follow season long, and yeah, really looking forward to Portimao.
Yeah, so we'll keep this short and sweet. We'll start with the GT4s, of course. As I said earlier, Elite Motorsport, can anyone beat them next weekend? What do you reckon?
Well, it's going to be tough, isn't it? A very different track, Estoril, but it was interesting. I think you were chatting to the drivers after race 3, and you asked them the question, do you think you'll continue this next week? And they said there's no reason why not. It's kind of rare to hear that sort of just out-and-out confidence from the drivers, public confidence like that. So they're clearly feeling good. You can't really bet against them, but we'll have more cars joining the fray next week, and a very different kind of circuit as well, so you just never know. And you know that the teams like Rafa Racing in particular, like SLR, they're going to want to turn up at Portimao and undo some of the damage from this weekend. It's a track they probably have more mileage at as well, so that should help to bring them back into it.
And a similar story in the prototypes as commentator Adam Weller turns up. Similar story in the prototypes, Adam, to the GT4s. Danny Sufi taking the cake and taking the wins for the weekend. Had a perfect weekend and really impressed with him. Is anyone going to be able to challenge him next weekend?
A stretch. I'm not sure it's going to be the biggest stretch, potentially, looking at you, Elite Motorsport. But obviously, Danny's been with that team now for 3 years. He's a very capable data engineer as well. He was doing that job this weekend. He knows that car inside and out now. Hard to beat.
Hard to beat indeed. And then finally, for the GTWinterSeries, of course, just had that race. I mean, very, very wet race for them. But overall, for them, I think it's been quite an exciting weekend. We've seen a lot of different faces winning that we maybe didn't think would coming into the weekend.
No, absolutely. I mean, Cristiano Maciel, I was very disappointed I didn't get to talk to him before the weekend. Had the inclination that he was a newcomer. The fact that he won race 2 is probably going to be one of the stories of the season. It's going to be very hard to top that. I can think of some things, because I know some things that aren't public yet, but yeah.
Okay, well, leave us with that bombshell then. Okay, well, that is the end of our day here at Estoril and the end of our first weekend of the Winter Series. Kicked it off with a bang as expected, and we'll hope for some better weather in Portimao, although from what I've been told, that is not what we're expecting. We are also expecting similar conditions, but nonetheless, it will be exciting, and we will be there to bring you all the action. Join us from Saturday afternoon. You don't want to miss it.
Came on a last thing for GTWS Racing. They both go deep into the corner.